Welcome to the exclusive Socialite group, where interested sisters can join to participate in group purchases. Once a group purchase is successfully completed, the host is rewarded with multiples of their initial investment. Indulge in a lavish afternoon tea, acquire a designer handbag, or even embark on a meaningful camping trip there is nothing beyond the reach of these socialites. It was through this group that Zhou Yan ascended to wealth, entering the upper echelons of society with luxury cars at his disposal. Zhou Yan, since he unexpectedly acquired the system's functionalities, combined with his intellect, he is poised to navigate life towards the pinnacle of success. Chapter 1. The Group Purchase. Is anyone interested in joining a group for afternoon tea tomorrow? We need 2 more participants. Urgent. A night at the Bulgari Hotel for 16 people, each contributing 300. If you want to join, add me to the small group. Is there anyone interested in sharing an Hermès handbag? I only need it for a week. The rest of the time is all yours. Zhou Yan stared blankly at the flurry of messages on his phone. When did he join this socialite group? Recently, the news exposed a group of so-called socialites in the metropolis, flaunting Hermès bags acquired through group purchases and donning counterfeit Chanel outfits, mingling at high society parties, masquerading as affluent beauties, all in pursuit of wealthy suitors. Zhou Yan found these hypocritical, materialistic women utterly distasteful. Just as he contemplated leaving the group, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Wealthy system loading. Loading complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the wealthy system. Meanwhile, the socialites in the group continued their relentless pursuit of group purchases, dreaming of a life of luxury. In Zhou Yan's mind, the system notifications echoed incessantly. Socialite group purchase of Hermès successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired complete shares of the Hermès brand. Socialite group purchase of Bulgari Hotel successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired complete shares of the Bulgari Hotel building. Socialite group purchase of a Rolls-Royce Phantom successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he truly favored by Lady Luck? As a veteran web fiction enthusiast, he embraced this turn of events without hesitation. Excitement coursed through him. It seemed that with each successful purchase by the socialites, he would reap corresponding rewards. In mere minutes, Zhou Yan transformed from a penniless youth into a billionaire. He eagerly scrolled through the group messages. Though he initially harbored disdain for these women, his perspective had shifted slightly. Their successful purchases meant he could earn even more. Wealth, after all, opens doors while poverty hinders one's path. Since his mother abandoned him and his ailing father, Zhou Yan had developed a profound understanding of this truth. He needed to earn not only for his own livelihood, but also for his father's medical expenses. Juggling 3 jobs and surviving on less than 5 hours of sleep each night, crushed by the weight of existence. Now, with the wealthy system, he could change his fate and rise to greatness. In a reciprocal gesture, Zhou Yan casually sent a red envelope in the group. Yin, a small token of goodwill, please don't be shy. He sent only 100 yuan, expecting the socialites to scoff at his meager contribution. To his surprise, the envelope was claimed within 2 seconds. Amy, wow, how are you all so quick? Yin, could you send another one? Xiao Tao, yes. Yin, please send another. There are over 400 people in the group. 10 bags are hardly enough. Yu, I managed to grab 30 yuan. Thanks, Yin. I can go for afternoon tea again tomorrow. Luo candy. Please send another. Zhou Yan chuckled to himself. These women were insatiably greedy. The messages flooded in rapidly, pushing Zhou Yan's message out of sight as the socialites resumed their chatter about their lives. Luo candy. Sisters, I attended an art exhibition recently and saw a tall, handsome man driving a Rolls-Royce. Unfortunately, I didn't get his contact information. What a pity. Ruan, just hearing you speak makes me feel disappointed for you. He sounds like a rare gem. Luo candy. Indeed. Later, I ran into a middle-aged man with a Rolex. He wasn't much to look at, but he was quite enthusiastic, even added me on WeChat and wanted to take me out for dinner. Amy, and then, did you manage to reel in a catch? Zhou Yan was taken aback. Were BMW drivers considered lowly these days? Xiao Tao, it's true I once caught an old man driving a Porsche, and he was so stingy. I hinted for him to buy me some bags and luxury items, and guess what? He took me to a mall to buy a dress worth several thousand yuan. Ugh, sisters, don't waste your time on such pathetic men. You agreed. Luo candy. I dress beautifully every day, not to waste time with these old, stingy men who would ever be interested in such losers. Driving an old BMW, they might as well just disappear. Zhou Yan was astonished by their conversations, momentarily rendered speechless. Had they masqueraded as socialites for so long that they genuinely believed themselves to be affluent? Their subsequent remarks further shattered Zhou Yan's worldview. Xiao Tao. We should scold those poor pretenders pretending to be wealthy. They should stay far away from us, as if they could ever date someone as stunning as us. Amy, sisters, from my years of experience, steer clear of men driving BMWs or Porsches. They're usually just poor folks masquerading as rich second-generation heirs, miserly to the core. Be vigilant when choosing partners. You exactly. Luo candy. It infuriates me my 200 yuan went to waste on an art exhibition ticket that cost 1,000. The socialites sighed collectively, leaving Zhou Yan in awe. Had vanity among modern women reached such staggering heights? Luo candy. By the way, sisters, does anyone want to share some stockings? My friend bought a pair of Gucci stockings that don't fit. They're nearly new, and I'm offering them at a discount. 6 people can share, each contributing 150. But they must not be worn or torn. Only the discerning may apply. Xiao Tao, I want them. Amy, count me in. Chi one. Zhou Yan was astounded, sharing previously worn stockings. Did they not fear contracting athlete's foot? How ironic. Regardless, the more these women shared, the better for him, as he bore no loss. Just as Zhou Yan intended to check on his newly acquired assets, a loud knocking resounded at the door. Zhou Yan, you worthless waste, come out. I'm done with you, you poor loser. I want to break up today. Zhou Yan opened the door to find his girlfriend, Zhao Tong, standing there. Zhao Tong, his university classmate, had been in a relationship with him for 3 years. Zhou Yan adored her, dutifully handing over his monthly salary, shouldering all their expenses while she contributed nothing, even relying on him to wash her clothes, effectively indulging her to the core. Yet, despite this, Zhao Tong remained unsatisfied, lamenting his financial struggles, his inability to provide her with a life of luxury, and frequently reproaching him for not buying her expensive bags and luxury items. Chapter 2. 10 million in cash. Zhou Yan endured all of this because he genuinely cherished Zhao Tong, hoping to marry her in the future. Zhao Tong, adorned in a newly purchased dress and flaunting a white Chanel bag on her wrist, boasted to Zhou Yan, "Do you see this bag? A wealthy heir I met yesterday bought it for me. You, a pitiful wretch, will never afford such an extravagant item in your lifetime. I am utterly fed up with you. Delivering packages by day and running errands at night. People like you will never amount to anything. I truly must have been blind to have fallen for a spineless creature like you. After 3 years, what have you ever bought for me?" Zhao Tong unleashed a torrent of insults that reddened Zhou Yan's face, causing him to clench his fist in fury. "Everything you consume and utilize, didn't I provide for you? And you dare say I've given you nothing? Pa, this is all you are capable of." Zhao Tong glared at him defiantly. "I want to break up with you. Right now, I no longer wish to waste my time on you." Zhou Yan's heart sank completely. Zhao Tong was no different from those vain women in socialite groups. A woman like her was not worth retaining. Just as he was about to speak, a system notification chimed in his mind. Task: break up with Zhao Tong to receive 10 million in cash. This news slightly eased Zhou Yan's heartache from the breakup. He waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to see Zhao Tong again. "Pack your things and get out of my house. Go and fawn over your wealthy heir." Zhao Tong, pulling out a suitcase from the bedroom, seemed to have prepared for this moment. "As if I would miss you. I am about to become wealthy, while you will remain cooped up in this decrepit apartment." She added, "By the way, I transferred the 500 yuan from your WeChat last night. I needed to join a socialite group. Just wait, I will soon become a rich lady." Zhou Yan was taken aback and quickly checked his phone, discovering his WeChat balance was 0, leaving him both amused and bewildered. A socialite group? She truly had lofty ambitions. Realizing her true nature, he impatiently said, "Leave now. And don't ever come back. Who would miss you?" Zhao Tong scoffed, arrogantly dragging her suitcase away. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received 10 million in cash. Transferred to your bank account." Zhou Yan stared at the long string of zeros in the text message, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was actual money. If Zhao Tong were to discover this fortune, she would undoubtedly regret it. Unfortunately, she would never have that opportunity again. For Zhou Yan would never accept a treacherous woman like her. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Zhou Yan to rise and open the door, revealing a courier from SF Express. "Sir, you have an urgent package. Please check it." Zhou Yan accepted the parcel and, upon opening it, found the purchase contract and keys for his Rolls-Royce Phantom. He hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. Along with the contract was a handwritten letter from a high-ranking Rolls-Royce executive, expressing respect and welcoming him to the headquarters to select a new vehicle. Zhou Yan tossed the letter aside with a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, money could indeed move mountains. He descended the stairs, eager to see his new ride. The silver Rolls-Royce Phantom stood gleaming beneath the shabby apartment building, drawing a crowd of onlookers. In a place like this, often deemed a slum of the metropolis, only laborers resided, and who could afford such a luxury car? Envious onlookers gathered around, hesitant to touch the vehicle. Wow, look at those lines, it's unmistakably a Rolls-Royce. This must cost tens of millions. Who here could possibly afford to drive a Rolls-Royce? As Zhou Yan joined the throng, discontent murmurs arose. Zhou Yan, what are you doing here? You can't afford this. It's a Rolls-Royce. Don't even think about touching it. If you break something, you'll go bankrupt just to pay for a single headlight. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as they all knew Zhou Yan's financial status. Certainly, this luxury car could not belong to him. A short, shifty-eyed young man squeezed his way to the front, suddenly brightening upon seeing the car. Leaning against the door, he smirked at Zhou Yan. Did you just have another fight with Xiao Tong? I can't believe she spent 3 years with someone like you. This individual was Lu Da, the landlord's son, who had taken a liking to Xiao Tong the moment Zhou Yan moved in. He often tried to charm her while Zhou Yan was away, but due to his lack of looks and wealth, Xiao Tong had never been interested. Thus, Lu Da had harbored deep jealousy towards Zhou Yan, always finding ways to belittle him. The crowd, realizing Lu Da was leaning against the car, suddenly understood. Lu Da, is this your car? Impressive. You can afford a luxury vehicle now. I knew you were destined for greatness. They exclaimed. This car is gorgeous, perfectly fitting for your status. Flattered, Lu Da basked in their praise. Oh, it's just a little something. I plan to get another one soon. Wow, you're really making it big. We should hang out more often. Having someone like you in my social circle would certainly raise my profile. Hearing this, Zhou Yan chuckled coldly and asked Lu Da, is this your car? Lu Da arrogantly lifted his chin, casting Zhou Yan a sideways glance. Not mine? Whose could it possibly be? Go ahead and be envious. You poor loser. Zhou Yan, unfazed, feigned ignorance and asked, is that so? Then could you take me for a spin in your car? Lu Da froze, realizing the car was his to begin with. He had merely been showing off. Turning dismissively, he replied, you? With that pathetic appearance of yours? You think you're worthy of riding in a $10 million luxury vehicle? Get lost. If you scratch it, you wouldn't be able to afford the repairs. Right, Zhou Yan? You run around delivering packages all day, filthy as you are. What if you dirty Lu Da's car? Someone chimed in, mocking him. Zhou Yan remained calm, leisurely pulling the car keys from his pocket. Since you want to drive it, I suppose I will take my leave. Stop pretending. Pride comes before a fall, he added. As he opened the car door and sat inside, Zhou Yan exaggeratedly exclaimed, ah, this luxury car is truly exceptional. Even the seats are incredibly comfortable. He reveled in the astonished expressions of the crowd, relishing the moment. It was time to reveal his true identity as a millionaire. This shabby apartment would no longer be his home. With that, Zhou Yan drove off, leaving behind a flabbergasted crowd. Chapter 3. The Despicable Lowly-Wow. That's Zhou Yan's car. We completely misjudged him. I told you he was no ordinary person. Look at him now. Who knew he would hit the jackpot? Just look at that smug expression. He must have rented it. Lu Da, if this isn't your car, why did you claim it was? You made us all look foolish in front of Zhou Yan. Lu Da, feeling the heat of embarrassment, could only slink away without defending himself. As Zhou Yan drove his Rolls-Royce Phantom down the street, he garnered countless glances, even attracting a few beautiful women who, while waiting at a red light, attempted to flirt with him, but he politely declined. Though he had money now, he had no desire to fall for the traps of superficial women, whose outward beauty might disguise their ulterior motives. After driving for a while, Zhou Yan muttered, this car is indeed a joy to drive, but it consumes so much fuel. It's not as economical as my little electric vehicle. He parked at a gas station and, while waiting for the tank to fill, received a new order on his phone. As he checked it, a voice beside him exclaimed, you are Zhou Yan? Zhou Yan lifted his head to meet a face that was somewhat handsome. This individual was none other than his high school classmate, Yang Jixing. Back in their school days, there had always been a bit of animosity between them, primarily stemming from Yang Jixing's jealousy of Zhou Yan's good looks and popularity among the girls. He often secretly belittled Zhou Yan, calling him a poor loser. After many years, seeing him again, Yang Jixing was clad in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, and beside him stood a white BMW. Yang Jixing? Zhou Yan instinctively called out the name, and Yang Jixing's face lit up with surprise. I didn't dare to recognize you at first. I can't believe it's really you. He patted Zhou Yan on the shoulder with a friendly demeanor, asking warmly, where have you been these years? You seem to be doing well, right? Zhou Yan remained nonchalant, having long since let go of their petty grievances from school. Not much. Just delivering packages during the day and doing food delivery on the side. Yang Jixing was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Zhou Yan to have achieved at least some level of success, perhaps owning a car or a house, but instead, He was merely a delivery man? A sense of superiority surged within Yang Jixing as he recalled how Zhou Yan had often outshone him in the past. With a smile, he remarked, delivering packages is good. Though it's tough work and the pay is low. At least it's free, unlike my life as a corporate executive, working late nights. Just a few days ago, I treated myself to a BMW. Zhou Yan glanced at the white BMW, which must have been worth several $100,000, nodding slightly but saying nothing. By the standards of high society, someone like Yang Jixing barely qualified as anything more than a pretentious loser. Noticing Zhou Yan's lack of envy or jealousy, Yang Jixing felt a twinge of irritation and asked, Zhou Yan, have you bought a car? What could someone like him, who worked tirelessly delivering packages, afford? Surely he couldn't even buy a wheel. Zhou Yan pointed at that one. Yang Jixing thought it must be a low-end car, something that could hardly compare to his BMW. To his astonishment, it was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yang Jixing's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of envy crossing his features. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was a dream for every man. Confused and annoyed, Yang Jixing wondered how a mere delivery man could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Oh, a Rolls-Royce, that must be quite valuable, he remarked. Zhou Yan shook his head. I don't know how much it costs. I didn't spend my own money. This was the truth. The money was provided by the system, so it wasn't technically his. Yang Jixing immediately grasped the implication. Assuming Zhou Yan must have borrowed the car to show off, he quickly regained his haughty demeanor, retorting, you'd better be careful driving that car. If you crash it, repairs won't come cheap. I have to go now, but I'll be organizing a class reunion in a few days. You'd better remember to come. Zhou Yan nodded. As Yang Jixing got into his car, he found himself increasingly dissatisfied. Zhou Yan had bullied him in school, and he was determined to humiliate him in return. He stealthily snapped a photo of Zhou Yan standing beside the Rolls-Royce and posted it in their high school alumni group. Classmates, guess who I ran into? Zhou Yan. Do you all remember him? In our senior year, his mother ran off with another man, and he dropped out to work. Can you guess what he does now? He delivers food. Haha. And he's out here pretending to own a Rolls-Royce. He insisted it was his. Responses flooded in. Zhou Yan, really? He was at the top of our class academically. I can't believe he ended up delivering food. I always thought he was obnoxious, looking down on everyone. And now he's delivering food. What a lowly position. Seriously, driving someone else's car to show off. He's really shameless. We're all former classmates. I'll definitely support his business by ordering delivery. Zhou Yan accepted a delivery order to the Bulgari Hotel. He parked the Rolls-Royce in the lot. And passers-by cast curious glances. The nouveau riche really know how to flaunt it. Even delivery drivers are driving Rolls-Royces. As he parked, he received a call from an unknown number. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yan? I am the general manager of the Bulgari Hotel. The lease for the hotel building has expired, and I hope you can spare some time to discuss the renewal. Zhou Yan suddenly remembered that he was now the owner of the building. All right, I'll head to the hotel right away, he replied, realizing this delivery might turn out to be quite profitable after all. As he approached the hotel entrance with the delivery, he was stopped by a security guard. Halt. No deliveries allowed inside the hotel. The guard's disdainful attitude ignited Zhou Yan's anger. I'm here for official business. The guard scrutinized him with a sneer. Official business? What kind of business could a delivery driver possibly have? Hurry up and leave. He reached out to push Zhou Yan away, but Zhou Yan deftly dodged. Don't touch me, or you will face the consequences. Zhou Yan warned ominously. The guard laughed derisively. You think you're something special? This is the city's most luxurious hotel. Your monthly salary wouldn't even cover a single night's stay here. Look at you. You can't afford to dirty the carpets inside. Zhou Yan shot back. How do you know what I can afford? The guard arrogantly lit a cigarette. You think you could pay? I could eat the carpet right here. Remember your words. Zhou Yan replied coldly. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll have to throw you out. Zhou Yan's gaze darkened just as the lobby manager arrived, scolding the guard. What's all this noise? Shouting at the entrance will tarnish our hotel's image. What is going on? The guard pointed at Zhou Yan. Manager Wang, this delivery guy won't leave the entrance. And I was about to throw him out. Manager Wang scrutinized Zhou Yan, dismissing him as someone whose entire outfit barely cost $100. He felt a twinge of contempt. And what if I don't leave? Zhou Yan stood his ground, ready to confront the arrogant security personnel. Guard, throw him out. Manager Wang commanded, and suddenly, several guards surrounded Zhou Yan. He chuckled derisively. A poor loser like you thinks he can step into our hotel? Maybe you should take a look in the mirror first. At that moment, the general manager of the Bulgari Hotel, Tang Yin, could no longer sit idly by. Zhou Yan had not arrived in over half an hour, and he was starting to worry. Tang Yin took the elevator down to the first floor, inspecting the lobby along the way, instructing the cleaning staff to ensure it was spotless. Make sure everything is perfect. Not a single hair should be left. Zhou Yan will be here soon to discuss a partnership. We must leave a good impression. The landlord was essentially the lifeblood of the hotel. If Zhou Yan decided not to cooperate and refused to lease the building to them, where would such a large hotel find shelter? As Tang Yan approached the hotel entrance, he saw a crowd of security guards surrounding someone. The lobby manager stood nearby, animatedly berating the individual. Don't push your luck. Just because I called you sir doesn't mean you're anything more than a delivery driver. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Get lost. Zhou Yan stood firm, pulling out his phone to call the general manager of Bulgari. Tang Yan was infuriated upon witnessing the scene before him. He rushed forward, vehemently reprimanding Manager Wang. I told you there would be distinguished guests today. Why are you causing a commotion at the entrance? What if the esteemed guests see this? Do you still wish to keep your job as the lobby manager? Seeing Tang Yan approach, Wang's arrogance dissipated instantly. General manager, it's all this person's fault. At that moment, Tang Yan's phone rang. Just as he was about to answer, the call dropped, and he noticed Zhou Yan waving his phone at him. You must be General Manager Tang. I'm Zhou Yan. Your hotel security and lobby manager 1T let me in. How do you propose we resolve this? Tang Yan was taken aback, swiftly delivering a sharp slap to Wang's face. How could you neglect a guest like this? He is the landlord of our hotel. You are a liability. Now apologize to Mr. Zhou at once. Wang, shocked and holding his face, protested. How was I to know he was the landlord when he dressed like that? Tang Yan, exasperated, scolded him, and Wang, fearing for his employment, bowed repeatedly to Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou, I didn't recognize your esteemed presence. Please, spare me. Zhou Yan mockingly replied, Am I now to be your shoe shiner? Immediately. Wang knelt, rubbing Zhou Yan's leather shoes with his expensive suit sleeve, ingratiatingly saying, Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. I should be the one serving you. The nearby security guard stood dumbfounded, his cigarette ash dropping and burning a hole in the carpet. Realizing his earlier actions, he wished he could vanish. For Zhou Yan could afford not just a carpet, but the entire building. Fearful that Zhou Yan might refuse to renew the contract in a fit of anger, Tang Yan hastily appeased him, saying, Mr. Zhou, please don't be upset with these incompetent individuals. Let us discuss the renewal in my office over a fine de Hong Pao tea. Zhou Yan scoffed. If your hotel employs such arrogant staff, I will seriously reconsider our partnership. Astute as he was, Tang Yan quickly understood the gravity of the situation. He turned to the lobby manager and several security staff, declaring, You are all dismissed. Our hotel's creed is to treat others with respect and integrity. Your arrogance disqualifies you from working here. The staff exchanged glances. Despair etched on their faces, none wanting to lose such a lucrative job. General manager, please, we acknowledge our mistakes. Grant us another chance. Zhou Yan remained indifferent. Following Tang Yan into the hotel lobby, where 2 rows of beautiful waitresses gracefully bowed, Welcome, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel a thrill at the treatment. Reminiscent of royalty, Tang Yan, skilled at flattery, made Zhou Yan feel elated, and without much negotiation, they signed the renewal contract. Zhou Yan's account instantly swelled by 5 million. As he departed, Tang Yan presented him with a premium annual hotel card, a luxury not easily afforded by most. Zhou Yan was quite pleased. It was Zhao Tong. Zhou Yan was surprised to see her had quickly joined the Socialite Group. He smirked, realizing her ambition to ascend socially. Zhao Tong, ladies, I seek advice on how to catch a wealthy husband. A new member chimed in, to attract a wealthy man. The key is to package yourself as a rich beauty, transforming your appearance completely. Zhao Tong, how do I achieve that? Yeah, it's all about the attire. Want to join me for a group purchase? I'm eyeing a Chanel coat. Let us split it. I'll wear it for 3 days, and then it's yours. Xiao Tao, count me in. Momo, I'm in for the group buy. Yeah, carrying an Hermès bag, adorned with Tiffany jewelry, and dressed in Chanel. We'll appear as authentic rich beauties. Trust me, this will attract wealthy suitors. Their goal was clear, to dismiss any men lacking wealth and stature. Zhou Yan watched with a wry smile, recognizing the shallowness of these women, who appeared serene yet were driven solely by wealth. Such women were best left to warm the beds of rich heirs, sparing honest men from their grasp. Zhao Tong, I understand. Count me in for the group buy. Zhou Yan couldn't help but wonder what expression Zhao Tong would wear if she knew he was the affluent man she sought. Just then, the system notification chimed again. Task assigned. Invite the socialites to Blue Flame Bar and spend 500,000 to cultivate a wealthy air image. Task completion reward. Cash reward of 5 million. Please work diligently to accomplish this task. Zhou Yan was overjoyed. His thoughts had manifested. After some contemplation, he sent a message in the group. Yan, any sisters planning to go to Blue Flame Bar tomorrow? I know a rich heir who is generous with his money. Care to join? In an instant, the group exploded with messages. I'm in. Luo, is this reliable? Don't leave us hanging. Yan, absolutely reliable. I've met him several times. He is very generous with his spending. Upon hearing generous, the socialites stirred with excitement. They had invested effort in their appearances to attract wealthy partners. and a golden opportunity lay before them. In less than a minute, dozens of messages flooded in. Zhou Yan, overwhelmed, typed, limited to 10 people. Add me as a friend if you want to go. I'll create a small group. First come, first served. Before long, over 10 accounts had added Zhou Yan as a friend. The socialites buzzed in the group. Yeah, it's been ages since I went to a bar. I must dress to impress. Perfect. I just got a new Hermès crocodile bag. Shout-out. Any sisters want to share Valentino high heels? Only high-class sisters. I'll wear them for one night. The rest of the time, they're yours. The group was ablaze with excitement over their purchases. Zhou Yan paid little mind and began to review the friend requests, spotting Zhao Tong's profile. Due to the system, the socialites couldn't see Zhou Yan's real account. What they added was an account akin to theirs. Zhou Yan accepted Zhao Tong's request, and she quickly messaged, "Hi, I'm a new member of the Socialite Group. Can I join you at the bar tomorrow?" Zhou Yan smiled slightly. The bait had been set. Sure, I'll add you to the group. He selected 10 attractive profiles, including Zhao Tong's, and added them to the small group. Yin, ladies, I suddenly have something come up and can't make it tomorrow. However, I've arranged everything with the rich heir. Just go to Blue Flame Bar and mention my name. He has reserved a booth. Luo, a booth at Blue Flame? That's a minimum spend of 100,000. Yin, you're such a good friend for introducing us to such a generous man. Just hope he is not old and ugly. Ye sighed. What does it matter if he is unattractive? With enough money, I can perceive him as a handsome man. Zhou Yan shook his head at the absurdity of the situation. These women expected wealth along with good looks. Did they truly consider themselves princesses? The socialites began to discuss their outfits for tomorrow, aiming to dazzle everyone around them, and Zhou Yan chose to ignore them, while they contemplated how to adorn themselves. He too had to strategize on how to present himself as a wealthy heir. The foremost concern was his appearance. Zhou Yan's wardrobe was filled solely with athletic shirts, none exceeding 100 yuan. Wealthy individuals would certainly not wear such attire. He needed to equip himself properly to avoid being looked down upon by those women. It seemed he would have to visit the mall to acquire a suitable ensemble. Zhou Yan arrived at the Jinmao Tower, the most bustling commercial center in the city, where all the luxury boutiques were concentrated. He stepped into a men's clothing store, and his gaze was immediately drawn to a stunning silver-gray suit displayed prominently. It looked impressive. As he reached out to touch it, an unpleasant voice interrupted him. Stop. What if you dirty it? Can you afford to pay for that? The saleswoman crossed her arms. Her expression one of discontent as she regarded Zhou Yan, thinking to herself how some impoverished individual dared to enter a high-end luxury store. Clad in garments worth no more than 500 yuan, how could he possibly afford such an expensive suit? If you cannot afford it, do not touch it. We do not allow trying on. Everything here is custom-made. If you lack funds, please leave and check out the nearby market, where you can find clothes suitable for someone like you. Zhou Yan recognized that voice and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Chening? Hearing her impatient tone, he understood she was likely looking down on him for not wearing any designer brands while shopping in such an upscale store. This scenario had become all too familiar. The service personnel seemed to judge him solely based on his outward appearance and financial status. Sometimes, he felt truly helpless, gazing at the elegant silver suit before him. Zhou Yan resolved to purchase it, believing that a polished appearance would enable him to join the social gatherings organized in their chat group. He could not allow those materialistic women to belittle him, but unexpectedly encountered a situation that displeased him. Yet, the familiarity of Qin Ying's voice prompted Zhou Yan to search for its origin in his memory. Chapter 6, An Unexpected Reunion with an Old Classmate. The WeChat group seemed off. Zhou Yan silently mused. Yes, it was indeed Qin Ying. He finally recalled her. He slowly turned around, assessing his old classmate. Qin Ying regarded Zhou Yan with a disdainful expression, surprised to hear him call her name. In her mind, she thought, who is this impoverished person? How could he possibly know me? How annoying. Upon recognizing him, her look of contempt deepened. You? What are you doing here? Qin Ying asked, feigning surprise. Zhou Yan, unfazed by her condescending tone, replied casually, Oh, I'm here to buy clothes. I do like this suit, please wrap it up for me. What? Zhou Yan, are you joking? Do you have any idea how much this suit costs? Even if you pooled your earnings from delivering takeout for a year, it wouldn't be enough. Don't harbor such delusions, Qin Ying retorted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. As an old classmate, let me give you some friendly advice. Go check out the market instead of wasting time here, alright? This isn't a place for jokes. I'm quite busy. You know? Instead of wrapping up the suit as Zhou Yan requested, Qin Ying continued to belittle him, convinced he could never afford such an expensive outfit costing 50,000 yuan. Zhou Yan, slightly irked by her remarks, insisted, Qin Ying, please wrap the suit up for me. I want this one. It's just 50,000 yuan. I'll pay for it. Isn't it pointless to keep talking? Qin Ying, with a cold laugh, replied, Zhou Yan, can we be realistic here? Stop pretending to be something you're not. Qining, do you have any tact? What do you mean by that? Zhou Yan asked angrily. Thus, the two engaged in a heated exchange, their voices drawing the attention of the shop owner nearby. Qining, visibly displeased, addressed the middle-aged man. Boss, this delivery boy claims he wants to buy our suit, which costs 50,000 yuan. If he can't afford it, he shouldn't waste time here. Especially touching our merchandise. Can he even afford it? Qining, could you refrain from speaking so harshly? What do you mean, I can't afford it? Zhou Yan retorted angrily. What kind of world is this? The middle-aged man, growing impatient, approached them. Zhou Yan, his face flushed with anger, declared, Boss, I want the suit today. Please wrap it up for me. Zhou Yan was rendered speechless by Qinying's disdain. I want to leave without this suit, he asserted. Determined to stay. Young man, don't make this difficult for yourself, or I'll call security. It would be wise to leave, the boss warned kindly. By the way, when you call security, could you also bring the manager along? I'd like to meet him as well, Zhou Yan replied, his expression unyielding. The boss, exasperated, made a phone call. Manager, please come to my store. Someone refuses to leave and insists on seeing you. Bring 2 security guards to remove him. I can't let this affect my business, the boss fumed over the phone. Qining shot Zhou Yan a glare and secretly took a photo of him with her phone. Ding dong. Qining messaged the group chat. Hey everyone. Do you recognize this person? Yang Rongrong responded. Isn't that our old classmate Zhou Yan? What is going on? Yang Jixing chimed in. Qining. Did he come to deliver food to you? Song Mingyuan added. Hurry up. Qining, tell us what happened. How did you two cross paths? Qining replied. He came into our store to buy clothes, a suit costing 50,000 yuan. I kindly advised him to leave, but he stubbornly remains here. Yang Jixing remarked, Really? Has Zhou Yan struck it rich? Song Mingyuan scoffed. A delivery boy getting rich? He is just pretending. It's laughable. Didn't he expect to run into you? Qining expressed her embarrassment, unwilling to admit to her boss that Zhou Yan was her impoverished classmate. The group chat erupted with laughter and mockery directed at Zhou Yan, who was seen as the same poor individual from before. Suddenly, the manager rushed in, accompanied by 2 security guards. Manager, you finally arrived. The boss exclaimed eagerly. Where is he? The manager asked. The boss pointed to Zhou Yan's location, and the manager approached, initially polite, young man, but as he beheld Zhou Yan, he was struck speechless with shock. Boss, quickly package the suit this gentleman wants. Hurry. The manager urged. Zhou Yan felt a sense of relief wash over him as he remained seated, unmoving. Quickly, do you know who he is? This is your landlord. Be careful or you might lose your business, the manager warned. The boss was utterly bewildered and hurried to wrap up the suit for Zhou Yan. Here is the suit you wanted. Please calm down, the manager said, handing it over. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I'll give you a 50% discount today. The boss added. No need, Zhou Yan replied. As Zhou Yan spoke, he did not even glance back, swiftly transferring the payment via WeChat and turning to leave. Upon witnessing Zhou Yan's departure, the manager finally exhaled in relief, while the boss appeared somewhat flustered and bewildered. Zhou Yan was rather pleased with the manager's conduct. The security guard at the entrance stood in a daze, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The 2 individuals continued to murmur quietly, as the boss wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, remarking, Isn't this landlord a bit too low-key? The manager, with a hint of concern in his voice, replied, Heaven forbid. I hope the landlord doesn't cause you any trouble. Otherwise, you might as well prepare to pack your bags. Why do you all view others through tinted lenses? It's truly baffling. Isn't this simply courting trouble? You ought to reflect on how your business will be managed going forward and consider your operational philosophy, he continued. Noticing the garments in his hands, Zhou Yan concluded that he ought to refine his appearance. First, he decided to attend to his hair before embarking on other tasks. He climbed into his Rolls-Royce and drove to the city's most renowned hair salon, which had received commendable reviews online. Without a second thought, he headed straight there. Chapter 7. The ex-boyfriend. The waiter, spotting Zhou Yan's arrival, displayed an unwilling expression. However, upon catching sight of the shopping bag he carried, a smile broke forth as he approached Zhou Yan respectfully, inquiring, Sir, how may I assist you? We offer services at various price points. Would you prefer styling, treatment, or perhaps both? The waiter patiently elucidated the options to Zhou Yan. After a cursory glance, Zhou Yan responded, Let us do both. Please find me your most skilled stylist. I need to create an ideal look for an important date. Certainly, sir. Please follow me, the waiter beamed, leading Zhou Yan upstairs. As Zhou Yan walked, he absorbed the ambience of the salon, which was indeed impressive. It stood as the city's premier establishment, boasting excellent service and a delightful atmosphere. Seated on a sofa, Zhou Yan waited quietly, his boredom prompting him to open a group chat. The conversation was dominated by a gaggle of women discussing their plans for the evening's outing. Shout out, sisters. How should we dress to look our best tonight? Lolo, pretty good. Check out these shoes. Aren't they striking? I spent a fortune to get them. They're definitely the choice for tonight. Yeah. Ladies, please help me assess my hairstyle for today. As Zhou Yan perused the chatter among these women, he couldn't help but smile. Just then, the waiter returned, accompanied by the stylist. Sir, may I introduce you to your stylist, the esteemed Mr. Enlun? The waiter announced. Thank you. Are you the one to style me? Enlun asked, eyeing Zhou Yan's attire with an air of discontent. Zhou Yan nodded, questioning. Is there a problem? Did the waiter inform you of the costs associated with our services? Enlun inquired bluntly. No, regardless of the price. I want both styling and treatment today. Please expedite this. I have an engagement this evening, Zhou Yan urged. May I ask what your occupation is? Enlun queried awkwardly. Old classmate. What are you doing here? Delivering for Mr. Enlun? Yang Jixing exclaimed loudly. At this, all eyes turned to Zhou Yan, scrutinizing him with disdain, which made him quite uncomfortable. Oh, so you're a delivery person? That's rather unfortunate, Enlun remarked. Yang Jixing, having piqued everyone's curiosity about Zhou Yan, smirked and declared. Old classmate, I've got to go. I have an important meeting with a superior. I can't stay. Zhou Yan felt a surge of discomfort at these words, while Yang Jixing strutted away with a smug expression. Is this who you brought in? Didn't you know our establishment's rules? Enlun inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. I'm sorry. I'll make him leave immediately, the waiter replied hastily. What is this? Is this a matter of contempt? Zhou Yan asked angrily. The waiter looked awkwardly at Zhou Yan just as a well-dressed man approached. What is going on here? The man inquired, his voice smooth. Manager. This gentleman is a delivery person requesting styling and treatment from Mr. Enlun, the waiter explained, somewhat sheepishly. Please leave. I will take care of this. The manager said calmly. He approached Zhou Yan, courteously asking, Sir, what kind of style do you desire? Zhou Yan slowly lifted his head and replied, I would like the best styling and treatment available, if possible. My apologies, sir. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please, take a seat. I will arrange it immediately. The manager said with a broad smile. Enlun, come here at once. Manager, I'm quite busy. Set aside your tasks and assist our esteemed guest with the finest styling. Do you understand? All right, understood, manager. Enlun, taken aback, pondered the identity of Zhou Yan, who seemed unremarkable yet commanded such respect from the manager. He dared not inquire further and promptly arranged the best service for Zhou Yan. Before long, under Enlun's meticulous design, Zhou Yan's hairstyle underwent a stunning transformation, altering his entire demeanor. Sir, are you satisfied? Enlun asked. Zhou Yan nodded, quite. Finally. Enlun sighed in relief as Zhou Yan settled the payment and prepared to leave. The manager greeted him with a beaming smile. Take care, Mr. Zhou, he said. Zhou Yan offered a faint smile before exiting the salon. Although there had been a minor incident, he was pleased with his new look. With his ensemble of designer attire costing him a staggering 50,000 yuan, Zhou Yan changed into the outfit and admired his reflection in the mirror. Realizing he had transformed entirely. With a smirk, he mused, there's truth in the saying, people are judged by their appearance, just as horses are by their saddles. Zhou Yan. Who would have thought you could look this good? The show is about to begin, Zhao Tong. We shall meet again soon. Isn't that delightful? With a cold laugh, Zhou Yan adjusted his clothing and settled on the balcony, enjoying a moment of leisure as he checked his phone. Opening the group chat to find a gaggle of vain women fervently discussing their plans. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Zhou Yan typed a message in the chat, Sisters. I have an impromptu engagement and won't be joining you all to revel. Wishing you luck in finding your golden suitors tonight. Let us gather again soon. Have fun. Yeah. What? If you don't come, what will we do? Lolo, exactly. We've prepared all afternoon. You're not canceling, are you? How could that be? I've already arranged for a rich second-generation heir to meet you at the Royal Bar, booth number 8. Handsome guys await you. Shut up. Really? Sisters. It seems we're in for a treat tonight. Let us give it our all. Chapter 8. Dismissing the ex-girlfriend, the group chat erupted with excitement, and Zhou Yan, witnessing the eager chatter of these faux socialites, set down his phone with a smile and poured himself a glass of his favorite red wine. Gently bringing the wine to his lips, he closed his eyes, savoring the warmth and silkiness of the drink. A victorious smile played on his face. This was the culmination of several days of planning for Zhou Yan. He could hardly wait to witness the astonishment on Zhao Tong's face upon seeing him. It was simply delightful and amusing, Zhou Yan mused to himself. After finishing the glass of his favorite red wine, he leisurely stepped outside. At that moment, all he needed was a mode of transportation. Just as he pondered this, the system notified him of a reward, 5 million. With his financial worries alleviated, he headed to the luxury car market and generously rented a Lamborghini. As Zhou Yan drove away, he arrived at the Royal Bar. taking a moment to survey his surroundings in search of the faux socialites, eager to uncover their whereabouts. He spotted several flamboyantly dressed women gathered together, animatedly discussing their prospects for wealthy suitors. Zhou Yan confirmed they were indeed the ones he sought, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he approached them. With ample time at his disposal, he began to hunt for his prey. Accidentally, he noticed a few wealthy young men engaged in a drinking contest. Zhou Yan adjusted his designer attire and produced the keys to his Lamborghini, making his way over confidently. "Gentlemen, may I join you and partake in the revelry?" he inquired amiably. The young men looked up in surprise, scrutinizing Zhou Yan as if wishing to see through him completely. Once he tossed the Lamborghini keys onto the table, their smiles brightened. "Welcome. Please, join the fun. What are your interests, brother? Any lovely ladies to accompany us?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan beamed. "Rest assured, I will ensure you have a splendid time. Just wait and see." He glanced at the time, realizing it was almost the moment he'd been waiting for. He led the affluent youths toward booth number 8, anticipating the arrival of his targets. As they drank together, Zhou Yan felt a sense of exhilaration with each glass consumed. Just then, a group of beautiful women approached them. "Hello, handsome gentlemen. Are you the ones introduced by Yin Yan?" "We are friends of Yin Yan," one of them said. "Indeed, ladies, these are my friends. Let us all enjoy together," Zhou Yan replied. "Do you mind?" "Not at all. Please take a seat." As Zhou Yan spoke, Zhao Tong stared at him in disbelief. "What are you doing here, causing trouble?" she said, visibly displeased. "I really didn't expect it would be you." Zhou Yan responded with a cold smirk. "Zhao, what's going on? You know this handsome guy? This is quite unfair." The other women settled in, while only Zhao Tong glared at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan addressed the faux socialite. "Beautiful Zhao, please sit. The gentlemen are eager to meet you. This is rather inappropriate, don't you think?" "Zhou Yan, be quiet. Stop pretending to be someone you're not. You'd better leave before I lose my temper," Zhao Tong retorted dismissively. "Why should I leave?" Zhou Yan replied, glancing at the wealthy young men. "After all, it's their treat tonight. Please, beautiful, take a seat." "What do you have to flaunt, Zhou Yan? You're just a delivery guy. How much could you possibly have?" Zhao Tong exclaimed in frustration. Luo interjected. "What's this, Zhao Tong? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Xiao added. "Yes, clarify your words." Ye chimed in. "Indeed, we can't be deceived, can we? Is he not a rich second generation?" Zhao Tong, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What rich second generation? He is merely a delivery guy, my ex-boyfriend who deceived me before. And now he is here trying to fool everyone." A stunned silence fell over the crowd, all eyes turning to Zhou Yan, who remained unfazed. "So what if I deliver? Is there a rule that prohibits delivery drivers from entering?" Zhou Yan countered. Zhao Tong regarded him with disdain. "I never imagined you'd still be in this pathetic state after all these years. It seems my initial choice was indeed the right one." "Oh? It appears the discerning eye of the beautiful Zhao is quite remarkable," Zhou Yan replied sarcastically. The contempt and humiliation from this woman had left an indelible mark on Zhou Yan's memory. As he observed Zhao Tong, who seemed eager to banish him, he sat innocently on the couch, his designer outfit strikingly conspicuous, almost painfully so for Zhao Tong's eyes. With a swift motion, he placed the Lamborghini keys on the table. The other women, taken aback, fell silent, watching the unfolding situation with keen interest. Zhao Tong caught sight of the keys, laughing. "Zhou Yan, must you pretend to be someone you're not? You think that flaunting a replica car key will convince us you're wealthy? Have you spent your entire year's wages on this charade? Is it worth it?" Ye interjected. "Zhao Tong, you must be mistaken. Are you certain he is just a delivery guy?" Luo added. "Yes, don't slander him without proof." Xiao Tao stated. "I recognize him even in disguise. He always carries that air of poverty, lacking sophistication and parental affection, just seeking attention here." At these words, Zhou Yan's expression darkened. He glared at Zhao Tong. "Watch your words, clean up your language. You may regret it and find yourself begging me to take responsibility for your statements." "Oh, such bravado," Zhao Tong taunted, her smile wicked. The so-called wealthy young men exchanged confused glances, uncertain of what was truly happening. Doubts crept into their minds. If Zhou Yan was indeed just a delivery driver as Zhao Tong claimed, the evening's expenses would be substantial. Chapter 9. The sycophant emerges. Concern began to spread among the guests, their eyes widening as they observed Zhou Yan's calm demeanor. He leaned back, sipping the finest wine, seemingly unfazed. "Brother, perhaps you should ease up on the drinking," one of the wealthy youths suggested. At that moment, someone informed the hotel manager of the situation. Zhao Tong approached the manager with a triumphant smile. "Finally, you're here. How can this upscale bar allow just anyone to enter? There is even someone pretending to be a wealthy second generation. Isn't it absurd? Are they completely out of their minds?" The manager, looking bewildered, asked, "Where is this person?" Zhao Tong pointed at Zhou Yan, a gleeful expression on her face. It's him. Just take a look. Zhou Yan retrieved his latest iPhone from his pocket and dialed a number. The manager, having assessed Zhou Yan, was about to speak when his phone rang. He glanced down and saw Zhou Yan's name, answering with a bright smile. Hello, Boss Zhou. How can I assist you? Zhou Yan regarded the manager. Do you now recognize who I am? The manager, visibly embarrassed, quickly approached Zhou Yan with utmost respect, saying, Boss Zhou, it's you. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Please enjoy your time. Zhou Yan cast a glance at Zhao Tong, who stood there in utter bewilderment, her eyes wide and breath held as she stared at him. She could hardly believe it. Still unwilling to concede, Zhao Tong pointed at Zhou Yan and exclaimed, What is so impressive about a delivery guy like you? The manager, feeling awkward, interjected, Miss, please refrain from making such remarks. He is not merely a delivery person, he is the owner of the Royal Dynasty Bar. This is his domain. Kindly keep your voice down, as it might disturb other guests and affect Boss Zhou's mood. Zhou Yan coldly instructed, Have her removed from my sight. I never want to see this woman again. Remember, she is not to set foot in my bar again. Understood? He was taken aback by Zhao Tong's persistent arrogance, which offered no regard for others' dignity. She had always been so sharp-tongued, exuding an air of superiority, akin to a swan. Once wholeheartedly in love with her, Zhou Yan now saw her as nothing. He felt no obligation to spare her feelings. Her cruel words had wounded him. The manager waved to the side, and several burly men approached, each wearing sunglasses, evoking a sense of mystery and intimidation. What do you want? Zhao Tong asked reluctantly. Miss, this place is unsuitable for you. It's best you leave, the manager replied. Zhou Yan, you, and that big scam. This was all just a show for me, wasn't it? You're not a delivery guy at all. You're the owner of the Royal Dynasty. Why did you deceive me? Zhao Tong shouted hysterically. But Zhou Yan didn't even glance her way. She was forcefully escorted out by security, barred from returning to the Royal Dynasty. Zhao Tong's expression was one of resentment, which brought Zhou Yan a sense of relief. Once she was gone, the manager quickly apologized to Zhou Yan. Boss, please enjoy yourself. This is your domain. Just let me know what you need. Bring the finest wines available. I wish to celebrate with a few friends. Zhou Yan nonchalantly replied. The wealthy young men and faux socialites awkwardly chimed in. It's a misunderstanding, Boss Zhou. We truly appreciate your generosity. This is merely a minor episode. Let it not affect your mood. Yaya said. Indeed, Boss Zhou has a magnanimous heart. Do not stoop to the level of such an ignorant woman. Luo added. Yes, don't let it affect your health. We are here for you. Xiao Tao exclaimed. Oh, Boss Zhou wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Come, let us drink together and celebrate. As they raised their glasses and drank heartily, Zhou Yan turned to the wealthy young men, saying, Gentlemen, shouldn't we introduce ourselves in the presence of these lovely ladies? Indeed, let us get acquainted. I am Song Yuanxiao, my family owns a winery. I am Zhang Suwei, and I am in the food business. And this gentleman is hello everyone, I am Wang Yaowu. My family is involved in imports. The faux socialite's eyes widened in excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect. Zhou Yan reclined on the sofa, squinting at the scene before him. Observing the pretense of these social climbers, he found it deeply ironic that these individuals flaunted their parents' hard-earned money, creating a discomforting spectacle. Yet he chose to conceal his own displeasure. With a glass in hand, he sipped slowly, feeling somewhat bored amidst the dazzling yet hollow revelry. Realizing his purpose for being there had been fulfilled, he decided it was time to depart. After finishing his last drink, he set the glass down and politely announced, Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize, but I have some matters to attend to and will not be able to stay any longer. Enjoy yourselves. Feel free to indulge, as all expenses will be charged to my account. Song Yuanxiao quickly stood up, exclaiming, Thank you, Boss Zhou. You are truly generous. No need for such formality. We are all friends. It is only right to support one another. I will take my leave now, Zhou Yan said, waving goodbye. The faux socialites gazed at him intently, their eyes brimming with desire to cling to him. Zhou Yan, noting their eager expressions, understood their intentions. They exchanged pleasantries, showering him with compliments. Though aware of their insincerity, Zhou Yan found their words somewhat pleasant. Content with the flattery, he gradually made his way out of the bar. Seeing him leave, the manager hurried after him, saying, Boss, please hold on. The manager's strikingly beautiful face appeared before Zhou Yan. Boss Zhou, why leave so soon? She inquired. Oh, I have matters to attend to. Let them enjoy themselves. Just ensure they are well looked after, and charge everything to my account, Zhou Yan instructed. Of course, I will take care of it immediately. Please wait a moment, the manager replied respectfully. Zhou Yan nodded, standing quietly as he awaited her assistance. The manager proved efficient. Approximately 10 minutes later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Royal Dynasty. The manager rushed over. Hello, are you the driver? Yes, I'm pleased to assist you, came the reply. The car is over there. Here are the keys. Could you please bring it over? Zhou Yan tossed the Lamborghini keys to the driver. Zhao Tong, having witnessed this, felt a surge of indignation after being expelled from the bar. Unwilling to leave without a fight, she believed Zhou Yan had been deceiving her all along. At that moment, unable to contain herself, Zhao Tong charged out from behind Zhou Yan and the manager. Startled, the manager watched as Zhao Tong confronted Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan, what is your intention? Why have you been misleading me? Were you using your delivery job as a FAA all along, hiding your true identity? Zhou Yan, annoyed by her unreasonable demeanor, furrowed his brow and replied, yes, I concealed my true identity. What of it? I am now worth billions. And you have no connection to me whatsoever. Do not act so high and mighty. You mean nothing to me now. Leave. With that, Zhou Yan pushed past Zhao Tong and strode forward. She attempted to speak again, but he offered her no opportunity, leaving her stomping in frustration. Just then, the driver brought the Lamborghini around, and Zhou Yan climbed in with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Tong. I wish you luck in finding your golden prince, he mocked. Zhao Tong, flustered and at a loss for words, felt a wave of frustration wash over her as she watched Zhou Yan drive away, reveling in his enjoyment. She quietly murmured to herself, could it be true? Zhou Yan has really become a billionaire, and this dynasty bar along with that Lamborghini all belong to him? After the manager had sent Zhou Yan away, she overheard Zhao Tong muttering to herself. Approaching Zhao Tong, the manager sized her up and remarked, indeed, all of this is his. You aren't thinking of cozying up to a wealthy man, are you? What business is it of yours? Zhao Tong retorted with irritation. The manager shot her a disdainful glance, let out a cold laugh, and turned to sway her hips as she entered the bar. Zhao Tong gazed at the upscale bar, realizing that she would never have the chance to enter again, and felt a twinge of regret. However, she noticed numerous notifications. Zhou Yan was patiently clicking through them. Many beautiful profiles were pulsating, all wanting to add Zhou Yan on WeChat. Zhou Yan meticulously selected a few favorites and created a group chat to include them. By chance, he noticed Zhao Tong was also trying to add him, and he found her utterly ridiculous. He promptly deleted her message and permanently blacklisted her, ensuring she would vanish from his life. This materialistic woman made Zhou Yan grateful for their breakup. Otherwise, he would surely have regretted it. After arranging everything, Zhou Yan perused the group chat dedicated to shared purchases. He saw that everyone was praising his recent arrangements. Xiao Tao commented, ladies, the handsome guy recommended by Yin Yin today is indeed a big boss. How impressive. Miao Miao added, yes, and his wealthy friends are so attractive. Oh my. I think I might be falling for them. What should I do? Luo Luo replied, Miao Miao, that's unacceptable. You must give us a chance. It's not fair for you to monopolize them. Rong Rong chimed in, exactly. This is far too unfair. You can't possibly keep them all to yourself. Zhou Yan observed these fervent women, shaking his head in resignation, feeling speechless. Bored, he browsed through the WeChat groups and shared purchase chats, but found them increasingly tedious. Lying back, he randomly picked up some advertisements beside him and inadvertently stumbled upon listings for villas and apartments. This information ignited a spark within him, and his mind began to race. Suddenly, he sat up, muttering to himself, why not go take a look? Let's see what the current market is like. I have time to spare. Zhou Yan stood up and removed the designer clothes he found uncomfortable, opting instead for a casual outfit worth less than 100 yuan. Feeling far more at ease, he dismissed any concern about how others perceived him. As long as he was content, that was all that mattered. Without a second thought, he quickly transformed into an ordinary person before stepping out with a sense of excitement. Having lived here for many years, he recalled the time when he and Zhao Tong occupied this space together. Now, Zhou Yan had no desire to remain in this place. Everything related to Zhao Tong was something he wished to forget. The woman had been erased from his heart, and he felt fortunate for their separation. As he walked, he contemplated the type of house he desired, considering his requirements. Finding a place that resonated with him was no longer a daunting task. Upon arriving at the sales center, he looked around and found the environment quite pleasant. The sales representative, noticing Zhou Yan enter, approached him with a puzzled expression and inquired, Sir, how may I assist you today? Zhou Yan regarded the sales representative, who was quite attractive, and involuntarily glanced at her a couple of times. She became somewhat shy. But Zhou Yan gently said, Hello, I would like to see your villas and apartments. Could you please provide me with an introduction? I am looking for something with a good layout, ample natural light, and a north-south orientation, essentially, the best you have. Can you assist me with that? Chapter 11. A match of wits. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's request, the sales representative hesitated, unsure how to respond. Zhou Yan, sensing her hesitation, asked, What is the matter? Are you worried I might not afford it? The sales representative quickly shook her head, explaining, Sir, that is not it at all. I simply meant that our best villas come at a high price, and I wanted to know if you would be interested. Although Zhou Yan understood her implication, He genuinely admired her manner of speaking and her poise. The same words, delivered in a way that made him feel comfortable, feeling reassured. The sales representative smiled at Zhou Yan and said, "All right, please follow me." Zhou Yan followed her into the viewing area for villas and apartments. The sales representative, adopting a professional tone, asked, "Shall we begin, sir?" Zhou Yan nodded in agreement. The sales representative began her presentation with her specialized terminology. "Sir, please take a look here. This is our most luxurious and finest villa. Its orientation, lighting, and layout are all exceptional, and of course, the price is equally appealing." Zhou Yan smiled slightly, remaining silent. The sales representative continued. "This villa covers an area of approximately 400 square meters, featuring a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a charming children's room. Each bedroom includes its own private bathroom, offering convenience, and the kitchen is of an open concept. Additionally, the children's room is designed with a playful space for future enjoyment. There is also an outdoor balcony, a swimming pool, and a vast private garden, with an underground parking garage below. What do you think, sir? Are you satisfied?" Zhou Yan pondered for a moment before responding. "It's quite good. Overall, I find it rather appealing. I do like this layout. It genuinely excites me." Upon hearing this, the sales representative felt hopeful about her sales goals and bonuses for the month. She became even more attentive to Zhou Yan, providing detailed explanations. Zhou Yan pointed towards an apartment and asked, "Could you tell me more about the apartments and what distinguishes them from the villas?" The sales representative nodded, explaining, "Sir, the primary distinction between apartments and villas lies in the size. Apartments are generally smaller than villas. Moreover, most apartments are designed with 2 units per floor, typically around 200 square meters. Aside from that, there aren't many differences. Due to the smaller size, apartments lack outdoor balconies and swimming pools, which you can easily imagine as the main differences." Zhou Yan gathered a wealth of information regarding villas and apartments from the sales representative. This left him somewhat conflicted, unsure whether to purchase a villa or an apartment. As he contemplated, the sales representative sensed his silence and felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that all her efforts might lead to disappointment if he truly couldn't afford it. However, her professionalism shone through as she continued to provide attentive service. Throughout the past few days, the quality of service Zhou Yan received while dressed simply was unparalleled, with no hint of disdain, making him appreciate the exemplary service he was receiving. The sales representative remained by his side, ready for any decision he might make, even though he was struggling to commit. For this billionaire, it wasn't a matter of finances. However, Zhou Yan pondered whether his actions were somewhat ostentatious. He gazed at the apartments and villas for an extended period, noting a few onlookers who had come to view the properties. As they observed Zhou Yan's attire and saw him perched there, inspecting the villas and apartments, they began to whisper among themselves, questioning whether Zhou Yan might be a bit peculiar. This only served to render the real estate agent, who was supposed to introduce Zhou Yan to the properties, somewhat awkward. While Zhou Yan disregarded these furtive glances and continued to deliberate over whether he truly needed a villa or an apartment, a slightly plump man approached with a mocking expression. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, he did not pause but rather strode directly to him. Zhou Yan looked up at this unfamiliar man, who stood with his arms crossed and regarded him with an odd gaze. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Zhou Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? And why are you staring at me?" The man covered his mouth in a theatrical manner and said in a mocking tone, "Zhou Yan, don't you recognize me? What are you doing here instead of delivering your takeout? Surely you aren't here to buy property, are you? Have you struck it rich delivering food? That would indeed be a curious tale. Do share the secret with everyone." Zhou Yan felt a surge of anger at the man's remarks and racked his brain to recall who this mocking individual might be. After a considerable time, Zhou Yan suddenly remembered a former acquaintance from his village, one grade above him in school, who had bullied him quite a bit. Unexpectedly encountering him here, Zhou Yan retorted angrily, "Is that you, Zhang Xinwen?" "Indeed, it is I," Zhang Xinwen replied with disdain as he looked down on Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan thought to himself how unfortunate it was to encounter such a nemesis in this place. Zhang Xinwen was clearly relishing the opportunity to humiliate Zhou Yan. He lightly patted Zhou Yan on the shoulder and said, "Pauper, stop wandering around here and don't deceive those young ladies. They wait eagerly for customers every day, and your presence disrupts their work. If you can't afford to buy, don't toy with the staff." Zhou Yan, irritated, pushed Zhang Xinwen away and retorted, "Mind your own business. Who are you to say I'm deceiving anyone? How do you know I can't afford a home? Don't underestimate me. You may come to regret it." Chapter 12. The ex-girlfriend's harassment with the flattery of the staff. Zhou Yan's booking for a dual flight to Hainan for 5 days was successfully finalized. Elated, he took the documents and headed out to his Rolls-Royce, tossing the paperwork inside the car before driving off. The saleswomen at the real estate office stared in astonishment. He was the first person they had seen make a full cash payment for a villa since they began working. In their eyes, he was indeed impressive. Zhou Yan had just reclined on his bed when a notification appeared on his device. He quickly checked to find that he had acquired an 80% stake in the luxurious Kelly's Hotel in the city. Surprised, he mused. How curious that at isn't a full stake, only 80%. What could have gone awry? Where did that remaining 20% go? He pondered this as he sought to uncover the specifics. After resolving the matter, Zhou Yan recalled the lottery activity from earlier that day. Having finally won, he decided to take a break and clear his mind. He casually packed a few changes of clothes into his travel case, then lay down to rest while browsing a group chat to see what the gold diggers were discussing. Upon opening the group chat, he found it bustling with activity. Meow Meow wrote, "Ladies, shall we head to Kelly's hotel?" Xiao Tao asked, "What is going on?" Luo chimed in, "Did you discover something novel? Do share." Meow Meow replied, "Everyone, hurry and check online. There are many exciting events and activities. I believe numerous wealthy individuals will be present. It seems I might strike it rich." Lily exclaimed, "Really? This opportunity seems rare. We must not miss it. Ladies, let us organize a group." Meow Meow responded, "It seems we need 10 people. Let us get moving. Yan Yan, are you there? Say something." Zhou Yan began to engage with the group regarding the Kelly's hotel plan, quickly assisting them in organizing the arrangements. They were all exceptionally pleased with his efficiency. Xiao Tao asked, "Yan Yan, will you join us tomorrow?" Zhou Yan replied, "No. I'll be out for the next few days, so have fun. If you need anything, just call me in the group." With that, Zhou Yan set his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. When Zhou Yan opened his eyes, daylight had already broken, and the sales staff were calling to urge him. He hurriedly left his home and dashed to the airport, fearing he might miss his flight. Upon arrival, staff were waiting for him, and all the necessary procedures had been completed. Zhou Yan took over the paperwork and proceeded directly. Thus, he embarked on his 5-day dual flight to Hainan. Feeling as if he were soaring with joy the moment he boarded the plane. 2 hours later, they reached their destination, and Zhou Yan checked into the prearranged luxury hotel. Following this, he reviewed the itinerary for the trip, noting the warm climate and enchanting scenery. He had no regrets about visiting this place. Strolling along the beach, he savored the gentle sea breeze, a refreshing experience unlike any he had ever enjoyed. Though it was his first visit, his wealth afforded him unparalleled service, ensuring he was pampered like royalty. This unbothered existence, free from judgmental gazes, brought Zhou Yan profound contentment. Indeed, a life of wealth and status was the most enjoyable. Throughout his days of travel, Zhou Yan's spirits remained high. Each morning, he awoke to a cerulean sky and seagulls soaring above the ocean, which instantly lifted his mood. He began to realize that life is a continuous journey filled with diverse experiences and sights. This revelation was a refreshing perspective for Zhou Yan, who now found himself with considerable assets. Discovering the customs and culture of this beautiful, unfamiliar place was undeniably fascinating. Today marked the last day of his 5-day dual flight to Hainan, and Zhou Yan was determined not to waste it. He set out early, meandering through the streets and alleys, sampling local delicacies and visiting the region's most iconic sites. He wanted to leave with a memento and carefully selected gifts for himself. As he struggled to carry his growing collection, fatigue set in, prompting him to indulge in a warm bath before collapsing onto his large bed. As he began to scroll through messages, he was surprised to find the group chat overflowing with notifications. He meticulously reviewed each message, noticing that the gold diggers had swiftly completed their arrangements for the Kelly's hotel. In just a matter of minutes, Zhou Yan felt a surge of happiness. As long as these materialistic women were pleased, he could amass a fortune, and that sensation was truly delightful. After browsing for a while, his eyes began to grow heavy, and he set down his phone. Zhou Yan then drifted into a sweet slumber, where he seemed to hear the voice of the system notifying him of his rewards. He knew that he had earned a substantial amount this time, making even his dreams feel exquisite. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks jolted Zhou Yan from his slumber, and he quickly regained his senses. He bolted upright in bed, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. In an instant, he jumped out of bed, muttering to himself, "Oh no, I'm going to miss my flight." With that, Zhou Yan dashed into the bathroom, splashed water on his face, grabbed his luggage, and ran out. Chapter 13. The commotion. Fortunately, Zhou Yan had packed his bags the night before, fearing that his old habits would resurface and, as expected, he was running late. When he opened the door, he found a frantic attendant waiting for him. "Sir, you've finally woken up. The shuttle to the airport is waiting for you outside. Hurry, or you'll miss it," the attendant exclaimed in one breath. Zhou Yan didn't have time to acknowledge the attendant and rushed outside, only to see the shuttle had already started. "Wait," Zhou Yan called out as he gasped for breath while climbing aboard the bus, feeling a slight relief wash over him. Once on the bus, a smiling lady said, "Sir, Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt, as we are about to depart. Embarrassed, Zhou Yan nodded and complied. Seated in the first-class section, he relished the special treatment. 2 hours later, he safely landed on his homeland, which brought a familiar sense of warmth to his heart. As he arrived at his doorstep and pulled out his keys to unlock the door, a shadow darted out from behind him. Startled, Zhou Yan turned around to find a familiar yet unwelcome face standing before him. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Yan asked Zhao Tong, who wore a friendly expression. "I've been waiting for you. Where have you been these past few days? I came looking for you every day, but you were always away. Have you traveled far?" Zhou Yan shot her a disdainful glance and replied, "What does it matter to you? Why are you looking for me? If you have something to say it quickly. I don't wish to see you. By the way, I forgot to mention, I went on a trip." Upon hearing that Zhou Yan had traveled, Zhao Tong's face filled with envy. "Where did you go?" she asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Zhou Yan felt a wave of disgust wash over him at her eager expression. He coldly retorted, "That's none of your concern. Just leave me alone." Zhao Tong, with a sycophantic smile, blocked Zhou Yan's path and pleaded, "Zhou Yan, could you give me another chance? I know I was wrong before. Even though I've been away all these years, I've always cherished your kindness. Can we get back together? I promise to listen to you and won't be stubborn anymore." In an instant, Zhou Yan understood the purpose of Zhao Tong's visit. Her words reminded him of all the sacrifices he had made for her in the past. Each time, rather than expressing gratitude, she would endlessly belittle him. Reflecting on this made Zhou Yan feel a chill in his heart. He had no desire to see this woman again. "Get away from me," Zhou Yan snapped. "Don't bring up the past. It's part of my dark history. We have no future, so there is no need to discuss the present." With that, he shoved Zhao Tong aside and stepped through the door, slamming it shut behind him. Bang! Zhou Yan forcefully shut the door, leaving Zhao Tong outside. It seemed that the path to reconciliation was no longer viable. Frustrated, Zhao Tong sulked and pouted, pounding on Zhou Yan's door. "Zhou Yan, what makes you so special? I've already apologized, and you're still not satisfied. What more do you want?" Hearing Zhao Tong's ruckus outside, Zhou Yan impatiently shouted back, "Leave. I don't know you. Stop causing a disturbance. It's disruptive." Realizing that Zhou Yan was resolute in denying her any chance, Zhao Tong angrily kicked his door and muttered, "Just wait, Zhou Yan. I want to let this go. You dare to deceive me? We shall see." Afterward, Zhao Tong reluctantly left, not wanting to draw the ire of the neighbors with her outburst. Once silence fell outside, Zhou Yan cautiously peered through the peephole and, upon seeing no sign of Zhao Tong, felt a sense of relief. In the past, he had cherished and adored her, constantly considering her feelings. However, he now felt utterly devoid of emotion towards Zhao Tong. The sight of her only filled him with distaste. After Zhao Tong departed, she remained unsatisfied and pondered ways to get closer to Zhou Yan. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan reclined on the sofa, lazily scrolling through WeChat groups. He intended to visit the Kelly's Grand Hotel, having never set foot there since its opening, curious about its atmosphere. In the WeChat group, a bunch of pretentious socialites appeared to be in a frenzy, all eager to enjoy the presidential suite at Kelly's Grand Hotel. The cost for one night in the suite was no trivial amount. These socialites banded together, pooling their resources. The total expense for a night in the presidential suite, along with the minimum consumption, amounted to an impressive 10,000 yuan, a feat they undertook merely to flaunt their status. From the top floor of Kelly's Grand Hotel, Zhou Yan observed the multitude of ostentatiously dressed women making their way inside. He remained hidden from view, but he spotted Zhao Tong among them, the vain woman he had long since grown weary of. As he watched, the elevator ascended slowly, and he could hear the women discussing how to latch onto wealthy suitors. Zhou Yan chose to ignore them, waiting for the women to enter the presidential suite. Upon their entrance, a chorus of excited shrieks erupted. The suite, far superior to any ordinary room, dazzled them with its opulence. Everything within was of the highest quality, adorned in gold and splendor. And the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view. "Wow, this is stunning. No wonder it's the most famous presidential suite in the city. I absolutely love it. I must show it off," exclaimed Xiao Wei, one of the wealthiest among these gold diggers, whose parents were involved in the import business. Chapter 14. The invitation. As the only child in her family, her net worth was already in the millions. However, Zhou Yan held no interest in these women. He knew them all too well and had no desire to become entangled with such materialistic individuals again, especially after his experiences with Zhao Tong. As soon as Xiao Wei entered, she immediately claimed the best spot by the floor-to-ceiling windows and began to boast. "Laman, ladies, hurry up and capture these moments. This is truly a splendid opportunity." Prompted by Lanan's exhortation, the others began to stir, striking a myriad of poses, eager to use every backdrop available, hoping to attract potential suitors. In no time, the social media feeds and group chats of Zhou Yan were inundated with the ostentatious displays of these materialistic women. Zhou Yan observed with a hint of boredom, shaking her head disapprovingly. Soon, the photos they shared incited a barrage of attention. Where are you, beautiful? You look stunning. Shall we meet up for drinks? Hey, gorgeous. How about a movie and a late-night snack on me? As these individuals vied for attention, the gold diggers began to sift through their options, scouting for their next targets. Zhao Tong's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the messages, even perusing the profiles of potential candidates. Suddenly, one message caught her eye, prompting her to click on the sender's profile. Hey, beautiful. Want to come hang out? Waiting for you. It was Song Yuanxiao. Zhao Tong gasped in surprise. She recalled vividly the last time Zhou Yan had expelled her from the royal bar, where Song Yuanxiao had been her intended target. Unbeknownst to her, fate had brought them back to the same place. Of course, a beauty is always a beauty, eternally radiant and charming, captivating the hearts of many. Where are you? Just 100 meters south at the luxurious club, waiting for you. Zhao Tong felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. She longed to forge a connection with Song Yuanxiao, as hopes of reconciling with Zhou Yan had dimmed. She resolved to redirect her affections, seeking a wealthy heir more to her liking. While these gold diggers outwardly cooperated, inwardly, each harbored jealousy towards the others. Fearing that their own benefactors might be snatched away, they remained wary of one another, shrouded in secrecy, anxious that their hidden intentions might be unveiled. The presidential suite had become a symbol of their ostentatious displays of wealth, akin to their very assets. Zhou Yan, however, remained indifferent. As long as they were willing to indulge, she quietly amassed her fortune, unconcerned whether they entangled themselves with rich suitors or wealthy heirs. As long as they continued to pool resources, the digits in Zhou Yan's bank account would steadily rise. A mansion had substantially diminished her bank balance, but her goal was to replenish it swiftly. This was Zhou Yan's true aim, and she kept a close watch on the movements of these individuals. The entire Kelly's Grand Hotel buzzed with vibrant energy, its business thriving. Even the ordinary rooms were fully booked, all eager to experience the ambience and service. It felt as though a single stay at Kelly's would elevate their status. Crowded and clamoring, Zhou Yan watched the revenue soar, a sense of pride swelling within her. The nightlife had only just begun, and these faux socialites and wealthy heirs were keenly on the lookout. Bored, Zhou Yan strolled aimlessly in her room, contemplating her ennui. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to step outside for some fresh air. Just as she donned her outfit and prepared to leave, an unexpected call interrupted her. Noticing the unfamiliar number, she initially ignored it, but the caller persisted. Reluctantly, Zhou Yan answered. Hello, may I ask who is calling? A melodious yet sweet voice greeted her on the other end. Hello, is this Zhou Yan, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yan was momentarily taken aback before replying. Yes, this is Mr. Zhou. I'm the manager of Kelly's Grand Hotel. There's a banquet in the presidential suite this evening, and we would like to invite you to attend. What kind of banquet? Zhou Yan inquired, astonished. It's the engagement party of renowned designer David and the acclaimed actor Hua Zai. They specifically requested your presence. I will send you the invitation shortly. Zhou Yan hesitated, pondering whether to accept. At that moment, a notification from the system piqued her interest. Attending this engagement party would yield a reward of 10 million yuan. Surprised, she hadn't anticipated such a substantial reward for merely attending an engagement. Clearly, it was worth joining the festivities. After a moment's consideration, she asked, At what time does the engagement party commence? It begins at 11. You have ample time. All right. I understand. I will prepare now. Please send me the invitation. Of course, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yan had initially planned to unwind, but now that opportunity had slipped away. She opened her wardrobe, inspecting her sole designer outfit, and decided to wear it. Soon, she donned the outfit and meticulously groomed herself before heading out in a Rolls-Royce. Not long after, she arrived at Kelly's Grand Hotel, where staff awaited her arrival. A courteous attendant approached her, bowing respectfully. Welcome to Kelly's Grand Hotel, Mr. Zhou. Please let us know if you need anything. Zhou Yan tossed the car keys to him, saying, Please park my car in the underground garage and deliver the keys to the front desk. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Chapter 15. Blessings. A beautiful young lady approached, her sparkling eyes fixed on Zhou Yan. Out of politeness, Zhou Yan offered a slight smile. Mr. Zhou, you've arrived, she inquired. Zhou Yan nodded, and the young lady, radiating joy, continued, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Yun, the manager of Kelly's Grand Hotel. Ms. Wang, you were the one who called to inform me, correct? Zhou Yan asked courteously. Wang Yun nodded, saying, Yes, here is your invitation. The electronic version has been sent to your phone. Please check it. As there is still time, would you like to visit the 20th floor? We have prepared a lavish spread for you to preview. Zhou Yan smiled gently. Thank you. Under manager Wang Yun's guidance, Zhou Yan explored the venue. As time drew near, she made her way to the presidential suite on the top floor, invitation in hand. Along the way, she encountered numerous dignitaries, all exuding elegance and wealth, impeccably tailored in their attire. Zhou Yan was taken aback, silently contemplating the lavishness of the event. The guests in attendance were undoubtedly of high status. Adjusting her outfit, she deliberately showcased her luxurious watch to affirm her own standing. She didn't wish to be underestimated as she entered the venue, which had been festively adorned. Every detail was custom-made, epitomizing international standards of luxury. This was the most extravagant engagement party Zhou Yan had ever witnessed. The scale was truly awe-inspiring. She could only imagine the grandeur of the actual wedding. Upon arriving, she was greeted with drinks by the staff and began mingling with the elite and affluent guests. Those invited were all millionaires. And Zhou Yan seized the opportunity to establish connections, hopeful that these encounters might lead to future collaborations. Zhou Yan harbored intentions, as the individuals present here possessed exceptional qualities. This was the most impactful occasion Zhou Yan had ever attended. After leisurely strolling around, he settled into a quieter corner. Taking a moment to glance at his phone, he noticed the chatter among the faux socialites in their WeChat group beginning to stir. Meow meow, is anyone there? Luo Luo, I'm here. Meow meow. Do you have any good news? Meow meow, of course. Have you heard? The engagement banquet of international designer David and movie star Hua Zai at the presidential suite of the Kelly's Hotel is set to commence at 11 o'clock today. Xiao Tao, is that true? Is the news confirmed? Li Li, absolutely. I just saw it too, but we have no way of getting in. They are all affluent elites and rising stars, all with invitations. What do we count as? Luo Luo, Li is right. Let us not get our hopes up. Xiao Tao, I envy you all so much. When will we ever be free to mingle in such elite circles? What a feeling that would be. The faux socialites expressed their envy, eager to find a way to penetrate the exclusive gathering. Zhou Yan observed this with a cold smirk, fully aware of these women. Where there are wealthy individuals, news spreads like wildfire among them. Zhou Yan was curious to see how these faux socialites would manage to gain entry this time. He anticipated witnessing their covetous expressions, and as he imagined the scene, a shiver ran down his spine. Just as this image formed in his mind, he heard the host beginning to speak. Zhou Yan raised his glass and strolled over, only to see a pair of golden youth approaching the crowd hand in hand. He felt a twinge of envy for their love. It is truly rare for two people to meet and fall in love. Silently, he wished them eternal happiness in the presence of witnesses. As the host offered blessings, everyone raised their glasses in celebration of the newlyweds. Zhou Yan was touched by the radiant smiles they wore. When the melodious music began to play, everyone started to dance gracefully, and Zhou Yan, compelled by the sweet atmosphere, reluctantly joined in. Just as he was feeling uplifted, a familiar figure materialized before him. Zhou Yan contemplated turning away to avoid any interaction, but unexpectedly, the figure noticed him and swiftly blocked his path. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan slowly raised his head, calmly meeting his gaze. The other man frowned slightly and said, "It really is you, Zhou Yan. I'm not mistaken, am I?" Zhou Yan elegantly smiled, shrugged, and replied, "Indeed, it's me. Long time no see. Zhou Yan, are you sure you're in the right place? Don't you fear being exposed?" Zhao Weiting inquired, scrutinizing Zhou Yan. They had been classmates in university, and back then, Zhao Weiting was quite the figure. Everyone envied his privileged background while Zhou Yan, delivering takeout to make ends meet, was often overlooked and ridiculed by Zhao Weiting and his peers. What a twist of fate to encounter him here after all these years. Zhao Weiting retained his arrogant demeanor, but in such a setting, Zhou Yan preferred to avoid confrontation. Hearing the disdain in Zhao Weiting's tone, Zhou Yan smiled faintly and replied, "Why should it matter? I was invited just like anyone else, and my identity is of no consequence." Zhao Weiting's pride was slightly bruised by Zhou Yan's nonchalance. He raised his voice, declaring, "How does a delivery person even make it in here? This is a gathering of elites. You should stop pretending." Zhou Yan maintained his composure, displaying an air of indifference and refusing to engage in a quarrel. Observing Zhou Yan's calmness, Zhao Weiting sensed the curiosity in the eyes of those around them. Zhou Yan calmly stated, "And what of it? Every occupation deserves respect. As everyone works hard for their livelihood, why be so harsh? You follow your path, and I'll follow mine. We need not clash. Focus on your own matters instead of fixating on others. It only leads to unnecessary stress." After saying this, Zhou Yan intended to leave, but Zhao Weiting seemed unwilling to relent. He sought to humiliate Zhou Yan in front of the prominent guests. With an air of superiority, Zhao Weiting looked down at Zhou Yan and said, "Are you defending yourself? Or are you planning to flee now that I've revealed your identity?" One must be mindful of their standing. Not every occasion is suitable for their presence. Doing so only invites ridicule, understand? At that moment, a crowd began to gather around them. Meanwhile, Wang Yun, due to her work, sensed something amiss with the gathering of people and hurried over, witnessing Zhou Yan being insulted by Zhao Weiting. Anger surged within her at Zhao Weiting's haughty attitude. With a smile, she navigated through the crowd to stand before Zhou Yan and Zhao Weiting, saying, "Mr. Zhou, there you are? I've been looking for you. What is going on?" Zhou Yan turned to the manager, Wang Yun. She smiled at Zhao Weiting and asked, "Sir, is there something about our service at the Kelly's Hotel that displeases you? If you have any concerns, please bring them to me. Let us not trouble our boss here." Zhao Weiting was utterly taken aback by her words, astonished to learn that Zhou Yan was the owner of the Kelly's Hotel. Wang Yun continued with a smile. "It's true, and Mr. Zhou is here by direct invitation from David and Hua Zai." Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiting's face turned slightly pale, and the gazes of those around shifted dramatically. Their previous doubts about Zhou Yan transformed into smiles, with many eager to engage him in conversation. Zhou Yan, wishing to maintain the celebratory atmosphere, reminded himself that today's protagonists were David and Hua Zai. He didn't want trivial matters to spoil their joyful occasion. So he raised his glass and graciously addressed the crowd. "It's merely a misunderstanding. Please, enjoy yourselves." Zhou Yan attempted to alleviate the awkward tension, while Zhao Weiting felt his pride wounded. His intention to showcase his status among the elites had backfired, rendering him the subject of ridicule. Zhao Weiting felt discomfort, realizing Zhou Yan's current standing was beyond his reach. However, Zhou Yan was genuinely angered by Zhao Weiting's attempt to humiliate him in such a setting. He felt grateful for Wang Yun's timely intervention. Without her, this farce might have continued indefinitely, potentially affecting David and Hua Zai's mood, which would reflect poorly on the Kelly's Hotel. Zhou Yan harbors a hint of admiration for Wang Yun. His timely arrival allows him to assume the role of manager at the Kelly's Hotel. His wisdom is undoubtedly exceptional, and such trivial conflicts should be easily resolved by Wang Yun, sparing the hotel any trouble. Thus, this misunderstanding dissipates and tranquility is restored as guests continue to dance exuberantly. However, Zhou Yan finds himself disinterested, merely wishing for the engagement ceremony to conclude swiftly. Zhao Weiting, observing Zhou Yan exiting with the manager, feels a deep dissatisfaction. He doubts Zhou Yan's identity, having known him for 4 years during their university days when Zhou Yan was impoverished, struggling to make ends meet with his meager allowance, often resorting to food delivery to survive. His tuition fees were only covered through scholarships, allowing him to complete his studies. Now, seeing Zhou Yan appear in such a position is hard for Zhao Weiting to believe. A sudden thought strikes him, and he closely follows Zhou Yan and the manager, unexpectedly blocking Zhou Yan's path. With an overbearing tone, he accuses Zhou Yan, stating, "You are deceiving me. Don't think that merely conversing with a manager can validate your identity. Everyone knows your true purpose here: to mingle with social elites and wealthy benefactors to gain their sympathy and support for your living expenses. You think I, Zhao Weiting, can be easily fooled? Your impoverished appearance is something you can never change." Initially, Zhou Yan intended to warn Zhao Weiting, and although his words were brusque, he wished to overlook the matter for the sake of David and Hua Zai. However, Zhao Weiting's audacity is beyond expectation. Shen Weiting aims to embarrass Zhou Yan, exposing his true identity before everyone. Just as peace had settled, Shen Weiting's interference draws the attention of the crowd. Coincidentally, Zhao Tong and others have also arrived at the Kelly's Hotel's presidential suite. They had exerted considerable effort to obtain counterfeit invitations to gain access. Observing Zhou Yan being targeted, Zhao Tong stands silently to the side, scrutinizing the unfolding events. Since the incident at the royal bar, she has harbored doubts about Zhou Yan's identity, uncertain whether he is merely pretending or genuinely has become affluent. Several times she has sought confirmation, but Zhou Yan has consistently rebuffed her, displaying an aversion to her presence. Thus, this matter remains unresolved. With a gleeful expression, Zhao Tong remarks, "It seems today presents a splendid opportunity. Zhou Yan's true identity will likely be revealed soon." Zhou Yan grows increasingly irritated by Zhao Weiting's obstruction. He impatiently glances at Zhao Weiting, asking, "Do you have any sense? What occasion is this? Must you create such a scene to feel satisfied?" Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Zhao Weiting assumes he has deduced correctly, believing Zhou Yan is concealing his identity as a delivery worker. Now, Zhao Weiting's eagerness to provoke Zhou Yan only aggravates the situation. Chapter 17. Unfathomable Identity with Arms Crossed. Zhao Weiting glares at Zhou Yan, declaring, "Everyone, come see. This is a so-called delivery worker, here with ulterior motives. Now that I have exposed his identity, despite his attempts to conceal his past, I want to grant him the opportunity to understand the significance of this occasion. Does the Kelly's Hotel not have security measures in place?" Zhou Yan witnesses Zhao Weiting disrupting the atmosphere, prompting David and Hua Zai to approach. Zhou Yan calmly addresses David, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I will resolve this matter immediately." After uttering these words, he turns his furious gaze toward Zhao Weiting, warning, "Zhao Weiting, consider leaving yourself an exit." I advise you one last time. If you persist in this folly, do not blame me for being ungracious. Think of the embarrassment you will face in front of everyone. Zhou Whiting, perceiving Zhou Yan's words as a threat, feels his anger surge. He scowls at Zhou Yan, retorting, "Stop with your empty threats. You lack the capability." Zhou Yan recognizes that Zhou Whiting is unyielding, intent on making him a laughingstock before the crowd. Even now, he has drawn David and Huazai's attention, which Zhou Yan cannot tolerate. He gazes at Zhou Whiting with fury, stating, "You will soon regret this. Manager Wang, contact the security personnel immediately and have this man removed. Furthermore, ensure he is banned from the Palace Hotel from this day forth." "Yes, Mr. Zhou," replies the manager, as all eyes are upon Zhou Yan managing the situation. The manager hastily departs. Moments later, several security personnel stride in behind the manager, exuding an intimidating presence. Zhou Whiting senses the shift in atmosphere, realizing something is amiss as the manager approaches him with the security team. Zhou Yan merely nods, prompting the manager to instruct the security personnel, "This is the one. Remove him. From now on, add him to the blacklist. He shall never enter the Palace Hotel again." The security personnel sees Zhou Whiting, disregarding his struggles. Zhao Tong, hidden nearby, is left speechless, entirely convinced that Zhou Yan indeed possesses substantial influence. If he lacked a significant status, how could he act with such impunity? Although Zhou Whiting has some standing to be at the hotel, witnessing such public humiliation at Zhou Yan's hands is truly self-inflicted disgrace. The crowd erupts in astonished murmurs as Zhou Yan approaches, apologizing, "I sincerely regret disturbing everyone's enjoyment. I apologize on behalf of the Palace Hotel." David and Huazai express satisfaction with Zhou Yan's handling of the incident. Zhou Yan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, extends a friendly hand to David and Huazai, stating, "I am truly sorry for the unexpected circumstances. I had no intention of causing a scene, and I regret how things have escalated. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." David and Huazai quickly assure Zhou Yan, "It's all right. Now that the matter is resolved, please enjoy yourselves. We wish you a joyous engagement, hoping you cherish a lifetime together." As Zhou Whiting is dragged away by security, he continues to shout defiantly, desperately attempting to escape their grasp. This was a hard-won entry, and now he finds himself cast out by Zhou Yan, banned from the Palace Hotel forever. If his classmates were to learn of this, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. They truly did not know Zhou Yan's true identity. Zhou Whiting cannot fathom the thought of being overshadowed by Zhou Yan, fearing the inevitable gossip that would ensue. Having once basked in the glory of their university days, he is loath to accept that he might now be outshone by Zhou Yan. "Allow me to elucidate. It is truly not as you envision. This is all a misunderstanding. If you would let me in, I shall personally apologize to Mr. Zhou. We are university classmates, and he will surely forgive me," Zhou Whiting implored, his persistence unwavering. However, the security personnel remained indifferent, utterly disregarding Zhou Whiting's words. With an impassive expression, they barred him from approaching the Carless Grand Hotel. Once these matters were settled, the entire banquet returned to normalcy, and lively conversations resumed among the guests. David and Huazai took Zhou Yan aside for a brief chat before swiftly returning to their own affairs. Zhou Yan felt a persistent buzzing in his head. Having spent the entire day amidst the cacophony of voices and music, engaging with the affluent attendees had indeed become a source of mild irritation for him. Feeling utterly exhausted, he placed his phone on the table and headed for a hot bath. Immersed in the soothing warmth, he unwittingly drifted into slumber for about 20 minutes. Awakened by the ringing of his phone, he rose, donning his favorite bathrobe, and reclined on the sofa, perusing his mobile device. In the class group chat, his peers were fervently discussing the upcoming New Year's Eve party. With the event just days away, they were eager to gather and rekindle their long-standing friendships. Since graduating from university, they had not convened, and under the collective suggestion, they decided to ask their former class monitor, Chen Ying, to organize the gathering. The classmates enthusiastically signed up to participate in the WeChat group, yet in the end, Zhou Yan remained conspicuously silent. Out of politeness, Chen Ying persistently called out to Zhou Yan in the chat. She hoped that the unpleasant incident they had experienced at the mall would be forgotten, wishing for him to overlook past grievances. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Everyone in their class had heard about Zhou Yan's delivery job. However, the fact that he was affluent remained known only to Chen Ying and the recently mentioned Zhou Whiting. They had not shared their encounters with Zhou Yan with the rest of their classmates. "My dear class monitor, does Zhou Yan even have time? He must still be delivering food. If he delays a customer's meal, he risks complaints, so please be patient," Yang Rongrong remarked. Indeed, class monitor, please show some leniency." Ma Chang added, "We are all classmates. We must be understanding of Zhou Yan. He is not having it easy, borrowing a friend's Rolls-Royce for deliveries. What a spectacle that deliver man is," Yang Jisheng chimed in. Let us not be so direct. It may embarrass him, Zhou Liqiang cautioned. Chuning watched as her classmates took turns ridiculing Zhou Yan, feeling at a loss for words. She could only quietly observe as they offended him. If they knew Zhou Yan's current status, they would surely be astonished. However, she had no intention of revealing this information, while on the other side. Zhao Whiting silently watched the unfolding drama. The events of the day still vivid in his mind. He realized that should he disclose the truth, he would become the subject of ridicule in the WeChat group. Rubbing his arm, still sore from being shoved by security, he felt a surge of resentment. Continue to offend Zhou Yan without a care, he thought. He is no longer merely a delivery man. You will see your comeuppance when you find yourselves in a similar predicament. Zhou Yan browsed through the WeChat group, aware that his classmates were discussing him without any regard. He understood their disdain but remained undeterred, confident that one day he would earn their respect. He would make them regret their words, dismissing their mockery. Chening. I will be there, he replied. Great, Zhou Yan. We shall see you at the gathering, she responded. By the way, what car will you be driving? Let the classmates see it, he added with a hint of sarcasm. Laughter erupted in the group as some classmates sent humorous emojis, mocking the idea that a delivery driver could arrive in an impressive vehicle. Over the years since their graduation, everyone had thrived in various fields, while Zhou Yan remained the exception, perpetually viewed as just a delivery man. He glanced at the derisive messages and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Tossing his phone aside, he found their attitudes utterly superficial, lacking any sense of decency or respect for others. Even as a delivery man, he worked hard for his livelihood and deserved better treatment. Zhou Yan felt that their narrow-mindedness was troubling, and he didn't want to stoop to their level. Chapter 18. Wanda Plaza. Initially, his classmates had little faith in him. Zhou Yan couldn't afford to appear disheveled at the New Year's gathering. He did not wish to become the subject of their ridicule. Rising, he opened his wardrobe, only to find that apart from the expensive outfit he had purchased for 50,000 yuan, the rest of his closet was filled with inexpensive clothing, unfit for public outings. Reluctantly, he decided to buy a new outfit, one that would be suitable for the New Year's event. His thoughts turned to Wanda Plaza, where he believed he would find more upscale attire appropriate for the occasion. Without hesitation, he made his way to Wanda Plaza. Upon arriving, he was greeted by throngs of people preparing for the new year, each carrying various items. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 18th floor and made a beeline for the menswear boutique. As Zhou Yan stepped out of the elevator, he began to browse the stores for something appealing. After visiting several shops, he finally spotted a suit that caught his eye. He pushed open the door and entered, greeted by two women who appeared to be sales assistants. Welcome to the men's clothing store at Wanda Plaza, one of them chirped sweetly. As he walked in, a woman clad in a white shirt approached him. Upon seeing Zhou Yan, she momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained her composure. Sir, how may I assist you? She inquired, a hint of disbelief creeping into her voice. Is this suit for you? She asked, slightly incredulous. Of course. Is there anyone else here? Zhou Yan retorted. Meanwhile, the other woman scrutinized him with a dismissive gaze, remaining seated and indifferent, as if he had not entered at all. Feeling displeased by their lack of hospitality, Zhou Yan chose not to confront them directly and continued to browse for clothing. However, after a prolonged period without assistance, he spotted a deep blue suit that looked promising. Just as he reached out to touch it, a sales assistant hastily approached him. Wait a moment. Do not touch with your hands. You will dirty the clothes. Can you afford to compensate for that? You ought to consider the price of this garment before assuming you have the right to touch it. Have you even reflected on your own status? How dare you come here to waste time as if we have nothing better to do? The attendant muttered disdainfully. What did you just say? Zhou Yan asked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. Is this how you treat your guests? Are you judging people by their appearance? Zhou Yan questioned, his irritation growing. The attendant was at a loss for words, yet her demeanor remained obstinately rude, showing no sign of remorse. This greatly unsettled Zhou Yan, who expressed his discontent. I truly did not expect such unacceptable service at Wanda Plaza. Where is your manager? As Zhou Yan sought to locate the manager, the attendant retorted angrily, do you think our manager is someone you can just meet at your whim? Look at your attire, barely worth 100 yuan. Have you come here to embarrass yourself? Our leniency in not throwing you out should suffice. Be grateful for that. We have our own tasks to attend to. So please leave. Seeing that they regarded him with such disdain, Zhou Yan lost interest in selecting clothes. Frustrated, he pulled out his phone, searching for a long time before finally finding Li Hua's number. When Zhou Yan dialed, he spoke with a hint of displeasure, managerly. I am at the high-end men's clothing store on the 18th floor, and they are trying to throw me out. What should I do? Upon hearing this, Li Hua panicked and replied anxiously, Mr. Zhou, I will be there shortly. Please hold on. The attendant, overhearing Zhou Yan's call, scoffed. You can't even find our manager, and yet you act as if you have some authority. Do you really think your status is sufficient? Zhou Yan sneered. In 3 minutes. You will understand whether my status is enough. You are far too superficial and sycophantic. I warn you, do not look down on others. The world is filled with all types of people. How dare you insult me? The attendant glared furiously. Did I insult anyone? Is there anyone here? Zhou Yan retorted. This time, Zhou Yan was genuinely angry. He had not anticipated such atrocious behavior from the staff. It was utterly unacceptable. He sat there, waiting for Li Hua to arrive. Curious to see the attendants' expressions upon his arrival. They seemed to think that no one could hold them accountable. As Zhou Yan remained seated, the attendants grew increasingly uncomfortable. Muttering amongst themselves, he chose to ignore them, knowing someone would soon address their behavior on his behalf. 1 minute passed, then 2, and finally 3. Zhou Yan was beginning to lose patience when he heard the attendants mock him. 3 minutes? Do you really think you are someone of importance? Just as he was about to confront them, a figure rushed in. Zhou Yan smirked at the attendants. Do you recognize that person? Does he look familiar? When the attendants turned to see Li Hua entering in a fluster, their expressions soured. Zhou Yan, uninterested in their response, watched as Li Hua hurriedly approached him, breathless and apologizing profusely. Chapter 19. Apology. Zhou Yan regarded the panting Li Hua with a stern expression, devoid of even the slightest smile. It seems you all ought to reconsider your roles here. It's clear you have forgotten your responsibilities. Is there any reason for you to remain? Li Hua unleashed a tirade upon the 2 attendants, who trembled in fear. They hurriedly approached Zhou Yan, profusely apologizing. Sir, we sincerely apologize. It was our oversight to offend you. Hearing them call Zhou Yan sir, Li Hua was furious, stomping his foot in frustration. What do you mean, sir? He is the landlord of Wanda Plaza. Do you now comprehend his identity? Upon realizing Zhou Yan's status, the attendant's eyes widened in shock, repeatedly apologizing. Mr. Zhou, we are truly sorry. We failed to recognize you. Please forgive us. Grant us another chance. Zhou Yan was incensed by their sudden obsequiousness, irritated by their earlier disdain. He impatiently looked at Li Hua and stated, handle this as you see fit. I do not wish to see these 2 here again. Li Hua immediately grasped Zhou Yan's intent. With Zhou Yan's word, he had no choice but to comply. He turned to the 2 attendants, his voice stern. Do you still not understand? Mr. Zhou no longer wishes to see you. You are henceforth banned from Wanda Plaza. This is the consequence of your actions. Do not blame others for your misfortune. Security, escort them out. Do not allow them to disrupt Mr. Zhou's experience. Zhou Yan sat quietly, observing Li Hua manage the situation, devoid of any sympathy for the attendants. He had no tolerance for such behavior, and their insolence had crossed a line. The attendants begged for forgiveness, pleading for another opportunity. However, Zhou Yan was unmoved. Recalling their earlier treatment of him left him feeling uneasy. He paid them no mind as security swiftly removed them, leaving only Li Hua and Zhou Yan in the store. Zhou Yan pointed to a deep blue suit and said, I will take that, along with the shirts and ties nearby. Please wrap them up. And this pair of shoes as well. Tally it all up so I can pay with my card. Li Hua efficiently gathered Zhou Yan's selections, presenting them respectfully before him with a forced smile. Mr. Zhou, everything you requested is here. You can rest assured. Zhou Yan nodded slowly, and in an effort to ease the tension, Li Hua attempted to engage Zhou Yan in conversation. Eager to lighten the mood after witnessing his earlier displeasure, the sight of Zhou Yan's dark expression made Li Hua's heart race. He had not anticipated such a significant issue arising from the actions of the 2 attendants. Fortunately, Zhou Yan did not hold Li Hua accountable after addressing the matter. He chose not to dwell on it, which relieved Li Hua greatly. He was concerned that Zhou Yan might blame him for the incident, fearing for his own job due to the staff's behavior at Wanda Plaza. However, it appeared that Zhou Yan had already extended considerable grace to Li Hua, for which he was deeply appreciative. Zhou Yan produced a gold card from his pocket, placing it in front of Li Hua and saying, please process the payment. Li Hua quickly waved his hands. Mr. Zhou, given that the attendants have offended you today, it is only right that we waive the charges. Please select whatever else you need without hesitation. Li Hua was reluctant to accept Zhou Yan's card, acknowledging that the incident was entirely the fault of the staff. It was essential for Wanda Plaza to face guests with genuine sincerity, especially after causing Zhou Yan distress. Zhou Yan observed that Li Hua declined to accept his bank card, and with a subtle smile, he remarked, let us be clear, you should accept it. Li Hua hastily responded, Mr. Zhou, please do not be so courteous. Quickly take back your card. If there is no need, I shall personally see you out. Noting Li Hua's refusal to accept his bank card, Zhou Yan ceased his insistence and tucked the card away into his garment. Li Hua promptly stepped forward, picked up the items Zhou Yan had just purchased, and with a beaming smile, accompanied him out of the store. Their departure attracted considerable attention. The patrons within Wanda Plaza were largely unfamiliar with Zhou Yan. However, they recognized Li Hua, who, despite rarely appearing there, was undoubtedly the manager of Wanda Plaza. It was quite peculiar to see Li Hua, usually so reserved, so deferentially accompanying Zhou Yan. This unusual sight prompted speculation among the onlookers about Zhou Yan's true identity as whispers circulated behind their backs. Li Hua escorted Zhou Yan to the entrance, meticulously placing the items onto the hood of Zhou's Rolls-Royce. Turning to Li Hua, Zhou Yan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Manager Li, I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to." "Safe travels, Mr. Zhou," Li Hua replied courteously. As Zhou Yan drove away from Wanda Plaza, Li Hua exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead and murmuring, "Heavens, I was truly frightened. Who would have guessed that Mr. Zhou would appear here unexpectedly and be offended?" The very thought sent a shiver down Li Hua's spine. If Zhou Yan had chosen to pursue the matter, the repercussions would not have fallen solely upon the two waitstaff, but could have ensnared many others. Li Hua re-entered Wanda Plaza, unable to shake off the unsettling incident from his mind. He wished fervently to avoid such harrowing moments. His heart felt as though it might burst from the strain. Zhou Yan, too, sensed an impending explosion of frustration, feeling that the conduct of those around him was wholly excessive. Chapter 20. Unrequited affection. Zhou Yan resolved to present himself more favorably, wishing to shed his aura of despondency. After parking his car, he ascended to his residence, donning his attire to assess its effect. Gazing at his transformed reflection in the mirror, he nodded in approval, declaring, "Quite splendid, this shall do." Satisfied, he settled down to peruse the WeChat group messages. He had not checked the group all day, and upon opening his phone, he noticed a new addition to his contacts. Maisie. "Hello, I am Maisie from the group. Yin Yin, greetings, how may I assist you?" Maisie. Yin Yin. "I wish to inquire about something." Yin Yin. "What is it?" "Please, go ahead." Maisie. "Could you tell me about the handsome gentleman you introduced at the Imperial Bar last time?" Yin Yin. "Which one?" Maisie. "His name is Zhou Yan." Upon reading this, Zhou Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering the purpose of Maisie's inquiry. Yin Yin. "What do you wish to know about him?" Maisie. "I think I may have fallen for him. I would like to pursue a relationship. He is your friend, is he not? Could you facilitate an introduction? Also, please inform me of his hobbies and virtues. I can overlook his shortcomings. What do you say?" Zhou Yan was utterly taken aback, unable to suppress a cold laugh. He had not anticipated such a brazen inquiry from a materialistic woman who claimed to have fallen for him without realizing he was the very person she sought. Yin Yin. "I doubt it. He seems to have someone he likes, so it may not be easy to win his affection." Maisie. "That is of no concern. Just share his preferences with me, and I will find a way." Yin Yin. "That wouldn't be appropriate. If he discovers this, he will certainly be displeased." Maisie. "I implore you, please tell me. I promise to keep it confidential." Zhou Yan found the situation amusing yet repugnant. Even if he were to seek a partner, he was determined to choose wisely this time, avoiding any further entanglements with mercenary women. He would forever remember the lesson taught by Zhao Tong. He had no desire to associate with such individuals again, for he understood that the love these women professed was merely a facade, built upon financial interest rather than genuine affection. Yin Yin. "Very well, I shall discreetly inquire and see if I can uncover any information about him." Maisie. "Thank you. I look forward to your news. If it comes to fruition, I shall treat you to a grand meal and a movie. How does that sound?" Zhou Yan chuckled resignedly, though a sense of distaste lingered within him. Having just crossed the threshold of 20, he was not only uninterested in a girlfriend but also resolved to choose an ordinary woman for a simple life. Steering clear of superficial beauty that served no purpose beyond appearances, he had experienced enough of the relentless pursuit of wealth. He refused to endure such a life again. Zhou Yan dismissed the conversation, having neither the inclination nor the time to entertain such women. At that moment, a message from his classmate group chimed in from Chening. Chening. "Classmates, the date and venue have been confirmed. The luxurious restaurant on the 13th floor of Wanda Plaza. We shall meet promptly at 12 noon tomorrow." Huang Li. "Great. We will arrive on time. Thank you for your efforts, class monitor." Yang Jixing. "Thank you, class monitor. We will certainly be punctual." Following this, a flurry of flattery directed at Chuning made Zhou Yan shiver with discomfort. These individuals displayed no principles whatsoever, seizing every opportunity to engage in sycophantic praise. Zhou Yan remained silent, observing the spectacle unfold. He particularly noted his name mentioned in the group, hoping to remind him not to be late. Yang Rongrong. "Indeed, Zhou Yan. Remember to request leave early, so your boss can find someone to cover for you. Don't let customers lodge complaints. That would render your month's efforts futile." How unfortunate that would be. Songming Yuan. "Exactly. Ensure your work is arranged before joining us. We wouldn't want your boss to call you away for deliveries while we are dining, as that would spoil the atmosphere." The ensuing barrage of trivial comments about Zhou Yan proved to be too much for him to endure. Zhou Yan interjected, "Please refrain from worrying about me. I will manage everything adequately. Let us not concern ourselves with trifles. Song Mingyuan. Oh dear, our classmate Zhou Yan appears to be upset. It seems we have struck a nerve. Perhaps he is in a foul mood due to not requesting leave from his boss? Yang Rongrong. That is entirely possible. The sycophants resumed their banter, and Zhou Yan, exasperated, set his phone aside, choosing to ignore the deluge of nonsensical messages. Xining, all right, everyone. Please return to your tasks and refrain from flooding the chat. We shall discuss it more tomorrow. At last, under Qinying's gentle persuasion, the group settled down. Their fervor slightly tempered. Qinying sighed with relief. The tension had been palpable. She wondered how the gathering would unfold the following day and whether Zhou Yan would confront his classmates harshly. The uncertainty of their ignorance towards his true identity and their audacity to bully him weighed heavily on her mind, filling her with trepidation. In the midst of a potential outburst from Zhou Yan, he found himself ejected from the luxurious restaurant within Wanda Plaza, an event that could very well become a legendary tale among classmates. Chapter 21. New Year's Eve Gala Upon Awakening. Zhou Yan was greeted by the festive sounds of firecrackers outside, a true reflection of the New Year's spirit. Rising from his slumber, he washed up and opened the window to inhale the first breath of fresh air for the year. The streets were teeming with people, the cacophony of drums and gongs filling the atmosphere. He leaned out for a moment, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him as he observed the lively scene. Noting that it was already past 10, dressed in a meticulously chosen deep blue suit, paired with his favorite white shirt, he adjusted his tie and donned his shoes before driving directly to the 13th floor of the luxurious restaurant at Wanda Plaza. The journey was adorned with vibrant decorations, embodying the essence of New Year's cheer. Zhou Yan had never truly felt the warmth of family. Instead, he had endured only the pain they inflicted. On such a day of reunion, he hardly knew what to feel. From his struggles up to this point, Zhou Yan was grateful that he had not lost faith in life, creating a space that belonged solely to him, an achievement that validated his past hardships. After approximately 5 minutes, he arrived at Wanda Plaza, where a server rushed over upon seeing his luxury vehicle, assisting him with parking. Leaving his contact number, Zhou Yan proceeded to the 13th floor. Upon his arrival, he noticed many classmates were already present, yet he felt a sense of unfamiliarity with them. In fact, some names eluded him entirely. The ambience was charged with tension until a stylishly dressed woman approached him, her face lighting up with surprise. Zhou Yan, is that really you? Taken aback, Zhou Yan studied her intently, rummaging through his memories for any association. Finally, he recognized her, the woman with vibrant, multicolored hair, dressed fashionably, and carrying a designer handbag. You must be Wang Haiyan, he said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. She nodded, replying, What, you can't remember? It seems that the affluent often forget easily. Zhou Yan quickly countered, No, it's just that you've changed so much, it momentarily threw me off. Yang Rongrong chimed in, Indeed, Zhou Yan. I must say you haven't changed a bit. You're still the same as in school, even at a gathering like this. You don't make an effort to dress up. Look at the others, they're all so stylish. But we understand, considering your circumstances. Please, come in and have a seat. Zhou Yan found her words rather irksome, silently reflecting on her sharp tongue and lack of humility. Yet, he maintained a calm exterior, betraying no emotion. The classmates began to comment on him, noting his somewhat shabby appearance for such an important occasion. Qining and Zhao Whiting exchanged glances, finding the scene quite amusing, curious to see how Zhou Yan would handle this group. Qining approached him with a cheerful demeanor. Zhou Yan, you're here. Take a seat. We've been waiting for you. How have you been lately? Zhou Yan nodded at Qining and Zhao Whiting, replying simply, pretty good. He settled into his seat, engaging in small talk while his classmates busied themselves flaunting their wealth. Zhou Yan remained composed, betraying no signs of discomfort. At that pivotal moment, a notification from his system echoed in the silence, leading everyone to believe it was an alert for Zhou Yan's food delivery. A sarcastic comment from a classmate shattered the stillness. Song Mingyuan remarked, Zhou Yan, how inconsiderate of you. We reminded you to take leave in advance for this gathering. And look, you're already starting. Zhou Yan glanced at him, but remained silent. Yang Jixing added, So, Zhou Yan, are you really delivering food now? With a slight smile. Zhou Yan replied, No, I've actually quit my job. Yang Jixing inquired further, Where are you employed now? Song Mingyuan exclaimed, How will you manage then? Zhou Yan found their concern laughable. Even if he never worked again, his assets would suffice. He remained low-key, simply smiling without further comment. At that moment, Qining suggested, Let us order some dishes. What does everyone feel like eating? Speak up. The group erupted into a chorus of suggestions while Zhou Yan sat quietly, observing. Zhao Whiting, having been humiliated by Zhou Yan previously, seemed to have adopted a more subdued demeanor. Though this gathering was ostensibly a reunion, it quickly devolved into a competition of one-upmanship. each person eager to showcase their status. Zhou Yan recognized the vanity that permeated the atmosphere. The classmates, though outwardly polite, were internally competitive, hoping for others to falter so they might feel superior. The table was laden with expensive drinks and cigars that classmates had brought to boast about their wealth. Zhou Yan remained unfazed, displaying an air of indifference that garnered a measure of respect from Qining and Zhao Whiting. Had any other classmate been in his position, they would likely have flaunted their identity by now. Zhou Yan chose to remain discreet about his own status, even when facing ridicule, simply smiling through it all. He was curious to see how affluent these individuals had truly become as they attempted to impress him. Glancing at the menu, he felt a surge of joy. The expenses incurred would significantly enhance his rewards. For Zhou Yan, this was akin to a dual income, and he was more than willing to embrace it. Chapter 22. The gala. Sitting quietly, Zhou Yan listened to his classmates boast about their fortunes, choosing to eat in solitude without engaging with them. Their insincerity was palpable, and he preferred the peace of his own company. Meanwhile, everyone else clamored around Song Mingyuan and Yang Jixing, eager to curry favor, hoping for financial assistance. Zhou Yan observed this with a faint smirk, a sight not lost on Qining and Zhao Whiting, who had already experienced Zhou Yan's formidable nature. While the others continued their superficial displays, Zhou Yan's patience was wearing thin. Huang Liqiang, with a mischievous grin, urged, "Zhou Yan, have a drink. Don't just sit there in silence. Engage with everyone. You might find some worthwhile opportunities. We are in our prime. We can't afford to be complacent." Zhou Yan, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Who is being complacent? What are you talking about?" Huang Liqiang feigned surprise. "Aren't you unemployed? This is not merely a case of idly consuming one's resources. Moreover, how much can you earn from delivering takeout? There is no need for pretense. Everyone is well aware of your circumstances. Shouldn't we all brainstorm some solutions for you?" Zhou Yan, slightly irritated, replied, "No need. Even if I were to never work again, I would not merely consume my savings. You need not worry about me." Huang Liqiang, deliberately raising his voice, exclaimed, "Listen everyone. Zhou Yan is quite confident about his life." Song Mingyuan strolled leisurely to Zhou Yan, patting his shoulder, and said, "Zhou Yan, your classmates only wish you well. Do not be so ungrateful. Even with my annual salary in the millions, I cannot maintain such composure. We can afford to be honest." Qining, sensing the atmosphere was growing tense, quickly addressed everyone, "Hold off on the drinks. The dishes have gone cold. Let us eat something first. While conversation is important, so is filling our stomachs. Let's get moving." Just as Zhou Yan was about to lose his temper, Qining interrupted him with her words. He pondered Song Mingyuan's earlier comment about an annual salary in the millions. "Wait, that doesn't seem right." Zhou Yan began to question this matter. Although Song Mingyuan had secured a managerial position at Kafijia, Zhou Yan was unaware that a manager could earn millions a year. He sat among the leadership of Kafijia, finding this notion rather unbelievable. Fortunately, Song Mingyuan inadvertently revealed this information in an attempt to boast. Zhou Yan felt compelled to investigate further. He could not allow himself to be deceived by those beneath him. While Zhou Yan contemplated these matters, Song Mingyuan continued to cling to him, seeking to use this opportunity to humiliate Zhou Yan further. Zhao Whiting aimed to seize this class reunion to apologize to Zhou Yan, for without this opportunity, he would have no chance to see him again. Zhao Whiting approached Zhou Yan, lifting his glass and looking somewhat sheepish as he said, "Zhou Yan, I apologize. I was wrong last time. Today, we are gathered here, and I sincerely apologize." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone's gaze fell upon Zhao Whiting and Zhou Yan, unsure of what had transpired between them. Zhao Whiting held a significant status. Why would he apologize to Zhou Yan? Yang Jixing and Song Mingyuan could no longer contain their curiosity and approached Zhao Whiting, asking, "Zhao Whiting, what do you mean? When did you offend our delivery worker? Can you not ruin the mood?" Zhao Whiting appeared at a loss for words, his embarrassment evident. He glanced at Zhou Yan, who stood up from his chair, irritated, and said, "Song Mingyuan, could you please not always insert yourself? Everyone knows you are capable, but in my eyes, you are nothing. Be careful. I might just make you stay home." "Oh Zhou Yan, please do not slap your own face. Everyone here knows your true circumstances," Song Mingyuan scoffed. Zhou Yan's anger surged upon witnessing Song Mingyuan's unrepentant demeanor. With fury etched on his face, Zhou Yan retorted, "If you do not believe me, you will soon find out. Do not beg me later, understand? Dream on." Ignoring everyone, Zhou Yan retrieved his phone and called the manager at Kafijia. "Vice President Wang, effective immediately. Revoke all of Song Mingyuan's positions and carefully review his accounts. If you cannot clarify matters promptly, you should also prepare to leave. Is that understood?" Everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment, finding the turn of events utterly ridiculous. Just moments ago, Song Mingyuan had been brimming with arrogance. Now, he appeared bewildered. "Zhou Yan, Wait, Song Mingyuan hastily pulled out his phone, noticing it was the boss calling, and shot a nervous glance at Zhou Yan. Hello, Boss Wang? Song Mingyuan, you fool. What exactly have you done to upset the big boss? You have the audacity to call me about this? You need not come to work tomorrow. Prepare for an investigation. If anything is uncovered, you can expect to face imprisonment. Song Mingyuan was utterly devastated, the phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. He gazed at Zhou Yan, terror-stricken, and asked, who are you? Zhou Yan, you truly are the owner of Kafijia. How can this be? Song Mingyuan stammered, incredulous. The expressions of everyone varied. They were all confused about what had transpired in such a short span of time. Chapter 23. Kneeling in plea for mercy. Zhou Yan, however, remained indifferent, seated calmly. Song Mingyuan was at a loss, never anticipating that the once timid Zhou Yan had secretly become a tycoon. One careless remark had not only cost him his job but also placed him in jeopardy of imprisonment. The thought alone terrified Song Mingyuan. He felt a deep sense of injustice, as all his years of hard work now lay in ruins. Approaching Zhou Yan, he pleaded, Zhou Yan, please save me. Do not be so heartless. For the sake of our old friendship, forgive my rashness and impulsiveness. I am sincerely apologizing here. As he spoke, Song Mingyuan bowed repeatedly. Yet Zhou Yan remained frowning, smoking one cigarette after another without uttering a word. The classmates sat in silence, none daring to speak on Song Mingyuan's behalf, fearing they too might be implicated. Those who had just been mocking Zhou Yan alongside Song Mingyuan now sat mute, casting furtive glances at one another. While Song Mingyuan begged for mercy, Zhou Yan's phone rang once again. Trembling, Song Mingyuan pulled out his phone, seeing it was the boss calling again. He struggled to maintain his composure as he answered the call. You have created quite a mess. Investigations have already begun regarding your actions. Yet you still have the gall to flaunt yourself. I expect you to arrive in 10 minutes, or you will face the consequences. Every word was heard by the classmates, sending a wave of tension through the room. Without a moment to spare, Song Mingyuan rushed out, his anxiety palpable as he stumbled away from Wanda Plaza. After his departure, the atmosphere in the room shifted, growing tense. Chen, sensing the discomfort, smiled gently and said, all right, the matter is settled. Let us all lighten up. Zhao Whiting quickly echoed, yes, let us liven things up and continue. Observing his classmates growing apprehensive, Zhou Yan smiled lightly and declared, everyone, please feel free. I will cover all expenses tonight. Indulge yourselves. We have finally gathered. Let us enjoy ourselves without allowing trivial matters to dampen our spirits. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The classmates began to engage in conversation, the mood lifting slowly. They raised their glasses in a toast to Zhou Yan. And following the incident with Song Mingyuan, everyone became more subdued, no longer looking down on Zhou Yan. Instead, they regarded him with newfound respect. The entire dynamic shifted dramatically. Zhou Yan watched as those who once belittled him now resembled meek lambs. With Zhou Yan offering to treat, everyone sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Eager to draw closer to him, Zhou Yan has grown accustomed to the sycophants around him, where wealth alone determines one's worth. He began to feign politeness towards these individuals as the New Year's Eve party drew to a close. Ultimately, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The classmates' group chat had been devoid of their gloating presence. Upon arriving at the company, Song Mingyuan was met with the sight of his superiors standing there, each one stricken with fear, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Breathless, Song Mingyuan approached them, instantly aware of the dire situation he was in. The boss glared at him and hurled the falsified accounts he had prepared in his face, exclaiming, Song Mingyuan, you have truly overstepped. Look at the mess you've created. Now we all must suffer the consequences. Desperation washed over Song Mingyuan as he pleaded, please, do not let this leak. I beg of you. He collapsed onto the floor, utterly drained and pale. The boss shook his head and said, Song Mingyuan, the truth can no longer be concealed. We cannot protect you. You must fend for yourself. You know precisely what you have done and whom you have offended. No need for us to elaborate. Overwhelmed by regret, Song Mingyuan wept for the fraudulent accounts before him. Feeling utterly hopeless with no one to turn to for help, he implored his superiors to intercede on his behalf with Zhou Yan, hoping for a chance at redemption. From that moment on, he would willingly submit to any demands Zhou Yan placed upon him, even if it meant becoming the subject of ridicule among their peers. He simply did not wish to face imprisonment. Zhou Yan glanced at his phone, realizing time was slipping away. He felt his day had been squandered in this turmoil. Yet reflecting on Song Mingyuan's plight brought a modicum of peace to his mind. For so long, Song Mingyuan had paraded around, dismissing Zhou Yan entirely. Now, Zhou Yan had ensured he would have no opportunity for resurgence. Huang Liqiang, visibly awkward, inquired, Zhou Yan, are you truly the president of the Jiasher family? This is remarkable. Why did you not mention it sooner? Let us celebrate. Zhou Yan scoffed, you are all busy individuals. I shan't trouble you. I am not a president. Merely a shareholder. There is nothing worthy of celebration. Huang Liqiang's smile faltered, realizing he had just conspired with Song Mingyuan against Zhou Yan. Now, with a mere word from Zhou Yan, Song Mingyuan had been reduced to a state of destitution, facing potential imprisonment. Huang Liqiang sought to mend their relationship, hoping to avoid being placed on Zhou Yan's blacklist. With Zhou Yan's current stature, they could no longer aspire to his level. Each of them managed small companies or worked for others, thriving yet inconsequential compared to Zhou Yan. Chapter 24. An unexpected call after addressing the situation with Song Mingyuan. Zhou Yan felt a twinge of discomfort. While Song Mingyuan was indeed bothersome, they had shared years of camaraderie. Zhou Yan desired to spare him, yet this time, there was no one capable of salvaging him. The fraudulent accounts were substantial, had Zhou Yan not intervened in time. The Jiashi family might have been thoroughly exploited by individuals like Song Mingyuan, while the management remained oblivious. Zhou Yan found such individuals genuinely terrifying. If these malignancies were not promptly excised, they would pose a grave threat. Song Mingyuan's current predicament was a result of his own hubris. He could not blame others. He had climbed too high and now faced a significant fall. Zhou Yan lamented the waste of years spent in academia, only to have his intellect misapplied. As Zhou Yan lay contemplating these matters, his phone chimed, drawing his attention to the ongoing discussions in the class group chat regarding Song Mingyuan. He muttered to himself, "These people are truly devoid of interest. Is there nothing else to occupy their time? Why do they fixate on the misfortunes of others?" Young Rongrong remarked, "I never imagined Song Mingyuan would stoop to such depths, all while being so ostentatious. He has truly brought this upon himself." Huang Liqiang added, "Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Song Mingyuan has evidently bitten off more than he can chew." Yang Jishin commented, his audacity was astonishing, flaunting his wealth only to face the consequences. "What goes around comes around, and perhaps he will have to bear some responsibility." Lu Yuanfu exclaimed, "No way. This is explosive news." The group erupted with fervor. Chen Ning and Zhao Whiting had been quiet since their previous encounter with Zhou Yan, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Zhou Yan watched them engage energetically, opting to remain silent. He tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes, seeking respite. At that moment, however, his phone rang. And with slight irritation, he retrieved it without glancing at the screen. "Hello, who is this?" he asked, his voice lowered. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yan?" a sweet voice inquired. "Yes, who is this?" Zhou Yan responded, perplexed. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Zhou. I am from the sales department." "What is it?" Zhou Yan asked. "Mr. Zhou, there is a minor issue with your villa. Could you please come to our office?" The voice continued. "It's difficult to explain over the phone. We can discuss it in person, if that's all right." Upon hearing that there was a problem with his villa, Zhou Yan felt a sense of unease. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Very well, I will be there in about half an hour." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I look forward to our meeting," the voice said before the call ended. Zhou Yan had intended to rest, but found himself drawn into yet another unexpected engagement. Reluctantly, he left his home and drove to the sales office. Upon arrival, he spotted the sales representative anxiously waiting for him at the entrance. As he approached, she rushed over, her expression frantic. "Mr. Zhou, you finally arrived. It's all over." Zhou Yan, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean it's all over?" The sales representative, trembling slightly, replied, "Mr. Zhou, please do not be angry. Let me explain." Zhou Yan, increasingly confused, nodded for her to continue. "Your villa has encountered an issue. Could you please bring the contract and property deed? The manager has agreed to a full refund, along with an additional 10% compensation. Would that be acceptable?" "Why? Give me a reason," Zhou Yan pressed, his brow furrowed. "Because the manager sold your villa to someone else without informing us. Unfortunately, I unknowingly sold it to you. I apologize for this oversight. It is a mistake on our part." Since the moment Zhou Yan entered the sales office, the sales assistant has been behaving as if she had committed a grave error. Sensing something amiss, Zhou Yan inquired, "If the manager has sold it to someone else, why was this not communicated earlier? Moreover, since the paperwork is incomplete, this matter should not even be considered valid. The villa is mine. I am the rightful owner. Why should I relinquish the contract and property deed?" Zhou Yan's voice was tinged with irritation. The sales assistant hastily clarified, "No, Mr. Zhou. It's just that this person's background is extraordinarily powerful, leaving us no choice but to act in this manner." Zhou Yan, visibly displeased, retorted, "What does his background have to do with me?" His stance was resolute. He would not surrender the villa. He was curious to ascertain just how formidable this individual truly was, questioning whether they would dare to forcibly seize it from him. He felt unperturbed by the threat, pondering whether there was still any semblance of justice in this world. The sales assistant, realizing Zhou Yan was adamant about not handing over the contract and property deed, felt helpless. She had already explained the situation clearly, yet he refused to listen. Stalemating like this was unproductive. And the sales assistant sensed a loss of control over the situation. She quickly attempted to pacify Zhou Yan, saying, "Mr. Zhou, please do not be upset. I will call the manager to discuss this with you and see if we can resolve this matter amicably." Zhou Yan remained silent, prompting the sales assistant to swiftly dial the manager. Moments later, a burly man, exuding an air of authority and seriousness, approached them. Zhou Yan scrutinized the man intently as the sales assistant hastened to greet him. Chapter 25. Conflict arises. Zhou Yan remained seated, eager to hear the manager's explanation. The manager glanced at Zhou Yan, understanding the rarity of individuals capable of paying for a villa in full. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yan, the manager was contemplating his next move as he approached. With a disarming smile, the manager addressed Zhou Yan. "Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our error today. I am here to express my regrets. You may already be aware of the situation, and our intention in bringing you here is to offer compensation. Would you be willing to return the documents? If you have any further requests, please feel free to voice them, and we can discuss them together." Zhou Yan abruptly rose, asserting, "This is unacceptable. What are you implying? Is this how business is conducted? Is there no professionalism here? Historically, there has always been a sequence of priority. Why should I relinquish the villa? What is the rationale behind this?" His sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. After all, the compensation offered was quite enticing, and most would have readily accepted such terms. However, Zhou Yan dismissed it outright, his frustration evident. The manager, sensing the tension, responded with irritation, "Mr. Zhou, this is unproductive. Let's discuss a resolution. This cannot continue as is. Furthermore, I truly cannot afford to offend Mr. Zhang. Would you consider stepping back for the sake of a broader perspective?" Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yan queried, "Mr. Zhang? What relevance does he have to me?" The manager, visibly anxious, replied, "He is none other than Zhang Dalong, the prominent real estate developer in the capital." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan comprehended the urgency exhibited by the sales staff and manager in requesting the return of the contract and property deed. Yet, he pondered, how did this concern him? No matter how influential the individual, it had no bearing on his situation. With a scoff, Zhou Yan declared, "I have completed all the necessary procedures for that villa. I will not relinquish it. Do not entertain such thoughts." After stating this, he turned to leave. The manager intercepted him, blocking his exit. Zhou Yan coolly remarked, "Are you attempting to resort to force? With your attitude, I could easily take legal action against you. Do not disturb me any further." As he strode forward, the manager shouted after him, "Mr. Zhou, you will regret this decision. Just wait and see. Offending Mr. Zhang could make your life here untenable. I have warned you." "Do not say I did not." Zhou Yan was thoroughly disgusted by this behavior. Those who err should face the consequences rather than seek validation through others. His indignation fueled his resolve not to submit the property deed or contract. He was determined to witness how this situation would ultimately unfold. Departing from the premises, Zhou Yan felt a surge of anger, realizing that others perceived him as an easy target. He resolved to abandon his low profile. Living quietly in this society had become a luxury. Taking a drive to alleviate his frustrations, he inquired among classmates about the real estate magnate, Zhang Dalong. Unsurprisingly, everyone was familiar with this influential figure, yet Zhou Yan had never heard of him, which struck him as amusing. How had he remained oblivious to such a prominent individual? Curious, he conducted an online search for information about Zhang Dalong. The revelations left him astonished. With Zhang Dalong's wealth, acquiring a villa would be a trivial matter for him. In comparison, Zhou Yan felt rather insignificant. Nevertheless, he believed their paths should not cross, and there was no need for mutual concern. Having resolved this internal conflict, Zhou Yan decided not to dwell on the matter further. The sales office would undoubtedly be more anxious than he was. They were genuinely in a precarious position. He attributed the mismanagement of the situation to the manager's approach. Otherwise, it would not have escalated so badly. Zhou Yan quickly set the incident aside, recognizing he had other responsibilities to attend to, unencumbered by this issue. A few days later, while surveying the situation at Wanda Plaza, Zhou Yan unexpectedly received a phone call that took him by surprise. Noting it was from the sales office, he assumed they were likely urging him to complete the paperwork. Ignoring the call, he did not answer. Shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar number appeared on his phone. Glancing down, he decided to pick it up. And a courteous male voice greeted him. "Hello? May I speak with Mr. Zhou Yan?" Taken aback, Zhou Yan responded, "Yes, who is this?" The voice on the other end clearly stated, "This is Zhang Dalong. I understand you, and I purchased the same villa. Is that correct?" Zhou Yan replied with a sardonic chuckle, "Indeed, that is what the sales assistant informed me. However, I completed the procedures before you. What rationale exists for me to surrender my claim?" Zhang Dalong paused momentarily before saying, "Mr. Zhou, please do not be upset. Here is the deal. I will forego the villa, and I hope we can have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Zhou Yan stood there, utterly stunned. While internally he mused, how peculiar, what could this mean? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Dalong, he ended the call. At that moment, the sales office began to incessantly ring him, but Zhou Yan had no inclination to engage with them. However, the persistence of the caller compelled him to reluctantly answer. On the other end was the manager of the sales office, who immediately began offering apologies upon connection. Zhou Yan, feeling slightly uncomfortable, remarked, "Your conduct is quite unprofessional." The manager trembled as he responded, "I sincerely apologize. It is indeed our fault. To make amends, we will take full responsibility for the villa's decoration. Mr. Zhou, please feel free to express any requirements you may have." Chapter 26, Satisfactory Conditions. Zhou Yan could sense that the manager, in an effort to resolve this matter amicably, was truly willing to make significant sacrifices. The renovation of this villa was no trivial expense, and Zhou Yan was taken aback by the extent of their offer. Nonetheless, he found the proposition rather agreeable. His concerns regarding the villa's decoration were not about financial constraints, but rather the meticulous selection process he wished to undertake. Now, it was advantageous for him. He merely had to articulate his desires, and someone would willingly run errands on his behalf. Zhou Yan nodded in acceptance, saying, "Very well. You may proceed as you see fit." As he turned to leave, he noticed beads of sweat forming on the manager's forehead, which elicited a sense of empathy from him. Just as Zhou Yan exited the sales office, his phone rang, revealing a somewhat familiar number. Curiously, he answered, "Hello?" Zhang Dalong's cheerful voice resonated, "Mr. Zhou, don't tell me you can't recognize my voice." Surprised, Zhou Yan inquired, "President Zhang, how may I assist you?" Zhang Dalong replied with enthusiasm, "Mr. Zhou, let us find a place to discuss matters. Perhaps we will become partners in the future." Zhou Yan pondered for a moment. Realizing that Zhang Dalong had a valid point, having more connections could only benefit him, especially given the man has considerable resources. With a slight smile, Zhou Yan responded, "All right then. Let us meet at CAF Shurjia. I shall await your arrival." Zhang Dalong laughed heartily. "Excellent. I'll be there shortly." Zhou Yan drove directly to CAF Shurjia, securing the finest private room for their meeting. Before long, Zhang Dalong arrived, and thanks to Zhou Yan's arrangements, someone was already waiting at the door. As Zhang Dalong entered, a staff member sprinted towards him, asking, "Are you President Zhang? Please follow me. Mr. Zhou is already waiting for you." Zhang Dalong nodded slightly and followed the server to the lavish room Zhou Yan had reserved. A series of knocks echoed as Zhou Yan rose, saying, "Please, come in." A slightly plump man entered, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his hair neatly styled. He appeared clean-cut and devoid of any pretentious airs typical of the affluent, leaving a positive first impression on Zhou Yan. Politely, Zhou Yan greeted, "President Zhang, please take a seat." Zhang Dalong sized up Zhou Yan and courteously remarked, "Mr. Zhou, you are indeed a remarkable figure." Zhou Yan chuckled, "You flatter me." After exchanging pleasantries, they each ordered their preferred coffee and began to delve into business discussions. Zhou Yan gradually learned about Zhang Dalong. He was decisive and straightforward, never one to beat around the bush. This aligned well with Zhou Yan's own approach to matters, fostering a sense of camaraderie between them. They engaged in extensive conversation, primarily revolving around their insights and perspectives on business. Zhou Yan felt an inexplicable connection, realizing that their paths had crossed due to their mutual interest in the same villa. After an engaging discussion that lasted several hours, Zhang Dalong had to excuse himself due to other commitments. Zhou Yan found himself alone, feeling a sense of emptiness in the absence of stimulating conversation. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes, realizing something had collided with his car. Hesitant to open his eyes, he heard a groan, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Had he struck someone? Without dwelling too long, he hurriedly exited the vehicle to assess the situation. A woman rushed towards him, and he was unable to evade her in time, resulting in a collision. Approaching her, he noticed her pained expression and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" The woman slowly lifted her head, her face pale with discomfort, and replied, "I think my leg and foot are immobile. Do you think I've sustained serious injuries? I have urgent matters to attend to. This is a disaster." Zhou Yan couldn't help but find her concern amusing despite the gravity of the situation. "Let me help you up," he said, moving closer. As onlookers began to gather, Zhou Yan had yet to call the police when the traffic officers arrived. Drawn by the commotion, he glanced at the woman and explained, "I was passing by when she suddenly ran out from behind, and I couldn't stop in time." The woman scrutinized him, and Zhou Yan realized she appeared to be in her early 20s, embodying the essence of youth. Her fair skin and captivating eyes made her quite attractive, yet her modest attire indicated she bore no luxury brands. Her appearance was refreshingly neat and unpretentious. This simplicity made Zhou Yan feel an unexpected sense of approachability, as her bag, although not branded, seemed charmingly cute. The traffic officers conducted a brief inquiry into the incident and assessed her injuries before urgently transporting her to the hospital. The severity of her condition weighed on Zhou Yan's conscience, and he felt a pang of guilt, relieved that he had not been speeding. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Zhou Yan hadn't anticipated such an occurrence upon leaving his home, and his mood soured. Reflecting on the woman's discomfort, he felt a twinge of empathy and concern for her well-being. After the officers concluded their preliminary investigation, they advised Zhou Yan to drive more cautiously and remain vigilant of his surroundings. Following their admonishments, he expressed his gratitude and departed, feeling as though his legs were still somewhat unsteady from the harrowing experience. That moment had been too intense, leaving him rattled. Having driven for many years, this was his first encounter with an accident, instilling a sense of fear within him. Zhou Yan shook his head, unwilling to entertain further dark thoughts, as his mind felt muddled and unclear. Chapter 27. A visit to the hospital. Zhou Yan felt an overwhelming sense of obligation and decided to visit the hospital, despite the incident not being his fault. After all, he had knocked the woman down, and he was uncertain of her condition. Out of a sense of compassion, he wished to ascertain her status. Turning his car around, he headed directly to the hospital. Upon inquiry, he located the woman's room and made his way there. By the time he arrived, she had completed her examination, her leg and foot encased in thick plaster casts, indicating the severity of her injuries. Gently pushing the door open, Zhou Yan approached her bedside, eager to inquire about her condition. Upon seeing him, the woman appeared somewhat embarrassed and said, "I'm so sorry, sir. I was just in such a hurry today. Is there anything seriously wrong with your car? If repairs are needed, I will cover the expenses in full," she said. Zhou Yan smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Please focus on taking care of your health. We can discuss this once you're feeling better." However, the woman insisted, "That cannot be, as this matter is my responsibility. I was too hasty earlier and failed to converse with you properly. Since you are here, here's my contact information. Please have your car repaired first and then call me. I will find a way to compensate you for the repair costs." Zhou Yan promptly declined her offer, but the woman remained resolute, insisting on giving him her contact details. Reluctantly, Zhou Yan accepted the piece of paper from her. On it, she had written her name, by Luo, followed by a string of numbers. Zhou Yan now knew how to address her, but felt somewhat embarrassed seeing her bundled up like a large rice dumpling. He pointed to her leg and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Bai Luo bravely shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It will be fine in a few days." Yet, Zhou Yan understood that she was not being entirely truthful. Given the circumstances, there was no way she wouldn't be in pain. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Luo for a while, Zhou Yan hurriedly left to attend to other matters. Once outside, Zhou Yan drove his Rolls-Royce to the repair shop. Fortunately, the damage was minor, just a scratch on the paint. After having the staff at the shop attend to it, he proceeded directly to his villa to check on the renovation progress. Upon arrival, he noticed that work on the villa had already commenced. Zhou Yan approached the renovation supervisor and briefly discussed the style and his preferences. After listening to the supervisor's opinions, he decided that opulence was not necessary for the villa's decor. He preferred a refreshing ambience. While all the materials were of high quality, he believed simplicity was key. There was no need for excessive complexity, which might detract from the warmth of home and create a sense of oppression. Zhou Yan cherished a bright and cozy atmosphere. Once he confirmed the design style, he took a leisurely stroll around the villa. While at home, he browsed his phone but found no significant updates over the past few days. The group chat was relatively quiet, with only trivial exchanges about tea sharing and mall outings, which felt inconsequential to Zhou Yan. He was flipping through messages when a notification from the system jolted him awake. Curious about what these faux socialites had been up to, he checked and was pleasantly surprised to see that they had successfully pooled resources to acquire jewelry from Zhou Dashing, granting him a stake in the company. Zhou Yan felt a surge of joy. Evidently, his assets had grown considerably. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the management rights to Zhou Dashing," along with an additional reward of 5 million. Zhou Yan was elated, nearly jumping for joy. He had managed to achieve two significant gains at once, securing management rights and receiving a generous reward. It felt as if fortune had smiled upon him, and his spirits soared. The group chat soon buzzed with excitement over the jewelry, which had become a favorite among the faux socialites. Xiaodao exclaimed, "Ladies, come and take a look at my piece. Isn't it exquisite? It signifies status and elegance, truly my favorite. What did you all manage to acquire?" Luo chimed in, "Look how beautiful this is. The jewelry this time is genuinely impressive. We should pool together for more." Miao Miao agreed, "Yes, that's an excellent idea. This is a symbol of our femininity, absolutely essential." Rong added, "I have one too, my favorite piece in my collection. It's simply stunning. I adore it." Zhou Yan silently observed the frenzy among the faux socialites as they reveled in their jewelry acquisitions, benefiting from their enthusiasm. The more they bought, the more he gained. This time, he found the jewelry quite appealing, earning the admiration of the faux socialites. Their affection for the pieces meant that Zhou Yan stood to profit handsomely, further enhancing his wealth, a most delightful feeling indeed. Despite his already substantial fortune, Zhou Yan was unbothered by the prospect of accumulating more. The faux socialites continued to flaunt their purchases in the chat, while Zhou Yan remained silent, simply enjoying the sensation of his growing assets. As he finished reading the messages, he noticed he had received a private message that startled him. It was from Maisie, the woman who had previously confessed her crush on him. Zhou Yan found her persistence tiresome. Despite his repeated rejections, she continued to message him, only to appear again days later, testing his patience. After reading her latest message, Zhou Yan decided he would no longer avoid the issue. He intended to clarify matters face-to-face and put an end to her infatuation, which had begun to annoy him. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be waiting for you in box 308 at the Shanghai Hotel. Please be punctual, read Maisie's message. Upon receiving her text, Zhou Yan contemplated how best to meet her. These women often favored wealth, and he had devised a plan. He opened his wardrobe and selected the least expensive outfit he could find, casually throwing it on. He tossed the keys to his Rolls-Royce on the table, but then noticed the electric scooter he had used for deliveries. A smirk crept across his face as he grabbed the keys and excitedly exited his home. As he rode, Zhou Yan pondered the look of surprise on Maisie's face when she saw him. It amused him to think of how she would react if the wealthy Zhou Yan appeared before her in such an unassuming manner. Surely, without him uttering a word, she would be so startled that she would flee in panic. Before long, he arrived at the bustling Shanghai Hotel. After parking his scooter, he made his way inside. Two waitstaff approached him swiftly, their expressions dripping with disdain as they blocked his path. What's the matter? Can I go in? I have an appointment, Zhou Yan said, slightly annoyed. The waitstaff scrutinized him and replied curtly, Sir, please do not try to deceive us. Have you mistaken this place for somewhere you can just walk into after delivering takeout? Zhou Yan, seeing their refusal to let him pass, explained, I'm not lying. I really do have an appointment. Just then, his phone rang. Boss Joe, have you arrived yet? Maisie's voice chimed sweetly over the line. I'm downstairs. I will be up shortly, he replied, waving his phone in front of the waitstaff. They murmured among themselves. Is it true that someone is waiting for him? Zhou Yan seized the opportunity to squeeze past them. Just as he was about to head upstairs, a man approached and blocked his way. What do you want? Zhou Yan furrowed his brow and replied, I'm going to room 308. The man widened his eyes in disbelief as Zhou Yan impatiently asked, What is the problem now? Sir, could you refrain from joking? Are you aware of the consumption details for room 308? Just claiming to have been there, a man inquired disdainfully. Zhou Yan shook his head, replying, I don't know. Please enlighten me. The man scoffed. The minimum expenditure for each person is 20,000. Can you afford that? Zhou Yan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, What makes you think I can't afford it? What in the world led you to believe that? As he uttered these words, Zhou Yan found it somewhat amusing, realizing that Maisie had orchestrated this meeting with intent. It dawned on him that she merely wished for him to foot the bill. It was a common expectation for a successful man dining with a woman to cover the expenses, and she had indeed planned this quite well. Not wishing to engage with the man further, Zhou Yan turned and walked inside, but the man showed no courtesy. Regardless of what was said, he confronted Zhou Yan with a rude attitude, insisting he could not afford such expenses. He continued to berate, Honestly, what kind of person are you? This place isn't for just anyone. Look at your attire. You might frighten the other guests. We only serve esteemed patrons here. Zhou Yan's anger flared at the man's incessant insults. He genuinely felt the urge to land a punch to teach him a lesson about not looking down on others. In a fit of anger, Zhou Yan dialed the general manager of the Kylasi Grand Hotel, stating indignantly, I'm at the Shanghai Hotel, and the doorman won't let me in. Please handle this. I don't wish to see them again. The man sneered, What are you pretending to be? A big shot? Just get out. Zhou Yan let out a cold snort, crossing his arms while scrutinizing the man. Soon, the hotel manager reviewed the surveillance footage and witnessed Zhou Yan being blocked at the entrance. The manager immediately called Zhou Yan, respectfully apologizing, Mr. Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I will have the manager come to greet you right away. Please hold on. Zhou Yan, still irate, hung up the phone. Almost instantly, the doorman's radio crackled to life. Manager, I'm in the lobby. Do you realize who you just stopped? Hurry and get out of the way. You blocked Mr. Zhou at the entrance and spoke so arrogantly. Apologize to him immediately and get as far away as you can. The doorman, with a terrified expression, stammered, Mr. Zhou, I'm truly sorry for my lack of vision in stopping you here. Please forgive me. I apologize. As the doorman earnestly offered his apologies, Zhou Yan ignored him entirely. Just then, A young woman hurriedly approached, appearing breathless. Mr. Zhou, I'm terribly sorry for being late. On behalf of the Shinhao Grand Hotel, I apologize for the oversight today. I'm the manager, Li, she said nervously. Zhou Yan glanced at her and tossed his electric scooter keys to the hotel manager. As he walked away, he instructed, please park my scooter. I'll head in first. Of course, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yan followed the doorman to room 308. Upon entering, Maisie quickly rose with a smile, which surprised Zhou Yan. He hadn't expected her to react so positively to his appearance. It seemed she had put in considerable effort. Zhou Yan smirked inwardly, realizing that Maisie had simply wanted him to pay. Zhou Yan, please take a seat, she said excitedly. Zhou Yan smiled slightly, saying, I apologize for the delay. I got caught up with something and kept you waiting. No worries, I just arrived too. Let us enjoy some tea while we decide what to order, Maisie said, her gaze fixed on him. Zhou Yan felt a bit uneasy and furrowed his brow, asking, Miss Maisie, why do you keep staring at me? She nodded in response. Zhou Yan scrutinized Maisie, noticing she appeared even more radiant than their last encounter at the Royal Bar. Clearly, she had put in significant effort for this meeting. Chapter 29. A chance encounter with Luo. Zhou Yan felt a wave of awkwardness. There seemed to be no suitable topics to discuss, resulting in a series of trivial conversations. He had initially thought that upon seeing his attire, Maisie would have fled in embarrassment. But it appeared he had miscalculated this time. Maisie's gaze remained fixed on him, her smile unwavering. Zhou Yan felt a sense of discomfort, his expression stiffening under the pressure of her attention. Shall we order? He suggested. Maisie eagerly nodded. Yes, but thank you for agreeing to dine with me today. Have you been busy lately? Zhou Yan acknowledged. Indeed, I have been quite occupied. I see. It's not easy to arrange a meal with you. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to have such a packed schedule, Maisie teased. Zhou Yan casually selected a couple of dishes from the menu, lacking the appetite to truly enjoy the meal, merely seeking to ease the tension. He handed the menu to Maisie and said, please choose what you like. I'm not sure of your preferences. With a shy smile, Maisie accepted the menu and ordered her favorite dishes. Before long, their selections were served. Zhou Yan cast a glance at Maisie's foie gras and steak, finding it somewhat amusing. Maisie, however, sat composedly, beginning her meal with a pretentious demeanor that made Zhou Yan uncomfortable. He avoided looking at her, focusing instead on his food, as the awkward atmosphere lingered. Maisie, intent on drawing closer to Zhou Yan, sought various ways to engage him. Zhou Yan was acutely aware of her efforts, feeling increasingly trapped, and regretted agreeing to this outing. He wished he had simply declined. It would have saved him from this torment. He felt an urge to slap himself for putting up with it. Mr. Zhou, please. Zhou Yan excused himself, standing up and heading for the door. As he exited, he accidentally bumped into someone. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. He quickly apologized. It's all right, sir. Are you okay? Came a familiar voice. A woman stood up hurriedly, and as they recognized each other, both were taken aback, almost unable to believe their eyes. Time seemed to freeze as they gazed at one another for an extended moment. Once Zhou Yan regained his composure, he expressed both surprise and embarrassment. It's you. What are you doing here? Luo, equally surprised, replied, It's you. Zhou Yan scrutinized Luo closely, asking, How is your injury? It's much better now. I'm fine, she replied shyly. Are you working here? Zhou Yan inquired, astonished. Kind of. I'm just a temporary worker, and this is my shift, Luo explained with a bright smile. Zhou Yan, captivated by her radiant demeanor, found her presence quite comforting. Luo looked at him and said, So your name is Zhou Yan. I apologize, but could you wait for me after your meal? I need to discuss something with you. Maisie, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, approached Zhou Yan with a faint, cheerful demeanor, asking, Do you two know each other? Zhou Yan cast a glance at Maisie and said, Miss, please do not misunderstand. The last time I accidentally bumped into Boss Zhou's car, I merely intended to offer him the repair fee, nothing more. Luo hastily explained. Repair fee? You damaged Boss Zhou's Rolls Royce. Goodness. Maisie exclaimed, looking at Zhou Yan with surprise. Rest assured, I have managed to gather a little money. Although it is not substantial, I hope Boss Zhou can accept it for now, and I will find a way to make up the rest later. Luo said weakly. Just as Zhou Yan was about to speak, Maisie interjected, Do you know who Boss Zhou is? This meager repair fee is insignificant to him. Since you have no money, there is no need to scrape together a sum. Boss Zhou does not care for such trivialities. Zhou Yan felt a sense of discomfort at Maisie's words. It was evident she was flaunting her status, attempting to make Luo perceive their relationship as special. He could think of no other reason for her behavior. Luo, sensing the condescension in Maisie's tone, replied somewhat unhappily, No, that day was entirely my fault. I cannot let Boss Zhou incur any expenses. His wealth is his own affair. This is not an excuse to evade responsibility. I hope Boss Zhou does not hold it against me. Maisie was about to retort when Zhou Yan interrupted her, looking at Bai Luo and saying, "Don't worry. I will wait for you at the entrance." Bai Luo replied cheerfully, "Thank you, Boss Zhou." Zhou Yan nodded. Bai Luo then looked at the pastries in her hands and said, "Please enjoy some pastries. They are our shop's specialty and particularly delicious. As an apology to Boss Zhou, these are on the house. Please savor them." Her inherent stubbornness radiated a sense of reverence. Maisie, noticing Zhou Yan's gaze upon Bai Luo, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although Maisie was also quite striking, she seemed somewhat overshadowed by the girl before her, who possessed an indescribable grace that was difficult to replicate. Perhaps it was a unique trait of Bai Luo. Maisie began to devise a plan in her mind, vowing not to let Bai Luo get too close to Zhou Yan. Otherwise, she would lose her opportunity, a chance that had taken her considerable time to secure. She could not allow herself to play the role of a mere facilitator for someone else's gain. That was simply unacceptable. The thought of Zhou Yan meeting Bai Luo filled her with unease. No, I must ensure they do not have the chance to be alone together. I will stay by Zhou Yan's side, Maisie resolved internally. Chapter 30. Repair fee. This simple incident further deepened Zhou Yan's dissatisfaction with Maisie, as he found her somewhat lacking in understanding. While they dined in a private room, both were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Maisie, eating her meal, kindly reminded Zhou Yan, "Boss Zhou, are you quite familiar with Bai Luo?" Zhou Yan gauged Maisie's intentions and replied, "Not particularly. We've only met a couple of times. Why do you ask?" "Well, I feel it necessary to caution you. Given your status, you should be wary of entanglements with a girl of her means. These young women can be quite cunning. She might have ulterior motives," Maisie insinuated deliberately. "Thank you for your concern, Miss May. I am aware of how to navigate this." Zhou Yan smiled, though inwardly he dismissed her words, finding her insincerity hard to bear. Yet, Zhou Yan maintained a composed exterior, preventing Maisie from noticing any signs of his discontent. She continued to prattle on, disparaging Bai Luo as a pitiful figure with no wealth, perhaps relying on temporary work to make ends meet. Zhou Yan found it increasingly difficult to tolerate her remarks. If he did not intervene, she might embarrass herself further. He cleared his throat and said, "Why not sample the pastries here? They are quite delightful. We wouldn't want to go hungry." Maisie offered an awkward smile, nodded slightly, and took a piece of pastry, pretending to savor it. "It's absolutely delicious. Boss Zhou, you must try some as well." Zhou Yan raised an eyebrow, understood. After finishing their meal, the two exited together. When Zhou Yan prepared to settle the bill, Maisie promptly interjected, "Boss Zhou, allow me to take care of this. It was my invitation." Zhou Yan smiled faintly, "It's all the same. I insist. It's not customary for a lady to cover the expenses." Maisie, blushing slightly, replied, "I truly apologize for the inconvenience, Boss Zhou." "No problem," Zhou Yan said as he paid for their meal. The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile, saying, "Hello, sir. Your total is 100,000. Zhou Yan handed her a credit card. "Please process this." The receptionist swiftly completed the transaction and returned the card to Zhou Yan. After settling the bill, he turned to Maisie and said, "My car was damaged last time, so I didn't drive here. You may leave first. I will wait for Miss Bai." Zhou Yan wished for Maisie to depart quickly. He had no desire to see her again. However, upon hearing that he intended to wait for Bai Luo, Maisie clung to Zhou Yan, saying, "Boss Zhou, I have nothing to do anyway. If you don't mind, may I keep you company? If it's truly inconvenient for you, I can leave. Is that acceptable?" Zhou Yan found her insistence grating, but was reluctant to express his displeasure. He replied somewhat curtly, "Suit yourself." Maisie stubbornly followed Zhou Yan, indifferent to his mood, determined to prevent him from meeting Bai Luo. The prospect of them spending time together filled her with anxiety. Zhou Yan waited at the entrance for a considerable time. Bai Luo had passed by once, but upon seeing Zhou Yan with Maisie, she hesitated to approach. The disdainful look Maisie had given her earlier lingered in her mind, making Bai Luo feel awkward in Zhou Yan's presence. After a moment's hesitation, she spotted her colleague, Xiao Yu, approaching. Quickly, she sought assistance, asking Xiao Yu to deliver the credit card to Zhou Yan while she discreetly hid in a corner, avoiding direct contact with him. Xiao Yu, sensing Bai Luo's predicament, readily agreed to her request. She rushed over to Zhou Yan, blushing slightly, and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yan turned to face her, appraising Xiao Yu. "Yes, that's me." "Oh, excellent. This is for you. It's the repair fee from Bai Luo. She's a bit busy at the moment, so she asked me to deliver this to you," Xiao Yu explained. "There's 60,000 here, if that's insufficient. Feel free to call her, and she will arrange the rest. The password is on this note." Zhou Yan acknowledged her words, understood. "Please inform Bai Luo that this amount is sufficient. She need not worry further." Xiao Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched her head and left in a hurry. Bai Luo, relieved that Xiao Yu had completed the task, felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, allowing her to focus on her work. She resolved to work even harder and earn more money. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to make ends meet. After acquiring the bank card, Zhou Yan stepped out of the door. Maisie closely trailed behind him, but Zhou Yan chose to ignore her, making his way directly towards his electric scooter. The moment Zhou Yan mounted the scooter, Maisie was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she gazed at him. "Boss Zhou, are you really riding an electric scooter?" she asked incredulously. "What's the matter? Didn't I mention that my car was in an accident and is being repaired?" "I simply rode my electric scooter here," Zhou Yan replied, before riding off without casting a glance at the bewildered Maisie, who stood there, stunned. As Zhou Yan vanished from her sight, Maisie found herself in a daze, struggling to comprehend the surreal events that had just unfolded. Shaking her head, she muttered, "I must have seen it wrong. No way he actually rode an electric scooter here. It's utterly absurd. I must be losing my mind." Maisie stood there, grappling with the reality of the situation, while Zhou Yan had already disappeared without a trace, leaving her no chance to express her thoughts. Pouting slightly, she exclaimed, "Why did he leave?" I still had things to say. Frustrated, she stomped her feet, feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 31. Another aim seeing Zhou Yan depart without fulfilling her own intentions left Maisie feeling somewhat unsettled. "Zhou, I heard that a real estate mogul, Zhang Dalong, is hosting a large event in a couple of days. If you plan to attend and need a companion, do remember to call on me. I am always at your service." She sent him, intending to convey this in person but had forgotten due to time constraints. Upon reading her message, Zhou Yan scoffed. Realizing her true motives, a master of scheming, Maisie quickly responded with an excited and cheerful emoji, but Zhou Yan was too indifferent to engage with her. If Zhang Dalong wished to invite him, Zhou Yan was certain an invitation would arrive in due course. As for a companion, he had other plans in mind. Sure enough, a few days later, Zhang Dalong sent Zhou Yan an invitation, which made him uncomfortable as it clearly displayed Zhou Yan's address, this dilapidated building where he had been residing since arriving in the city. The fact that Zhang Dalong had pinpointed Zhou Yan's address unsettled him. With his newly purchased villa still under renovation, he was unable to relocate. Zhou Yan felt a pressing desire to leave this place behind. Consequently, he began searching online for the highest-priced properties in the capital and found the exquisite Jingxiashan villa, which offered slightly smaller standalone villas complete with high-end renovations. Purchasing one of these villas would enable him to vacate his current residence immediately. Without hesitation, Zhou Yan arranged to visit the property. The service was commendable. Upon learning of Zhou Yan's intentions, the manager promptly escorted him to the renovated villa. Zhou Yan, unreserved, paid in full, securing a cozy little villa for himself. During this process, he also acquired a few pieces of furniture he fancied. Eager to move in as soon as possible, unable to transport them himself, he enlisted the aid of a moving company. When Zhou Yan commenced his move in a grand manner, it was afternoon, and several elderly residents were gathered downstairs, passing the time engaged in conversation and card games. The arrival of the moving company piqued their curiosity. One nosy lady approached Zhou Yan, inquiring, "Zhou Yan, are you moving?" "Where to?" Zhou Yan smiled gently and replied, "I've purchased a house and will be moving there." Upon hearing this, the elders were filled with curiosity and astonishment. It was indeed a rarity for someone to buy property in the capital, leading them to harbor doubts. While Zhou Yan conversed with the elders, a sharp voice interrupted. The landlord's son, observing Zhou Yan moving his belongings, deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Zhou Yan, where on earth did you find a place cheaper than our rent?" Irritated by the landlord's son's taunt, Zhou Yan turned and retorted, "It's not a rental. I bought the house." "Oh please, spare us the exaggeration. A delivery guy like you affording a house here? Who would believe your tall tales? You're just deceiving these elders. I don't buy your nonsense." The landlord's son was intent on belittling Zhou Yan. Feeling discontented by the condescension directed at him, Zhou Yan addressed the gathering. "I've already stated that I bought the house. If you're curious, you're welcome to come see it. You'll find out whether I'm lying or not." The landlord's son scoffed, "I have no time for that." Just then, an elderly man approached with a smile, saying, "We have nothing to do. We'll join you to check it out. Let us see what your new place is like." With Zhou Yan's nod of agreement, the group of elders, along with the landlord's son, piled into the moving truck to visit Zhou Yan's newly purchased villa. As they approached Jingxiashan, everyone was astounded, for this area boasted the highest property prices in the capital. Purchasing a house here required substantial funds, something Zhou Yan, a mere delivery person, was deemed incapable of. This only intensified the landlord's son's skepticism, leading him to believe Zhou Yan was merely playing tricks. However, it wasn't long before the moving truck came to a halt, and as everyone disembarked, They were met with the sight of a stunning villa that left them all in shock. The elders gazed at Zhou Yan in disbelief, exclaiming, "Zhou Yan, you've truly made it, quietly purchasing a villa. It's beautiful here. The environment is exquisite, far superior to our dilapidated homes. You're in for a treat." Zhou Yan smiled faintly, choosing silence. Yet the elders remained insistent, eager to explore the interior. Zhou Yan, not wishing to deter their curiosity, allowed them to investigate, hoping to dispel any doubts they harbored. Soon, the moving company had everything set up, and upon seeing the refreshing and cozy decor inside, Zhou Yan slowly entered, taking a seat on the sofa to absorb the scene before him. Meanwhile, the landlord's son continued to fabricate reasons to undermine Zhou Yan's credibility. Unable to fathom how he could afford such a villa, Zhou Yan understood that the landlord's son's disbelief stemmed from his own insecurities. He was unwilling to accept Zhou Yan's success, and Zhou Yan had no desire to engage in explanations. Let him think as he pleased. The elders, thoroughly impressed with the interior design, expressed their admiration wholeheartedly. Chapter 32. Creating a scene. The landlord's son found Zhou Yan's sudden acquisition of a villa utterly incredulous. Convinced that there must be some secret behind it, he speculated that Zhou Yan must have discovered a lucrative method of earning money. Otherwise, it was implausible to purchase such a large villa in such a short span of time. The entire villa spanned several hundred square meters, an achievement not easily accomplished. Zhou Yan approached the landlord's son, smiling as he inquired, "What's the matter? Still don't believe me? Do you need me to show you the property deed for you to accept this?" The landlord's son, feeling somewhat bashful after hearing Zhou Yan's words, scratched his head and said, "I sincerely apologize. Perhaps I am too short-sighted. However, your astonishing performance has indeed raised my suspicions. Could you enlighten me on how you amass such wealth? Delivering takeout surely cannot yield such a fortune. Please share your method with us, so we may also bask in your good fortune and improve our current circumstances. What do you say?" The landlord's son looked at Zhou Yan with a sly grin. And Zhou Yan, perceiving his smug demeanor, let out a cold laugh and turned to walk away. How could he possibly divulge the existence of his system? This was a closely guarded secret, the very essence of his newfound wealth. Besides, even if he were to share it, they would likely dismiss it as mere fabrication, rendering any explanation unnecessary. Zhou Yan held no desire to elucidate matters to them. Seeing Zhou Yan's secretive countenance, the landlord's son felt a surge of discontent. He perceived Zhou Yan as ungrateful, recalling how he had resided in their home during his times of destitution. Now, having acquired a villa, he seemed unwilling to share the means of his prosperity. The landlord's son grew increasingly perturbed, addressing the elderly residents around him. "Listen to me, everyone. Since Zhou Yan has made a fortune, he must possess a method for earning money. Let us urge him to share it, so we too might partake in his good fortune. What do you think?" The elderly residents, lacking critical thought, were easily swayed by the landlord's son and began clamoring for Zhou Yan to reveal his secrets to wealth. This incited impatience within Zhou Yan, who glanced at them with displeasure and asserted, "Please refrain from this uproar. This matter is my private affair. How I earn my money is my concern alone. Whether I choose to share it with you is my prerogative, and your raucous demands hold no significance for me." His words drew ire from the crowd, who reproached him for his perceived lack of humanity. It was Zhou Yan's first encounter with the true nature of these seemingly genial elderly individuals. Their cheerful exteriors belied a darker side. It became clear that one should not judge a book by its cover, as they resorted to moral coercion against him under the landlord's son's influence. Zhou Yan, far from being easily intimidated, glared at the crowd and declared, "This is my private villa. If you wish to tour it, I welcome you. However, if you intend to cause a scene out of jealousy, I kindly ask you to leave. You are not welcome here. We are not related, yet I respect you as elders and wish not to quarrel over trivialities. Do not overstep your bounds." Nonetheless, Zhou Yan's pleas fell on deaf ears, as several elderly individuals stubbornly refused to leave, further aggravating him. He realized he had foolishly granted them a semblance of dignity, leading them to become brazen in their bullying. Zhou Yan's expression darkened as he warned, "Listen closely. Leave this place immediately." One elderly woman retorted defiantly, "And what if we don't? What can you do about it?" "Ah, well, I may not be able to handle you, but someone else certainly can," Zhou Yan replied with a wicked smile. The elderly woman, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yan stepped closer, locking eyes with her as he stated, "Do you realize that under my objection, you are trespassing in a private residence, which bears legal consequences if the police arrive? Do you comprehend the repercussions? If you truly wish to experience that, I can make it happen. Just test me." With that, he brandished his phone before them. The elderly crowd, momentarily intimidated, quieted down, reluctant to face public humiliation at their age. As they settled into silence, the landlord's son continued to stoke the flames, saying, "Zhou Yan, don't think you can scare us. We are not easily intimidated. Zhou Yan, weary of the landlord's son, retorted, if you possess any courage, try it yourself without inciting these elders. Otherwise, we shall see how this unfolds. Just as tensions escalated between Zhou Yan and the landlord's son, security personnel burst onto the scene. The commotion had alerted them long before Zhou Yan even made a call. Such was the benefit of residing in a high-end villa community. Every service was top-notch, something Zhou Yan appreciated. The security staff approached Zhou Yan respectfully, inquiring, Mr. Zhou, do you require assistance? Zhou Yan smiled faintly at the landlord's son and remarked, what do you think? Is it time for you to leave? He added, or would you prefer these security personnel to escort you out? Do not tread too far down this path, or you may find yourself regretting it. Consider this a warning. The security staff swiftly escorted the unruly crowd from Zhou Yan's villa, while he stood with his arms crossed, relishing their plight. The elderly individuals appeared shaken, and the landlord's son, upon seeing the security personnel, fell silent, refraining from further comment. Zhou Yan waved dismissively at them before retreating inside, completely ignoring their presence. Chapter 33. The frenzied group purchase in high spirits. Zhou Yan entered the villa, leaving the landlord's son and the elderly resident stranded outside, helplessly shouting as they departed. It was astonishing how some individuals could not bear to see others prosper. Even the elderly displayed such pettiness. Having successfully relocated to his new villa, Zhou Yan reclined comfortably, reveling in his circumstances. However, a thought suddenly struck him. He had left his Rolls-Royce at the repair shop just days prior. Now, venturing out was somewhat inconvenient. With only the electric bike he had once used for deliveries at his disposal, it would seem rather inappropriate to traverse the villa grounds on such a humble vehicle. Yet, having purchased 2 villas, his cash reserves were dwindling, leaving him with only a few million. Acquiring another vehicle appeared financially unfeasible. Feeling rather bored, Zhou Yan decided to explore his system space, discovering some scattered shares that were of little use to him. However, he contemplated that selling these shares could yield sufficient funds to purchase a vehicle, enhancing his mobility. Without hesitation, he relayed his intentions to the system. Upon receiving his request, he settled down to await a response while perusing messages in the group chat. About half an hour later, the system provided an update. Congratulations, host. You have successfully liquidated your shares and acquired a cash sum of 200 million. Please feel free to withdraw at your convenience. Zhou Yan's heart soared at this news. He now had the funds to procure a vehicle. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, a notification appeared in the group chat regarding a successful group purchase. How delightful! What treasures have these pretentious socialites acquired this time? I cannot wait to find out, Zhou Yan exclaimed with glee. Zhou Yan joyfully opened the group chat for sharing purchases, but upon seeing the messages, he was somewhat taken aback. Sitting there in silence, he mused, how curious. What purpose do these individuals have in sharing a sports car? Could it be that they have plans for an outing? Where might they be headed? Driven by curiosity, Zhou Yan began to peruse their chat history and soon discovered that these faux socialites were pooling their resources for a sports car because they wished to embark on a delightful excursion. For individuals of their status, such a mode of transportation was indispensable, and it needed to be particularly eye-catching. Thus, they had collectively invested significantly in a sports car. In no time, the group chat was abuzz with messages as they began to boast to one another. Luo chimed in, everyone, let us gather. This weekend we're going on an outing. I wonder who else is interested. If time permits, let us all go and have some fun together. What do you think? Xiaotao responded eagerly, I'm in. I absolutely cannot miss this outing. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Xin added, indeed. It would be even better with some handsome companions. Who has the resources to provide that for us? Nana interjected, Yin, could you help us with this? Perhaps you can persuade your friends to join us on this outing? Luo echoed, exactly. We all look to Yin. He is the one with the best connections. The last time he introduced us to those young gentlemen, they were all quite impressive. I hope you have more contacts. Don't keep them to yourself. We're all eagerly waiting. Meow expressed her confidence in the outing, wondering about the potential outcomes. She flooded the chat with eager emojis, and the group chat became lively. Zhou Yan observed as everyone called out to him in the chat, yet he silently watched the unfolding drama. Just as he was about to respond to their messages, a newcomer appeared, prompting him to observe once more. Jiatong announced, Sisters, I must confess something I have not shared with anyone. I wonder if you might be interested. Xiaotao urged, please, do tell us what it is. Jiatong continued. Actually, the Zhou Yan you all speak of, I have known him for quite some time, but I hadn't mentioned it before. Luo gasped, this is major news. Why didn't you tell us sooner? How did you come to know him? Meow pressed, yes. Please share more. Just how well do you know Zhou Yan? We are genuinely curious. Jiatong replied, well, Zhou Yan was my ex-boyfriend. We only broke up a few days ago. When I initiated the breakup, he was somewhat reluctant and has been persistently pursuing me since. Nana exclaimed. No way. You broke up with the CEO show? How could that be? He is so wealthy. Why would you want to end things? Surely, you're not bragging about it? Xin added, exactly. Who would believe you? Zhao Tong insisted. What I say is true. When we were together, he worked as a delivery driver. He was nothing like the person he is now. The other day at the Royal Bar, I was so agitated because I feared he would start pursuing me again, hence my emotional outburst. As Zhao Tong divulged this information, a hush fell over the group as they contemplated the events that had transpired. Nana recalled, I believe I heard you mention this before. Is it true that Zhou Yan was indeed a delivery driver? I can hardly believe it. Meow Meow countered. So what? Even if he was a delivery driver, he was no ordinary one. Given his background and status, he was truly exceptional. Zhou Yan felt a surge of anger at Zhao Tong's words. He thought her shamelessness was astounding. How could she exaggerate her own worth while belittling him in such a public forum? Yan interjected, Zhao Tong. Is Zhou Yan truly your ex-boyfriend? Zhao Tong replied, of course. He once vowed that he would marry me once he made his fortune. Yan challenged, Meow Meow. I saw you on a date with Zhou Yan just a couple of days ago. How is it that Zhao Tong claims to be his ex? Don't you think you should clarify this? She continued, is Zhou Yan's girlfriend you? I noticed how attentive he was towards you. You both seem to be having a wonderful time together over steak. Chapter 34. A minor setback in collecting the car. When Zhou Yan exposed this information in the group chat, Zhao Tong fell silent. The revelation acted like a ticking time bomb, leaving Zhao Tong in disbelief that Zhou Yan had so swiftly moved on with Meow Meow. Meow Meow was astonished. How could Zhou Yan's dining outing with her come to Yan's attention? Meow Meow asked, how did you know I was having dinner with Zhou Yan? Yan explained. I was dining with friends and happened to see you two together. I intended to greet you, but seeing how animatedly you were conversing and how harmonious the atmosphere was, I hesitated to interrupt. He remarked, I never expected the renowned CEO Zhou to be so gentle and considerate. He truly knows how to care for others. Meow Meow affirmed. Indeed, CEO Zhou is a wonderful person, and I genuinely admire him. Witnessing Zhao Tong's sudden silence, Zhou Yan shook his head in exasperation. Astonished that this woman could be so brazen, he wondered if she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. He had never encountered someone so audacious. It was she who had persistently pursued him, and now that his status had changed, she sought to portray him as the one who was harassing her. Zhao Tong felt a surge of indignation and directed her frustration at Yan. She declared, by the way, Zhou Yan is messaging me again, asking to take me out for dinner. Sisters, should I go with him? Yan encouraged, of course you should accept. Zhou Yan is already with Meow Meow. And perhaps he wants to clarify matters. You must give him the chance to speak, don't you think? Maybe your troubles will be resolved soon. I wish you success. Go for it. Zhao Tong was momentarily speechless, prompting laughter from the other sisters in the group chat. Zhou Yan gave a derisive snort and set his phone aside, choosing not to engage further with the ongoing chatter. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that his space felt somewhat stark and in need of furnishings to create a cozy atmosphere. Thus, he decided to venture out to a furniture store. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Zhou Yan glanced at the caller ID and saw it was the repair shop. He answered, hello? The voice on the other end said, Mr. Zhou, your Rolls-Royce has been repaired. Do you have time to come pick it up? If you're unavailable, we can arrange for someone to deliver it to you. What would you prefer? Zhou Yan contemplated for a moment and replied, no need for delivery. I have time now, so I will come to collect it myself. The voice responded, very well, Mr. Zhou, we await your arrival. Zhou Yan made his way to the underground garage, where his newly acquired Ferrari and Porsche sat quietly. After some hesitation, he opted to ride his electric scooter out. The elderly gatekeeper at the entrance barely noticed Zhou Yan, as the comings and goings in the villa area had become so frequent and complicated that he couldn't discern faces clearly. The gatekeeper allowed Zhou Yan to pass, mistaking him for a worker from the renovation company. Zhou Yan drove to the repair shop, spotting a young man waiting outside, seemingly expecting someone. After securing his scooter, Zhou Yan hurriedly approached. The young man, upon spotting Zhou Yan, curiously inquired, Sir, may I ask if you are? Zhou Yan, unfazed, replied, Indeed. I am here to collect my vehicle. With that, he strode confidently inside, having already caught sight of his Rolls-Royce parked within. The young man, noticing Zhou Yan's intent to enter, hastily positioned himself in front of him, asserting, Sir, you cannot enter. This is a luxury car repair shop. If you're looking to purchase a vehicle, the electric and tricycle options are next door. You've come to the wrong place. Zhou Yan was taken aback by this response and clarified, What are you talking about? I am not here to buy a car. I am here to collect mine. Do you understand? The young man, now slightly impatient, retorted, Please refrain from making nonsensical claims. I am expecting a significant client who will arrive shortly to collect their vehicle. I do not have the time to attend to you. You should leave. With a look of helplessness, Zhou Yan reiterated, you must understand. The esteemed client you are awaiting is me, and that Rolls-Royce is indeed my vehicle. Do you comprehend now? The young man, dismissing him with a scoff, replied, please, do not joke around here. Just ride your electric bike away, all right? Zhou Yan recognized that the young man was impervious to reason, seemingly treating the situation as a jest. Despite Zhou Yan's attempts at explanation, the young man remained steadfast at the entrance, preventing him from entering. Zhou Yan felt his patience waning. He had exhausted every alternative. Yet the young man remained obstinately vigilant. Just then, amidst their ongoing dispute, a Bentley appeared before them. The young man, upon seeing it, instantly brightened. Greeting the driver with enthusiasm, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a vehicle?" The man nodded, stating yes. And the young man eagerly invited him inside to explore the available styles. Zhou Yan, uninterested in their exchange, proceeded to enter the shop. Alarmed, the young man shouted, "Hey, you cannot go in. Did you hear me? Why not?" Zhou Yan asked, his irritation palpable. The young man, brimming with disdain, replied, "You must be mistaken. A person riding an electric bike claiming to collect a car is quite remarkable. I truly admire your audacity. Please leave. Can't you see a significant client has arrived? Don't make a fool of yourself here." The man glanced at Zhou Yan and added, "Indeed, we cannot allow just anyone to enter. Otherwise, it would diminish the prestige of our establishment. Do you understand? Not everyone is welcome here. Please leave." Zhou Yan, with a cold snort, resolved, "I will certainly enter today. Let's see what you intend to do about it." Chapter 35. A lesson learned. Zhou Yan strode confidently forward, finding his Rolls-Royce restored to pristine condition. A sight that brought him great satisfaction. At that moment, the man who had just driven the luxurious vehicle approached and stood before Zhou Yan's Rolls-Royce. Inspecting it with keen interest, he turned to the young man and asked, "This car is quite impressive, isn't it?" The young man, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Sir, I sincerely apologize. But this vehicle is not for sale. It belongs to a customer who left it here for repairs. We have just completed the work, and the owner will arrive shortly. Therefore, this car cannot be sold. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to look inside." Upon hearing this, the man seemed slightly regretful. As he turned to leave, he inadvertently noticed Zhou Yan approaching his Rolls-Royce and remarked with irritation, "How did he get in here?" Simultaneously, the young man turned and hurried towards Zhou Yan, loudly reprimanding, "Did I not tell you to leave? How did you slip back in? There are no vehicles here that you can afford. Please do not cause a disturbance." Zhou Yan, exasperated, replied, "I have explained several times. I am not here to purchase a vehicle. I am here to collect mine." With that, he produced the car key and pressed it firmly. To the astonishment of both the young man and the other man, the headlights of the car suddenly illuminated, and the doors unlocked. The young man's face went pale as he stammered, "Zhou, you are Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yan let out a cold laugh and said, "What? Do you still not believe it? Do you wish to expel me? You may call your manager to verify if he has the authority to do so. One should not judge others through tinted lenses, as it may lead to unfortunate consequences." The young man, realizing his blunder, repeatedly apologized, acknowledging his lack of discernment. Just then, the manager rushed over, noticing Zhou Yan's presence. With utmost respect, he greeted, "Mr. Zhou, welcome. Please allow me to check your vehicle for any issues. We will rectify them immediately." Zhou Yan instinctively examined the car and found it satisfactory. He addressed the manager, "The vehicle is in good condition, but please, Mr. Zhou, state your requirements. We shall certainly meet them and serve you wholeheartedly," the manager asserted with conviction. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan cast a glance at the young man, who appeared visibly shaken and anxious. Zhou Yan felt a surge of mockery within. Just moments ago, the young man had exuded confidence and dominance. Yet now he seemed fraught with anxiety. Zhou Yan pondered who had given him the audacity to look down upon others, dismissing him as unworthy of entering their establishment, fearing that his presence might taint their air. Curious, Zhou Yan inquired, "What kind of individual is deemed worthy to enter this repair shop? I wish to comprehend this hierarchy. Otherwise, I may have acted rather presumptuously." His words pierced the young man's heart like a dagger, as he sensed impending doom. This time, he had truly overstepped by barring Mr. Zhou from entry and speaking to him with disdain. The young man, now fearful, glanced at the manager. The manager, caught between embarrassment and anger, felt his expression darken. Without warning, he struck the young man across the face. The young man, startled, fell to his knees, pleading with Zhou Yan, "Mr. Zhou, I am truly sorry. This is all my fault. Please forgive me." The young man fervently apologized, while Zhou Yan merely glanced at him and declared, "Rise, for it would be ill-mannered for others to witness this. I do not wish to be perceived as bullying the younger. However, you have erred and must face consequences. Let your manager teach you a lesson in humility. I have no time to squander here. How you discipline your employees is your concern, not mine. With that, Zhou Yan glanced at the manager, who immediately understood his intention. He turned to the trembling young man and said, "You, with your lack of discernment, leave immediately. We will never employ you again. Go wherever you please. But do not show your face here in front of Mr. Zhou again. Be gone." The young man continued to plead for another chance, but the manager dared not relent. If he failed to comply with Zhou Yan's wishes, he might soon find himself in the same predicament. Who led him to offend Zhou Yan with his own ignorance? This mistake is solely his to bear. Zhou Yan sighed and addressed the manager, saying, "Could you please assist me in retrieving my electric scooter? I need to leave this place. I have other matters to attend to." "Yes, Mr. Zhou, I'll attend to it immediately," the manager replied, somewhat nervously. Zhou Yan handed the manager the key to his electric scooter, and shortly thereafter, the manager returned with it. After properly parking the scooter, Zhou Yan drove off in his Rolls-Royce, heading to a furniture store to select some satisfactory furnishings. He wished to fill the empty spaces in his home, as only then would it feel warm and evoke a sense of belonging. With a buoyant spirit, Zhou Yan made his way to the furniture market, quickly dismissing the earlier turmoil from his mind. Having encountered similar situations numerous times, he was unfazed by such emotions. Given Zhou Yan's current capital and status, he would hardly deign to concern himself with trivial matters. Upon arriving at the furniture market, he found himself compelled to park at a distance. As there was no available space inside, it appeared to be bustling with activity. Feeling somewhat helpless, Zhou Yan strolled through the furniture city, absorbing the myriad of exquisite furnishings. He sought to select items that were reputable and exuded elegance. His small villa contained only a few pieces of furniture, leaving it rather barren. He yearned to fill his home to the brim. Aside from a television and a coffee table, it seemed he had little else. After contemplating his needs, he first ventured to the electronics section, selecting a luxurious refrigerator along with various appliances, such as a humidifier and an air conditioner. With his selections complete, he proceeded to the sofa area, determined to find a piece that resonated with him. As he perused the options, an impeccably dressed attendant approached him. "Good day, sir. May I inquire which model of sofa you're interested in?" The attendant asked courteously. Zhou Yan noted how the attendant scrutinized him, as if attempting to see right through him, which made him slightly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he remained focused on selecting a sofa that appealed to him. The variety of styles was indeed extensive, encompassing an array of materials. Turning to the attendant, he requested, "Could you kindly introduce me to your finest sofa?" Detailing its materials and styles? The attendant appeared taken aback at Zhou Yan's request for the best. Zhou Yan nodded slowly, and the attendant gazed at him in disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Zhou Yan inquired. "Oh, no, sir. Please follow me," the attendant replied with a hint of reluctance. Zhou Yan followed the attendant to a more elegantly arranged section, where the sofas appeared significantly more appealing, both in style and material, clearly a step up. After surveying the offerings, Zhou Yan felt satisfied. The attendant began to enthusiastically elaborate on the various options, and Zhou Yan listened attentively, discerning the differences among the furnishings to select his preferred model. After examining all the sofas, Zhou Yan found one made of leather that truly captivated him. He approached it and ran his hand over its surface, appreciating its quality. "I'll take this one," he declared, nodding in approval. The attendant, however, looked astonished. "Sir, this sofa is quite expensive. In fact, it is our priciest model." "Is that so?" Zhou Yan replied nonchalantly. "Are you certain you want the sofa?" the attendant asked, still incredulous. He couldn't fathom that someone dressed so modestly could afford such an extravagant purchase, which led to a hint of condescension in his gaze, as if he suspected Zhou Yan might be jesting. As Zhou Yan and the attendant began discussing the price, a man suddenly appeared. This man was adorned in high-end brand attire, even boasting a custom-made gold watch on his wrist. He approached the leather sofa with an air of superiority. "This sofa is splendid. I adore it. Please wrap it up for me," the man declared, exuding an imposing presence. Zhou Yan furrowed his brow in displeasure, but chose to remain silent. The attendant, visibly excited, turned to the man, asking, "Sir, where should we deliver it?" The man casually produced a business card and handed it to the attendant, saying, "Deliver it to this address, and the sooner, the better." "Of course, Mr. Zhang," the attendant replied enthusiastically. Seeing the attendant disregard him, Zhou Yan felt a surge of frustration. He called out, "Wait, I want the sofa too. Here's my address. Please arrange for it to be delivered immediately." He assertively placed his business card before the attendant. The attendant shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "Mr. Zhou, I apologize, but this sofa is a limited edition, and there is only this one available. Perhaps you could consider another? I must assist Mr. Zhang first, if you don't mind." "What did you say? Are you out of your mind? I was the first to express interest in this sofa. Why should it go to him? Is there no principle of first come, first served in your store?" Zhou Yan demanded, his tone commanding. The attendant appeared awkward as he looked at Zhou Yan. Mr. Zhou, it would be best not to compare yourself to Mr. Zhang. You are simply not his equal. Since Mr. Zhang has shown interest, the sofa rightfully belongs to him. Do not embarrass yourself further, the attendant replied with an air of arrogance. Fuming, Zhou Yan turned to face the so-called Mr. Zhang, who stood with his arms crossed, gazing at Zhou Yan with disdain. After the attendant's words, Mr. Zhang arrogantly looked down upon Zhou Yan. Sir, please leave. Do not disturb Mr. Zhang. As it may affect his mood, the attendant insensitively suggested. Zhou Yan glanced at the attendant and then at Mr. Zhang, sneering as he declared, How ludicrous. Is it the policy of your store to bully others based on wealth? What is so commendable about having money if it means snatching from others? His voice rang out, capturing the attention of those nearby, who began to point and murmur among themselves. Both Mr. Zhang and the attendant appeared somewhat embarrassed by the sudden attention. What are you doing? Mr. Zhang asked. What can I do? I merely wish to seek justice, Zhou Yan replied calmly. In that moment, Zhou Yan had not anticipated that this so-called Mr. Zhang would resort to using his status to intimidate others, regardless of his identity. Zhou Yan was determined not to allow this man to prevail in his attempts to dominate. Upon seeing the haughty demeanor of the other party, Zhou Yan felt an even greater discomfort within. He was resolute in acquiring the sofa. He would not allow it to slip from his grasp. His declaration drew a crowd of onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Although they were unaware of the circumstances at hand, Zhou Yan's words incited a wave of criticism towards Mr. Zhang. How can you behave this way? You appear so refined in your attire, yet you attempt to seize what belongs to another. Is wealth truly such a lofty achievement? Are you not merely bullying this man? Clearly, this is something he desires. And yet you insist on taking it from him. Is there no sense of reason left? Does having money grant one the right to disregard logic? The crowd's indignation escalated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. The server, blushing with embarrassment, glanced between Zhou Yan and Mr. Zhang, unsure of how to proceed. Zhou Yan engaged in a debate with Mr. Zhang, oblivious to the latter's true identity, which had caused the server's immediate change of demeanor. To Zhou Yan, such matters were inconsequential. Regardless of Mr. Zhang's esteemed status, he remained unfazed. He was curious to witness how Mr. Zhang would respond amid the crowd's accusations. With trembling hands, the server approached Zhou Yan, lowering her voice. Mr. Zhou, please, do not escalate this further. You cannot afford to offend Mr. Zhang. I am merely offering a word of caution. Silence, you presumptuous fool, Zhou Yan retorted angrily. What significance does your status hold? I care not for your identity. This sofa will not be relinquished to you. His expression darkened as he spoke. Observing Zhou Yan's fury, Mr. Zhang sneered, Zhou Yan, remember this. I will not let this go. Do not act so brazenly here. Zhou Yan found Mr. Zhang's threats laughable. It was a novel experience for him to be intimidated in such a manner. With a look of disdain, he replied, I am rather eager to see how you intend to deal with me. The tension in the air was palpable as Zhou Yan stood his ground. He turned to the server and commanded, have this sofa delivered to the address on my business card immediately, or I shall file a complaint. I refuse to believe there is no sense of justice here. The server was at a loss, glancing at Mr. Zhang, who was glaring at Zhou Yan in fury. At that moment, the onlookers not only continued to berate Mr. Zhang but also began to take photographs and share the incident on social media, documenting the unfolding drama. This action infuriated Mr. Zhang even further, as he turned to the server, exclaiming, What are you still doing here? Quickly disperse these idle spectators. If my information surfaces online, I will not rest until I seek retribution. Do you comprehend my words? The server's face drained of color, and she turned to the crowd, her voice trembling, Everyone, please disperse. This is all a misunderstanding. Resume your activities. Yet, the crowd paid her no heed, realizing that the situation could spiral out of control. She anxiously called for security to clear the onlookers. Mr. Zhang was deeply dissatisfied with Zhou Yan's actions. Just then, a tall woman squeezed through the crowd, her face adorned with a smile as she approached Mr. Zhang. Hi Shang, what is happening? Why are there so many people gathered here? Inquired a beautiful woman gently. Mr. Zhang, still glaring at Zhou Yan, ignored her question. The woman, noticing his demeanor, turned her gaze toward Zhou Yan. Upon recognizing him, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Zhou Yan, is that you? Mr. Zhang, astonished, asked, Yuan, do you know him? Of course. He is my college classmate, Zhou Yan. But what brings you here? Do you two know each other? Yuan asked, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Zhang scoffed, as if I would know someone like him. It's utterly ridiculous. Zhou Yan stood nearby, racking his brain to place the woman before him. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, You are Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan, dressed in a lace t-shirt and a short skirt, was indeed striking, drawing the attention of those around her. She had been a close friend of Zhou Yan's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Tong. and they had shared an inseparable bond. Seeing that Zhou Yan recognized her, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she smiled and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be delivering takeout today? What brings you here?" "I have resigned from that job," Zhou Yan replied. "I came to purchase some furniture for my home." "Oh, I see. I missed the New Year's gala last time because of other commitments. By the way, how are things between you and Zhao Tong?" Yuan inquired, her interest evident. Zhou Yan sneered, "We've long since parted ways. We're no longer together." "Oh, what are you doing now?" Yuan seemed genuinely intrigued by Zhou Yan's life. Zhou Yan, feeling no need to conceal the truth, responded candidly, "I am currently unemployed." "Surely not. How do you manage to live? How do you support yourself?" Yuan's tone hinted at a hint of schadenfreude. After saying this, Yuan seemed to have a thought and quickly turned to grasp Mr. Zhang's arm. "Hi, Sheng. Isn't your company hiring? Could you do me a favor and help my classmate find a job? He's struggling on his own." Mr. Zhang had initially intended to disregard Zhou Yan, but upon hearing Yuan's request, he regarded Zhou Yan with disdain and said, "Fine, since Yuan has asked. I shall overlook the past. Our company is in need of a security guard. You may apply for the position." Zhou Yan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him at Mr. Zhang's words, finding him utterly detestable. As if he believed his status granted him significance and sought to assert his presence before Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan looked up at Mr. Zhang and replied, "There is no need for that. I do not require this job." Yuan, astonished by Zhou Yan's rejection, exclaimed, "Zhou Yan, do you not realize that Zhang Haisheng is the son of Zhang Delong from the real estate empire? Countless individuals aspire to work for their group. Do not squander this opportunity. Even as a security guard, their salary far exceeds what you would earn delivering takeout. Please reconsider." Zhou Yan replied firmly, "No need. I have my own matters to attend to. I do not care whose son he is. I do not require his favors." Zhou Yan's resolute stance toward Mr. Zhang's offer left the latter feeling unsatisfied, as he believed Zhou Yan was overestimating his own worth. The Zhang family was the largest real estate group in the capital, and many would go to great lengths to secure a position there. Mr. Zhang could hardly fathom Zhou Yan's blatant rejection of such an opportunity. As Zhou Yan stood before the former campus beauty and the arrogant Mr. Zhang, he felt a deep irony. Indeed, the adage "birds of a feather flock together" held true. Zhang Haisheng leaped over Zhang Yuan and approached Zhou Yan, exclaiming, "How could someone like you, a mere delivery worker, possibly afford this exquisite sofa? I suddenly wondered. Do you even know the origins and price of this piece? Shall I enlighten you?" The waiter, still in a daze, stood by. Zhang Haisheng, with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, and Zhang Yuan, reveling in the drama, echoed his sentiments. Upon hearing Zhang Haisheng's words, the waiter hastily approached Zhou Yan. "Mr. Zhou, this sofa is from a high-end luxury brand. Shall we proceed with the payment? It costs a staggering 560,000. Are you certain?" The waiter appeared slightly timid, yet skeptical as he gazed at Zhou Yan. In response, Zhou Yan tossed a gold card to the waiter, his expression dismissive as he said, "Rest assured, the funds on this card could easily purchase your entire establishment. Now, expedite the transaction." Zhang Haisheng, upon catching sight of the card in Zhou Yan's hand, was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Mr. Zhou, you truly are affluent." Zhou Yan shot him a glance and replied, "You flatter me. It's merely a bit more than a security guard's salary." This retort left Zhang Haisheng momentarily speechless. Zhang Yuan, witnessing Zhou Yan's newfound opulence, found it hard to believe. She recalled how she had to scrimp and save for months just to afford her desired designer bags and luxury items. The drastic transformation in Zhou Yan within such a short span left her astounded. She approached him, inquiring, "Weren't you quite poor before? Zhao Tong often complained to me about you." Zhou Yan, visibly irritated by the mention of Zhao Tong, replied, "That was in the past. Ever since Zhao Tong left, I've unexpectedly prospered. Money is no longer an issue for me. Don't you believe me? Perhaps it's Zhao Tong who lacks the fortune to enjoy it. Your dear friend is indeed somewhat pitiable." With a disdainful expression, Zhou Yan continued speaking. Zhang Yuan noticed the business card Zhou Yan had given to the waiter, which bore the address of a luxurious villa in the Jingxiashan neighborhood, further deepening her shock. She whispered to Zhang Haisheng, "It seems Zhou Yan has undergone a significant change. He is no longer the impoverished Zhou Yan of the past. He now resides in a villa, a place beyond your reach." Observing Zhang Haisheng's growing discontent, she refrained from voicing her subsequent thoughts. The waiter, upon receiving Zhou Yan's gold card, wasted no time in processing the transaction. Zhou Yan felt a sense of satisfaction as he turned to glance back at Zhang Haisheng and Zhang Yuan, letting out a cold chuckle before departing. As Zhang Haisheng watched Zhou Yan's retreating figure, a sense of defiance welled up within him. Zhang Yuan continued to gaze at Zhou Yan for an extended period, until Zhang Haisheng suddenly spoke up, "By the way, please keep my presence here a secret. I plan to surprise him. This weekend is my birthday party, and I want to give him a delightful surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan eagerly approached him, saying, "Hi Xing. Could you bring me along to celebrate with President Zhang? I've long heard of his name but never had the chance to meet him. I wish to get acquainted." Zhang Haisheng, upon hearing her request, halted in his tracks, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "Unfortunately, you cannot attend," he said. "Why not?" Zhang Yuan feigned innocence. "Because my father dislikes having unfamiliar faces at gatherings and large events. It would displease him," Zhang Haisheng explained. With a smile, he added, "Well, my dear Yuan, you are understanding. I appreciate your quiet demeanor." "That's fine," Zhang Yuan replied casually, though disappointment gnawed at her. She had hoped to use this opportunity to showcase her status as the girlfriend of the son of a prominent real estate mogul in the capital, only to have Zhang Haisheng dismiss her aspirations, shattering her dreams. She felt a mix of disappointment and sadness, silently resenting Zhang Haisheng while maintaining a facade of obedience. Soon, she cast aside her earlier discontent, lounging comfortably as she scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, catching Zhou Yan by surprise. Chapter 39. A familiar face. Zhou Yan was not one to dwell on the past. He preferred to savor the present. Reclining on his cherished sofa, he perused messages in a group chat, eager to discover any recent developments among the pretentious socialites. He sought to unwind when he noticed a new member had joined the group, piquing his curiosity. He clicked on the profile to scrutinize this insincere woman. To his astonishment, he realized it was Zhang Yuan. "What a surprise to see her here," he muttered. As he sifted through the messages, he discovered that she had been added to the group by his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Tong. The other women in the group, upon noticing a newcomer, became animated. "Hello everyone. I'm Yuan. Nice to meet you all," she introduced herself. Zhao Tong welcomed her warmly, stating, "From today onward, our family has gained a new member. Let us unite in our quest to secure wealthy husbands." Xian chimed in, "Welcome, Yuan. We have a camping event this weekend. Would you like to join us?" Zhang Yuan enthusiastically replied, "I'm available this week, and I'd love to join. Just let me know what I need to do." Little Peach added, "No preparations needed. Just come dressed well, as there will be many young masters and wealthy individuals. You know how to handle yourself, right?" Zhang Yuan responded with confidence, "Thank you, ladies. I certainly know how to present myself." Miao Miao interjected, "However, if you wish to join our camping trip, there will be some cost involved. Are you willing to contribute?" "Of course. Just let me know how much." "I understand the rules," Zhang Yuan assured them. Miao Miao remarked, "That's great. It's always pleasant to deal with intelligent individuals. I wonder if you are an older sister or a younger sister. You must be quite beautiful, right? Should we share photos to get acquainted?" With that suggestion, the group chat exploded with pictures of stunning women, all impeccably dressed and exuding glamour. Each visage was enhanced by subtle makeup, and had Zhou Yan not known their true natures, he might have been swayed by their allure. However, thinking of these superficial women extinguished any interest he had. The unexpected appearance of Zhang Yuan in the chat caught him off guard. He scoffed, realizing she, too, was enamored by vanity, clinging to Zhang Haisheng while seeking the attention of other men. He had underestimated her. It seemed she and Zhao Tong were cut from the same cloth. Resolutely, Zhou Yan dismissed the trivial chatter in the group. Setting his phone aside, he arranged to meet with several affluent young men regarding the upcoming camping event. Zhou Yan was genuinely curious to witness the ostentation of these so-called socialites. Preparing himself, he descended to the underground garage, where his car awaited. This time, he opted not to drive his Rolls-Royce. Instead, he chose his newly acquired Ferrari, heading to the designated meeting spot without hesitation. When Zhou Yan arrived at the venue, several luxury cars were already parked inside. A group of wealthy young men noticed Zhou Yan's arrival and hurriedly descended from their vehicles, surrounding him with friendly expressions, showering him with compliments that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Brother Zhou, this Faraday model is a limited edition and looks quite impressive. Is it your new purchase?" One of the young men inquired enviously. Zhou Yan nodded and replied, "Yes, I bought this new car for convenience while my Rolls-Royce is being repaired." "Brother Zhou, you must be incredibly wealthy. This car is certainly not inexpensive. It's remarkable that you can just buy it like that," the wealthy young man remarked, gazing at Zhou Yan with admiration. Zhou Yan, however, appeared indifferent. His curiosity piqued about how the pretentious socialites would present themselves. As everyone anticipated, a Lamborghini and a Porsche came to a halt before them, from which emerged the very group of pretentious socialites, each one adorned in extravagant attire, brandishing designer handbags, and heavily made up. Their statuesque figures seemed to flaunt themselves in front of the young men, vying for their attention. Zhou Yan cast a glance, feeling an unsettling discomfort within. The young men were left speechless upon seeing these socialites, their gaze fixated. Just as Zhou Yan dismissed them with disdain, he suddenly recognized a familiar silhouette. His brow furrowed slightly as he thought of Bai Luoluo. How could she be here? He spotted Bai Luoluo standing timidly beside the Porsche, observing the spectacle before her. While Zhou Yan pondered this, Zhang Yuan and Zhao Tong approached him. Upon noticing this, Miao Miao rushed towards Zhou Yan, her face lit with excitement, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. This is wonderful." Seeing Miao Miao engage with Zhou Yan unsettled Zhao Tong, who felt a pang of discomfort. She stepped forward, smilingly addressing Zhou Yan. "You're here too." Zhou Yan ignored Zhao Tong, focusing instead on Bai Luoluo standing aside. Zhang Yuan expressed her surprise. "I didn't expect to find you here." Zhao Tong whispered to Zhang Yuan, "You might not be aware, but he is incredibly wealthy now. A well-known magnate with significant assets. He is no longer the Zhou Yan of the past. You mustn't offend him. It could lead to dire consequences." Zhou Yan, noticing the women's behavior, said brusquely, "Now that everyone is here, we should get in the car and head to our destination. Time is of the essence." As soon as he finished speaking, the women eagerly swarmed around him. Chapter 40. Competing for favor. Zhou Yan found the vanity of these women rather amusing. Miao Miao, perceiving Zhao Tong's proximity to Zhou Yan, felt a wave of discontent, a rivalry brewing between them. With a defiant expression, Miao Miao stepped in front of Zhao Tong and said, "Zhao Tong, are you regretting your decision to look at Zhou Yan now?" Ignoring Miao Miao, Zhao Tong approached Zhou Yan directly, declaring, "Zhou Yan, I am your girlfriend. How about this? For the journey ahead, you can take me along." Miao Miao, visibly displeased, retorted, "Zhao Tong, don't get it twisted. You're his ex-girlfriend, not his current one. Don't overestimate your position, all right? What does it matter to you? We had our history. So what?" Miao Miao turned to Zhou Yan, pleading, "Brother Zhou, I want to ride in your car too." Zhou Yan, feeling exasperated by the jealousy and competition among the women, glanced at Bai Luoluo and beckoned, "Bai Luoluo, come and be my passenger." Bai Luoluo, surprised to hear her name, turned to Zhou Yan. Upon recognizing him, her face lit up with both joy and shyness. "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yan smiled and nodded. "Come over quickly." Zhao Tong and Miao Miao's expressions soured instantly, their eyes filled with discontent as they regarded Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, approached Zhou Yan. While he waited for her to join him, he too pondered how she came to be there, as he hadn't seen her in the group chat. Zhao Tong, visibly annoyed, remarked, "Who is this woman? How does she know Zhou Yan? I don't think I've seen her before. Perhaps she is a newcomer." Miao Miao pouted, "I think I've seen her before. Once, when Zhou Yan and I were dining, she appeared. I heard Zhou Yan's Rolls-Royce was damaged by her, and he had to pay a hefty sum for the repairs. Wasn't she a hotel staff member? How did she end up here?" Xiao Dao quickly added, "I think she is a friend of Xian Yan. She couldn't make it today, so she sent Bai Luoluo as a substitute." Zhao Tong expressed her dissatisfaction. Now it makes sense. No wonder she seems unfamiliar. All eyes turned to Bai Luoluo, curious about her connection to Zhou Yan. Each woman apprehensive that Zhou Yan might develop an interest in her, jeopardizing their own chances. For Zhou Yan, a promising young magnate, was the ideal catch these pretentious socialites yearned for. Zhou Yan, however, was uninterested in the superficiality of these women. They were far from his type, and he had no desire to engage with them. Granting them any semblance of kindness would only lead to complications, and he found the prospect of entanglement with them exhausting. "Let us get in the car," Zhou Yan said to Bai Luoluo. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Zhou. I want to be polite," she replied, taking a seat in Zhou Yan's vehicle. As he drove, Zhou Yan discreetly observed Bai Luoluo, intrigued by her presence. Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Bai Luoluo hesitantly glanced at Zhou Yan, saying, "Mr. Zhou, did you receive the card I asked my friend to give you?" Zhou Yan nodded, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I have received it." "That's good to hear. I know that amount is insufficient, and I'm trying to gather more. Please don't rush me. I'll work extra to repay you," Bai Luoluo said, her gaze downcast. Zhou Yan glanced at her, who wore an expression of guilt, and replied, "Don't worry about it. I mentioned that the remaining amount doesn't need to be returned. It's not a burden for me. But I wouldn't want it to weigh heavily on you." Bai Luoluo felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Zhou Yan, despite his wealth, was not like the arrogant individual she had encountered before. "No, Mr. Zhou, I must take responsibility for the damage. I believe in accepting consequences for mistakes. And regardless of the amount, I'm confident I can repay you with effort," she insisted. Zhou Yan felt that Bai Luoluo was different from the other women but couldn't quite articulate why. She sat quietly, politely conversing with him, careful not to overstep boundaries lest he become displeased. He observed her unease, pondering what kind of person she truly was. In contrast to the vain women surrounding her, Bai Luoluo appeared distinctly out of place. As Zhou Yan drove, he pondered over the identity of the profile picture in the group chat. incredulous that Bai Luoluo could possibly join such a gathering. The thought eluded him. Sitting beside Zhou Yan made Bai Luoluo feel unnervingly anxious and awkward. Sensing the tension, Zhou Yan focused intently on the road, and soon they reached the mountaintop. After parking the car, Zhou Yan and Bai Luoluo disembarked together. As he glanced back at the stunning scenery, Zhou Yan couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful the place truly was. Bai Luoluo smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed. The lush trees cast a soothing shade, and the warm sunlight filtering through them creates a distinctly refreshing ambience." Zhou Yan, with a smile gracing his lips, inquired, "By the way, did you bring the tent and other essentials?" Bai Luoluo quickly pointed toward the Porsche and said, "Yes, it's all in that car. I'll start preparing things now. You should focus on your tasks." "Very well," Zhou Yan replied. Bai Luoluo turned and dashed toward the Porsche as everyone began to gather their supplies. Chapter 41. Setting up the tent. Zhou Yan had made extensive preparations for this camping trip, bringing not only a tent but also an array of delectable snacks and fresh fruits, all meticulously chosen to ensure his enjoyment during this rare outing. After unloading his belongings, he sought the perfect spot. He preferred a tranquil location that offered a breathtaking view of the landscape below. Satisfied with his choice, he began to set up the tent, drawing on the knowledge he had acquired during moments of boredom. Before long, Zhou Yan had successfully erected his tent, feeling a sense of accomplishment wash over him. Observing the bustling activity around him, he noted that the wealthy youths each had their own spacious tents, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 people. And they appeared to have brought an impressive array of gourmet provisions, all radiating enthusiasm. Conversely, the so-called socialites seemed to struggle, often in pairs, as they diligently attempted to assemble their less opulent tents, clearly lacking the necessary expertise. Zhou Yan glanced at Bai Luoluo, then set down his belongings and approached them. "Allow me to assist you. This isn't quite how it's done," he said calmly. "Meow meow," and Bai Luoluo turned in surprise to face him. "Thank you, Zhou Ge. This really is a bit challenging for us," Meow meow replied, her face brightening with gratitude. "No worries. Just point me in the right direction," Zhou Yan responded. Bai Luoluo smiled and added, "Mr. Zhou, we are grateful for your help. Please forgive our ineptitude." Meow meow and Bai Luoluo, visibly appreciative, eagerly assisted Zhou Yan, hoping to complete the tent quickly so they could rest, as they were indeed feeling fatigued. Zhao Tong approached Zhou Yan with a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, "Zhou Yan, could you lend a hand with my and Zhang Yuan's tent? We haven't set ours up yet. Do you really need all those wealthy kids to help you? Am I not enough?" Internally, she cursed Zhang Yuan, feeling that her presence was an obstacle to her hopes of reconciling with Zhou Yan. Zhao Tong cast an irritated glance at Zhang Yuan, who returned a look of mild distress. "Oh, come on, don't be angry. I understand your feelings. You wish to reconcile with Zhou Yan, right? But have you considered why Zhou Yan suddenly became affluent? Don't let him deceive you. You might regret it later." Zhao Tong frowned. "What are you talking about? That's impossible. I've seen Zhou Yan's assets firsthand. They cannot be fabricated. Who would waste their time pretending for us? That would be absurd. You're not getting it. Do you remember my boyfriend, Zhang Haisheng? He is the heir to the largest real estate fortune in the capital. By the way, I recently heard that Zhou Yan seems to have purchased a villa. He is no longer renting." Zhao Tong was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's revelations. She was uncertain of their truth. Yet she knew Zhou Yan's assets were indeed considerable. The idea of him owning a villa was something she could scarcely fathom, given his previously impoverished state. Zhou Yan turned away, choosing to ignore Zhao Tong as he devoted his attention to assisting Meow Meow and Bai Luoluo with the tent. Bai Luoluo noticed Zhao Tong persistently lingering around Zhou Yan, which piqued her curiosity and led her to question the nature of their relationship. Her visit, intended to support Xian, had opened her eyes to the materialistic tendencies of the women around her. Had she not encountered Zhou Yan here, she might have regretted coming at all. With the time spent here, she could have earned some money instead of witnessing the ostentatious displays of wealth by the young ladies and affluent heirs. Before long, Zhou Yan had helped Meow Meow and Bai Luoluo set up their tent, and he cheerfully declared, "All right, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Bai Luoluo, her face alight with excitement, responded, "It looks wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Today, we truly owe it to you. Otherwise, Meow Meow and I would have fallen behind." "No need for thanks. It's only right to help one another. I still have some food over there. Feel free to come and grab some if you'd like," Zhou Yan said, looking at Bai Luoluo. Seeing Zhou Yan and Bai Luoluo together stirred a sense of unease within Zhao Tong. It appeared that Zhou Yan was treating Bai Luoluo with a warmth he rarely showed others, engaging her in conversation while maintaining a distance from Zhao Tong and the other women. This discrepancy left Zhao Tong feeling anxious. Although seated, her gaze was constantly drawn to Zhou Yan, her mind racing with concern over the possibility of him becoming involved with someone else, shattering her dreams of reconciliation. This was the very scenario Zhao Tong had longed to realize, yet Zhou Yan seemed to be thwarting her at every turn, leaving her frustrated. Today, she had hoped for a chance encounter with Zhou Yan, only to find that Bai Luoluo had seized the opportunity, which left Zhao Tong feeling resentful. Chapter 42. The green-eyed monster Zhou Yan's actions toward Bai Luoluo ignited dissatisfaction in both Zhao Tong and Miao Miao. To express her gratitude for his assistance in setting up the tent, Bai Luoluo happily offered Zhou Yan a bottle of water. Mr. Zhou, thankfully. Here is some water for you. You look quite hot and sweaty, she said with a radiant smile. As Zhou Yan reached out to accept the water, Miao Miao suddenly jumped in, pushing Bai Luoluo's arm aside. What do you mean by that? Why should Shoga drink something so devoid of nutrition? Brother Zhou, please have some of mine. This is the latest release, designed to replenish energy. Considering how exhausted you look, it will surely be beneficial for your health, Miao Miao said proudly. Upon hearing Miao Miao's words, Bai Luoluo instantly felt a wave of shame wash over her, unable to muster the courage to meet Zhou Yan's gaze. With flushed cheeks, she stammered an apology. I'm so sorry. Bai Luoluo was at a loss for words in Zhou Yan's presence, feeling profoundly embarrassed. Zhou Yan, noticing Miao Miao's lack of decorum, furrowed his brow and approached Bai Luoluo directly. Give it to me. I enjoy this, Zhou Yan remarked with a smile. Mr. Zhou, please don't put yourself in an awkward position. Bai Luoluo began to protest, but Zhou Yan had already twisted off the cap and was drinking heartily, which astonished Bai Luoluo. Seeing Zhou Yan's behavior, Miao Miao glared at Bai Luoluo and exclaimed, What do you mean by this? Coming to such an occasion with these things? Do you even understand the rules? Bai Luoluo, chastised by Miao Miao, felt increasingly uneasy and tense. Zhou Yan, witnessing Miao Miao humiliating Bai Luoluo in front of everyone, felt it was excessive. He darkened his expression and said, Miao Miao, do not go too far, nor look down on others here. What you refer to as energy supplements are merely deceptive advertisements created by merchants. Do not use that as an excuse. Zhou Yan's words immediately drew the attention of the entire gathering, all eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, eager to see how it would conclude. Miao Miao, feeling slighted by Zhou Yan's defense of Bai Luoluo, found it hard to accept that he showed her no leniency in front of the crowd. With a pained expression, she turned and fled. Bai Luoluo, noticing Miao Miao's sadness, quickly called out, Miao Miao, wait. She attempted to follow, but Zhou Yan stopped her, glancing at the retreating figure of Miao Miao. Just leave her be. Relax here. She will be fine and will take care of herself. You need not worry. In Bai Luoluo's eyes, Zhou Yan appeared to harbor a flicker of concern. She hesitated, saying, Is she really okay? She won't get too upset, will she? Humph. Zhou Yan scoffed, Do not fret. She will be all right. He remained indifferent, unconcerned whether Miao Miao was genuinely angry. The tempers of these pretentious socialites were indeed difficult to decipher, and Zhou Yan was disinclined to engage with them. He discreetly observed Bai Luoluo's every move, eager to uncover her purpose for being there. As Bai Luoluo sat, she glanced at Zhou Yan, only to discover he was staring back at her. Surprised, she inquired, Mr. Zhou, why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face? I apologize. I didn't pay much attention to my makeup, so please don't take offense. Zhou Yan chuckled softly, Not at all. There was just a small bug on your face, but it has flown away. It's nothing to do with your makeup, so do not worry. Oh, that's a relief, Bai Luoluo said, feeling embarrassed as she touched her face. Zhou Yan quickly averted his gaze, concerned that his prolonged stare might make Bai Luoluo uncomfortable. He felt it would be impolite if she minded such attention, potentially leading to an awkward situation for both. Sitting there, Zhou Yan felt fatigued after setting up the tents. His body slick with sweat. He drank deeply from the bottle of water Bai Luoluo had given him, feeling quite content. Meanwhile, Bai Luoluo sat quietly beside him, feeling a bit anxious and hesitant to speak, afraid of saying something that might irritate Zhou Yan. After Miao Miao stormed out, she muttered about the pretense, blaming Bai Luoluo for the incident. I see you did this on purpose, playing the victim. It's utterly detestable. The more Miao Miao thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhou Yan's demeanor had never been like this towards her. It was evident that Bai Luoluo's arrival had shifted his attitude completely. This sparked a feeling of jealousy within Miao Miao, and she determined, I will not let you get away with this. You've made me look foolish in front of everyone. Just wait. I will make things right. With that, she began to devise a plan to deal with Bai Luoluo, determined to teach her a lesson while ensuring Zhou Yan would not form a negative opinion of her. Suddenly, a thought crossed Miao Miao's mind, and she exclaimed, Yes, Zhao Tong. This woman is always concerned about her image. I must find a way to enlist her help to properly discipline this ignorant Bai Luoluo. With this notion in mind, Miao Miao discreetly sought out Zhao Tong. When Zhao Tong saw Miao Miao approach her unexpectedly, her displeasure was evident. What do you want? Were you not over there chatting animatedly with Zhou Yan? Why have you come to me? Miu Miu provocatively challenged Zhao Tong. What's wrong? Aren't you trying to reconcile with Zhou Yan? Have you given up so quickly, feeling inferior to Bai Luoluo at his side? If you have the skill to take Zhou Yan back, show me, then I might actually respect you. Miao Miao's deliberate provocation ignited Zhao Tong's ire, and she retorted angrily. What are you talking about? Who is inferior to that poor Bai Luoluo? I have nothing to envy about her. With a pout, Zhao Tong stormed off in indignation. Chapter 43, Lunch. Miao Miao's instigation had left Zhao Tong feeling quite dissatisfied with Bai Luoluo, believing herself superior in stature and looks. She could not comprehend why Zhou Yan favored Bai Luoluo. Every word seemed to stir Zhao Tong's resentment. Previously, under Zhang Yuanyuan's advice, she had resolved to abandon Zhou Yan and seek new pursuits. Yet, after hearing Miao Miao's taunts, her calm was disturbed, providing Miao Miao an opportunity to manipulate Zhao Tong further. Zhao Tong began to closely observe Zhou Yan and Bai Luoluo, not letting her guard down for a moment. Brother Zhou, come over here. A wealthy young man called out. Zhou Yan turned and saw everyone preparing lunch for the day. Bai Luoluo hurried to follow Zhou Yan, chatting with him as they walked. Zhao Tong's eyes gleamed with a sense of determination, and Miao Miao observed everything with clarity. Zhao Tong strutted confidently towards the group. Internally, Miao Miao smirked, thinking, I must see what you can do. All I see in Zhou Yan's eyes is that little enchantress. You dream of pulling him to your side? Just wait and see. I'll watch your final outcome. Miu Miu followed Zhao Tong slowly to join the others. As they approached, a young man exclaimed, Ah, the two beautiful ladies have finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you. Where have you been? We lost sight of you for a moment. Zhao Tong hurriedly explained that it was nothing, just a visit to admire the scenery, which she found quite delightful. To her surprise, the place was indeed charming, affirming that their choice had been wise. Miao Miao eagerly echoed her sentiments. The two arrived one after the other only to find everyone already gathered together. Zhou Yan surveyed the meager offerings prepared by the group. Aside from some barbecued meat and beverages, there was little else. However, he was unconcerned. Taking a seat as Bai Luoluo settled beside him. Due to their innocent relationship, Bai Luoluo felt slightly uneasy, maintaining a respectful distance from Zhou Yan. Upon Miao Miao and Zhao Tong's arrival, Miao Miao wished to keep Zhou Yan from sitting too close to Bai Luoluo. May I sit here? Miao Miao asked. Her face flushed with shyness. With a gentle push, she nudged Bai Luoluo aside, disregarding her feelings entirely. Bai Luoluo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks turning crimson. Miao Miao boldly seated herself between Zhou Yan and Bai Luoluo, prompting a wealthy young man nearby to intervene. He swiftly pulled Bai Luoluo closer, suggesting, Miss, if you don't mind, why not sit a bit closer? This sudden move caught Bai Luoluo off guard, leaving her feeling even more uncomfortable. Zhao Tong stood quietly behind them, observing the women vying for Zhou Yan's attention, feeling a pang of sympathy for Bai Luoluo. Zhou Yan cast a sidelong glance at Miao Miao but remained silent, seemingly unfazed as he sat there, noticing Miao Miao's deliberate attempt to separate him from Bai Luoluo. Bai Luoluo felt increasingly awkward. Miao Miao looked at the lunch spread before them, which was dominated entirely by skewers of barbecue. Her expression turned to one of distaste, mirrored by Zhao Tong, who silently stood nearby, equally unimpressed by the offerings. Typically, both Miao Miao and Zhao Tong indulged in exquisite meals, and they had never encountered such casual fare. This is all junk food, and it's not good for our health. Is there really nothing else to eat? What on earth is this? Zhao Tong chimed in, her tone laced with disdain. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense as the wealthy young men turned their gazes toward Miao Miao and Zhao Tong. Before they could finish their remarks, Zhou Yan began devouring the barbecue with gusto, relishing it as if it were a delicacy. Everyone, come on over. It truly tastes delightful, Zhou Yan called out, prompting Miao Miao and Zhao Tong to promptly close their mouths and cease their complaints about the food. Miao Miao gingerly picked up a skewer, and after taking a bite, she leaned closer to Zhou Yan, placing her leftover piece onto his plate. Her intentions were clear. She wanted to flaunt their closeness in front of everyone and gauge Zhou Yan's feelings toward her, clinging to a glimmer of hope. To her astonishment, Zhou Yan showed no appreciation for her gesture. He merely glanced at the food on his plate and, with a look of distaste, replied, I'm terribly sorry, but I never partake in food that others have touched. I'm quite particular. Could you please swap plates? His words plunged the room into a profound silence, intensifying the awkwardness as all eyes fell upon Zhou Yan and Miao Miao, uncertain how Miao Miao would navigate this blunder. Miao Miao, taken aback by Zhou Yan's abruptness, hastily retrieved her plate, apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Zhou Yan cast a disdainful look at her, genuinely uninterested in such a woman. Zhao Tong stood nearby, a smug smile on her face, reveling in the unfolding drama. Chapter 44. Hypocrisy. Recognizing the tense atmosphere, Zhao Tong seized the opportunity to break the silence. She approached Zhou Yan and Miao Miao, swaying her body as she said, "Miao Miao, it's perfectly fine. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Yan is just like that. When we're together, he allows no other woman to come close." Zhao Tong's words made Zhou Yan uncomfortable, prompting him to glare at her. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer on this hypocritical woman. Everyone turned their attention to the trio. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Zhao Tong intended to express her gratitude to Zhou Yan for helping her set up the tent by offering him a skewer of barbecue. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's disdain for shared food, Bai Luoluo felt too hesitant to speak further. However, at that pivotal moment, Zhou Yan unexpectedly snatched the skewer from Bai Luoluo's hand, devouring it voraciously. Bai Luoluo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhou, you said you." Bai Luoluo was utterly bewildered by Zhou Yan's actions, struggling to decipher his intentions. Zhou Yan deliberately glanced at her and said, "Indeed, it's quite delicious. Thank you for preparing this barbecue. You should try it. It's really good." "Oh, okay," Bai Luoluo replied, her expression one of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong and Miao Miao's faces turned pale, their discomfort and displeasure palpable. The onlookers stifled their laughter, finding the scene slightly absurd as they witnessed the two women's antics. Bai Luoluo hastily took a piece of barbecue for herself. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise at Zhou Yan's sudden display of affection, Miao Miao sulked in silence, her mind racing with thoughts of Zhou Yan's disdain for others' food, feeling as though it was directed at her. Why doesn't he express the same disdain for that little vixen? He devours her food with such delight, she thought, frustration bubbling within her. The absence of Xian was unfortunate, as Miao Miao felt that Bai Luoluo's presence disrupted her plans entirely. Initially elated at Zhou Yan's sudden appearance, Miao Miao now felt humiliated, her intentions thwarted and the laughter of others ringing in her ears. Miao Miao could not let go of the situation, while Bai Luoluo remained oblivious to the jealousy and rivalry playing out among the women. Zhou Yan, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the discomfort he was causing. Bai Luoluo's appearance provided unexpected amusement to him. Zhao Tong, feeling resentful at Zhou Yan's treatment of Bai Luoluo, reflected on her own past interactions with him. Regretting her previous choices, Miao Miao refused to give up, brainstorming ways to draw closer to Zhou Yan, who remained focused on his meal, clearly in good spirits. After consuming copious amounts of barbecue, a handsome young man, Wang Ping, sensing the awkwardness, spoke up, "Everyone, let us eat. It won't taste as good once it cools down." Wang Peng, with a respectable family background in foreign trade, was also the object of Zhao Tong's interest. She quickly sat down, which finally brought a semblance of calm to the farce. After indulging in a hearty meal, Zhou Yan glanced at everyone and remarked, "Please continue. I shall take a stroll in front, having consumed a tad too much." The atmosphere instantly brightened as everyone smiled and conversed with Zhou Yan, dissipating the earlier tension gradually. Once Zhou Yan departed, Zhao Tong and Miao Miao appeared considerably more composed, refraining from following him eagerly. They quietly sat there, enjoying the grilled meat, while Bai Luoluo, having nearly finished her meal, stood up to seek rest in the tent, feeling a bit fatigued. "Please continue eating. I will rest in the tent for a while," she politely informed the group. Zhao Tong and Miao Miao exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. They promptly opened the tent and stepped inside, causing Bai Luoluo to sit up nervously. Miao Miao, wearing a mischievous grin, said, "Bai Luoluo, we wish to explore the scenery ahead and thought to invite you along. Hurry up, let us go together. The view is quite lovely. Since this is your first camping experience, you should take the opportunity to move around." Without seeking Bai Luoluo's consent, Miao Miao and Zhao Tong pulled her out of the tent. Bai Luoluo felt a jolt of surprise, taken aback by their assertiveness. Yet she politely inquired, "Where exactly are we going? What scenery are you referring to?" This camping trip was indeed her first, and she had no prior experience in such matters. Bai Luoluo felt a sense of apprehension, unsure of Zhao Tong and Miao Miao's intentions. "Are you certain we're going to see the scenery?" she timidly asked. "No more talking. Just come along, and you will find out," Zhao Tong retorted dismissively. Bai Luoluo had no choice but to comply with their forceful tugging, only to find that there was not a soul in sight once they arrived at their destination. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she realized that perhaps Zhao Tong and Miao Miao harbored ulterior motives for bringing her here. It was never about the scenery. Chapter 45. Assault. Seeing the absence of others, Zhao Tong and Miao Miao revealed their true colors. The warm demeanor they had just displayed vanished, leaving Bai Luoluo feeling unrecognizable and frightened. Zhao Tong approached her step by step, a mocking expression on her face, and asked, "So, little minx, you think you're quite something, don't you? Managing to get so close to Zhou Yan while making him ignore us. Tell me, what charm did you use to ensnare him?" Upon hearing Zhao Tong's hurtful remarks, Bai Luoluo quickly shook her head. "Sister Zhao Tong, Sister Miao Miao, you've misunderstood. I have not. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Tong struck her sharply across the face. Bai Luoluo, wincing in pain, protested, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me without reason? I've already said I have no relationship with Mr. Zhou. Why won't you believe me?" She attempted to clarify further, hoping to dispel their misconceptions about her and Zhou Yan. However, Miao Miao, incensed by Bai Luoluo's demeanor, lashed out with several slaps across her face. Bai Luoluo's fair skin turned a vivid red, tears welling in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back, glaring at Zhao Tong and Miao Miao in anger. Zhao Tong scoffed, "Look at you, playing the role of the fragile victim. Who are you trying to impress? You should know that Zhou Yan wants to see you here. No one will pity you for this act. Save it for someone who cares. By the way, I warn you, keep your distance from Zhou Yan. Otherwise, I will make your life miserable. Just wait and see." Miao Miao chimed in, prideful, "Indeed, you look so pathetic, thinking you can climb to greater heights. Do you truly believe you're worthy of him? Zhou Yan is the object of affection for many of our sisters, so stop deluding yourself and causing trouble. Today is merely a small lesson. Remember this day and refrain from flaunting yourself before Zhou Yan. Otherwise, we want to hold back." Zhao Tong and Miao Miao continued their tirade against Bai Luoluo, who felt deeply aggrieved. She had done nothing wrong, and nothing had transpired between her and Zhou Yan. Why were they treating her this way? Bai Luoluo felt trapped, unable to voice her grievances as she faced the aggressive demeanor of Zhao Tong and Miao Miao. Alone in this deserted area, she felt a surge of fear, too intimidated to utter another word. She merely covered her bruised face, looking pitifully at the two deranged women before her. Zhao Tong and Miao Miao not only hit Bai Luoluo but also hurled insults about her financial status, calling her a pauper. Hearing such words, Bai Luoluo felt a deep pain in her heart. She longed to explain herself, but found no words to articulate her feelings. Standing silently as they continued their verbal abuse, tears streamed down her face in silence as she regretted heeding Xuan's advice to come here and endure such torment. Zhao Tong and Miao Miao were relentless in their bullying, but unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yan had been lurking nearby, having intended to enjoy the scenery and some fresh air. He stumbled upon their gathering by chance. Curiosity piqued as he wondered what the three of them were doing there. Driven by curiosity, he quietly followed, only to witness this shocking scene. Miao Miao, seeing Bai Luoluo's crestfallen expression, remarked disdainfully, "If it weren't for Xian's sudden commitment, this oblivious woman wouldn't have been brought here. What a buzzkill." Zhou Yan suddenly comprehended why Bai Luoluo had appeared here. Realizing that he had searched for her in the group chat but had not seen her name or profile, he pondered how Xian had persuaded Bai Luoluo to come here. Now witnessing her suffering, Zhou Yan felt a jolt of shock at this revelation, accidentally stepping on a twig and betraying his location. "Who goes there?" Miao Miao exclaimed, startled. The two exchanged anxious glances, tension rising. Zhou Yan had intended to observe further, but that plan was now thwarted. He approached slowly, anger evident on his face as he regarded Zhao Tong and Miao Miao. Upon their realization of Zhou Yan's presence, their demeanor shifted instantly. Miao Miao, feigning surprise, said, "Zhou, what are you doing here? Oh, you've arrived just in time. Look at her. She claims she came to enjoy the scenery. But it seems she has ulterior motives. She has been subtly warning me not to approach you and threatening me to leave, or she would make things difficult for me." Zhao Tong pointed at Bai Luoluo, whose face was still marked by distress. The transformation in Zhao Tong's demeanor was astonishing, leaving everyone present in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been authoritative, and now she was playing the victim in front of Zhou Yan. Miao Miao looked utterly astonished. Bai Luoluo, hearing them wrongfully accuse her before Zhou Yan, felt compelled to speak up. "You two are being unreasonable. It was you who brought me here, and now you accuse me of seducing Mr. Zhou? Isn't that too much?" Zhou Yan was acutely aware of Zhao Tong's true nature and could never be swayed by her seemingly pitiful demeanor. Zhao Tong, with a face full of grievance, retorted, "Zhou Yan, look at her." She continued to argue and twist the facts. Zhou Yan, ignoring Zhao Tong completely, approached Bai Luoluo and gently took her hand, noticing the marks on her face. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Miao Miao and Zhao Tong felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 46. A warning. Bai Luoluo felt a pang of embarrassment as Zhou Yan observed her in such a disheveled state. Miao Miao quickly glanced at Zhao Tong, unsure of what to say. Zhao Tong, however, feigned indifference and claimed, "She pushed me, and we had a bit of a quarrel. I thought she was going to shove me off this place, so in a moment of panic, I accidentally hit her." "Zhou Yan, you must believe me." Bai Luoluo was rendered speechless in anger, summoning her courage. She finally recounted how Zhao Tong and Miao Miao had forcibly brought her here and warned her to keep her distance from Zhou Yan, detailing everything. While Zhao Tong and Miao Miao could only watch anxiously, unable to interject. When Bai Luoluo finished her account, Zhao Tong remained unyielding, pointing at Bai Luoluo and declaring, Don't twist the truth here to elicit Zhou Yan's sympathy. Do not tarnish my and Miao Miao's reputation. How cruel you are. Willing to do anything to steal Zhou Yan from us. Zhou Yan, upon hearing Zhao Tong's outburst, was thoroughly exasperated by this hypocritical woman. Since the moment you all arrived here, I have stood behind you. However, you were so engrossed in your antics that you failed to notice my presence. Zhou Yan glared at Zhao Tong and Miao Miao. What? Zhou Yan, you actually followed us? Zhao Tong asked, astonished. Followed? That would be an overstatement. I merely arrived here a bit earlier to enjoy some peace and take in the scenery. I never expected you would come here to reprimand someone. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe it. My relationships with you two are none of your concern. Your meddling is truly unnecessary. Zhou Yan admonished them with visible anger. Miao Miao lowered her head in silence, while Zhao Tong continued to argue. Fine, I'll show you what you've done. Zhao Tong's face turned pale as she fearfully looked at Zhou Yan, saying You actually recorded a video, delete it. With that, Zhao Tong recklessly attempted to snatch Zhou Yan's phone. Zhou Yan deliberately held the phone high, preventing Zhao Tong from reaching it. No matter how hard Zhao Tong tried, she couldn't grab it, and in that moment, she attempted to throw herself into Zhou Yan's embrace. Zhou Yan had already discerned Zhao Tong's intentions and, at the moment she lunged at him, he calmly sidestepped, causing her to fall heavily to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Bailuoluo and Miao Miao gasped at the sight. Bailuoluo glanced at Zhou Yan and realized how utterly fed up he was with this woman. Even as Zhao Tong attempted to get close, Zhou Yan displayed a clear disdain, offering her no opportunity. Miao Miao hurried to Zhao Tong's side. Concern etched on her face as she asked, Are you all right? Get up quickly. As she reached out to help Zhao Tong glared angrily at Zhou Yan. She had initially thought she could charm her way out of the situation in front of Zhou Yan, but he had denied her that chance, leaving her humiliated in front of Bailuoluo and Miao Miao. Zhao Tong, who usually prided herself on her flawless complexion, felt a sharp pain as she hit the ground. The embarrassment of the scene was overwhelming. Zhou Yan cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Tong on the ground, entirely dismissive of her. He turned to Bailuoluo and asked, Does it still hurt? Bailuoluo nervously shook her head, replying, I'm fine, while also feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Tong. Humph, Zhou Yan scoffed. You truly have a heart of gold, still concerned for someone who has bullied you so. Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being. Bailuoluo felt a bit embarrassed and chose not to respond further. Miao Miao whispered to Zhao Tong, Get up quickly, don't make a scene here. Zhou Yan seems genuinely angry. We should avoid making things worse. Who knows what he might do next? Zhao Tong felt a surge of frustration at Miao Miao's words, muttering under her breath about her lack of ambition and the absurdity of the situation. Miao Miao was at a loss for words, hesitating to argue in front of Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement at the scene unfolding before him. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhao Tong in such a predicament. Zhao Tong longed to plead with Zhou Yan, hoping for a chance to clarify the misunderstandings between them. However, when Zhou Yan brought up their past, his anger flared. Shut your mouth immediately, or bear the consequences. Let me make this clear. From now on, do not show your face in front of me. You disgust me. Vain woman, Zhou Yan scolded. Bailuoluo was taken aback by the intensity of Zhou Yan's anger towards Zhao Tong, feeling shocked but remaining silent. She had never seen Zhou Yan so furious. His wrath was truly intimidating. Stealing a glance at him, she could no longer meet his eyes and quietly stood to the side. Zhou Yan strode past the seated Zhao Tong, coldly commanding, Get lost, and the further the better. Chapter 47. System notification. Seeing Zhou Yan disregard her entirely, Zhao Tong's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him with a pleading gaze. Yet Zhou Yan offered her no consideration. Bailuoluo felt a surge of trepidation, dreading the potential repercussions of provoking Zhou Yan. As Zhou Yan turned to leave, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully distancing yourself from your ex-girlfriend, receiving a special bonus. The system rewarded the host with 50% shares in an airline company. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yan displayed no hint of joy. To him, this was merely a routine occurrence, hardly worth celebrating. Bailuoluo felt immense gratitude as Zhou Yan's sudden appearance liberated her from Zhao Tong and Miao Miao's influence. Mr. Zhou, thank you so much today. I never expected they would. Bailuoluo hesitated, recalling the fear of the situation, her heart brimming with appreciation for Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan glanced at Bailuoluo, saying, No need for thanks. Do not be afraid. It's nothing. These women are simply idle. Ignore them, but do learn to protect yourself, or you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Bailuoluo looked at Zhou Yan, seeming a bit flustered. She felt embarrassed that Zhou Yan had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state, feeling truly ashamed. Bailuoluo found herself ensnared in an unfortunate predicament, inexplicably trapped in the clutches of Zhao Tong and Miao Miao. After offering Bai Luo a few words of comfort, Zhou Yan took his leave, as he had pressing matters of his own to attend to. He could not linger indefinitely in that place. He had a unique task to complete, and time was of the essence. Just then, a notification from the system chimed, alerting him to a special order that required immediate attention. Ding! You have a very special order task that needs your prompt handling. Please ensure it is completed on time. Zhou Yan had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, and unexpected rewards no longer held the allure they once did. Upon receiving the system's notification, he quickly opened it, only to discover that this order was unlike any he had encountered before. It appeared peculiar yet exceedingly urgent, leaving no room for hesitation. After acknowledging this special order, Zhou Yan hurriedly departed, guided by the system's prompt to visit a nearby grocery market. While pondering the details of the order, he rushed outside, acutely aware of the urgency surrounding the items he needed to procure. Time was of the essence, the system incessantly reminded him, fearful that he might arrive late or overlook something crucial. Zhou Yan's mind was preoccupied with the order, sensing that it was far from a straightforward task. It was his first time dealing with such a significant order, which lingered in his thoughts. Upon reaching the address he had inquired about, he diligently searched for each item listed on the order. Fortunately, a grocery store was conveniently located nearby, or he would have been at a loss. Upon entering the grocery market, Zhou Yan immersed himself in the task at hand, meticulously selecting the required items. He spared no effort, anxious that any delay could lead to complications. Adhering to the client's specifications, he scrutinized each item multiple times before feeling satisfied. Despite the items being relatively rare, they were not exceedingly difficult to find. In a short span, Zhou Yan successfully gathered everything the client requested, allowing himself a brief sigh of relief. Now, all that remained was to deliver the items to the destination, thus fulfilling his task. He carefully packaged everything and placed it on his delivery vehicle, setting off without delay on his motorcycle. However, he soon realized that the items were quite heavy. In no time, the plastic bags in his hands were torn to shreds, making it impossible to continue without a solution. If he did not devise a plan, all his hard work would be in vain. Zhou Yan surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of several high-end clothing stores. He parked his motorcycle outside one of them, hoping to acquire a few emergency plastic bags to expedite the completion of his task. He hurriedly approached one of the shops. Inside, he spotted a young man lounging on a sofa, seemingly on the verge of dozing off. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Yan politely tapped on the door, cautious not to startle him. Upon hearing the knock, the young man set aside his newspaper and approached with a hint of impatience. "What is it?" he asked. "I have an urgent matter and need to borrow some bags," Zhou Yan replied courteously. The shopkeeper regarded him with a disdainful glare. "You think this is just any place? Look at your attire. You come here asking for plastic bags. Well, a bag costs $50. How many do you need?" The man maintained a tone laced with sarcasm. Given the pressing nature of his task, Zhou Yan chose not to engage in any further debate, focusing solely on completing his order. Upon hearing the exorbitant price, Zhou Yan was taken aback. How could a mere plastic bag cost so much? While he could afford it, he refused to let others take advantage of him. "Are you serious? 50 for a plastic bag?" he questioned incredulously. The shopkeeper dismissed him with a condescending glance. "I knew you couldn't afford it. Just stop milling around and making a spectacle." Realizing he was dealing with another pretentious individual, Zhou Yan chose not to argue. He simply hoped the shopkeeper would quickly sell him the bags. Just as he was about to speak again, the shopkeeper abruptly walked away, leaving Zhou Yan feeling increasingly frustrated. It was disheartening to encounter such insensitivity in a seemingly upscale establishment. Chapter 48. The landlord online. Zhou Yan found himself exasperated by the shopkeeper's unreasonable behavior. It was just a plastic bag, yet it had provoked such ire. He was tempted to confront the man, but before he could act, the door of a neighboring shop swung open, revealing a cheerful young woman peering out. "Hey handsome, do you need a plastic bag? I have one right here." "Just a moment." She smiled warmly. Zhou Yan paused, turning to face her, and found her adorably charming. Her sparkling eyes and radiant smile instantly lifted his spirits. He nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. You're welcome. Just wait a moment," she replied, shutting the door behind her. Zhou Yan stood at the entrance, awaiting her return. Moments later, she emerged, hurriedly carrying an elegant plastic bag. "Here you go." She beamed. "Thank you so much." Zhou Yan responded, gratefully accepting the bag. "Don't mention it. It's just a plastic bag. You needed it, and luckily I had one," she said with a gentle smile. Zhou Yan nodded appreciatively. "I want to keep you. I have to go now." "All right, take care," she replied, her demeanor still bright. Just as Zhou Yan turned to leave, a sharp voice rang out. "Hold it right there. You think you can just walk away?" A woman stood before him, her tone dripping with disdain. The young girl quickly tugged at Zhou Yan's arm, urging him to hurry. As Zhou Yan took a step forward, the woman blocked his path, glaring down at him with an air of superiority. You took my bag and think you can leave without paying? I'd like to know if you've settled the bill, she snapped. Let me remind you. Even if it's just a plastic bag, I run a business, not a charity. Taking it without payment is theft. The woman's words were harsh and biting, leaving the young girl speechless, standing quietly beside her. Zhou Yan, feeling a pang of guilt, quickly interjected, I'm sorry, how much is it? I'll pay for it. With a haughty scoff, the woman replied, $100. Take it or leave it. Boss, that's a bit unfair, the girl protested softly. Shut up. I'll deal with you later, and if you can't explain yourself, you can find your own way out. The woman snapped angrily at the young girl. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yan felt a wave of remorse wash over him. He realized his need for a bag had inadvertently caused the girl trouble, and now she was facing the possibility of losing her job. Seeing her panic-stricken expression, Zhou Yan stepped forward, addressing the woman. This is my fault. Please don't blame her. I will simply give you the money. She is just being kind-hearted. 100 yuan is just 100 yuan. I will pay you. Zhou Yan continued to speak politely. In the end, in order to prevent the young girl from being implicated, Zhou Yan directly handed the money to the proprietress, hoping to ensure the young girl's safety. He did not want to involve her, otherwise, he would truly feel a sense of guilt. After receiving the plastic bag, Zhou Yan began to organize the items. Initially, he intended for this matter to conclude without further ado, not wishing to dwell on it as he found it rather uninteresting. However, that detestable woman refused to relent. Upon seeing Zhou Yan make the payment, she turned and began to shout at the young girl, even wearing a malicious smile as she confronted her, saying, Today I'm fortunate to have witnessed this, so you are the one who is eating from both sides. With an employee like you, my store will eventually be drained. I tell you, from this moment on, leave my establishment immediately. I do not wish to see you here. The young girl, upon hearing her dismissal, immediately burst into tears, looking at the proprietress with a sense of injustice. Boss, I didn't do anything. I merely saw he was in a rush and wanted to help him. I've never touched anything in the store. You can check the surveillance footage. I assure you, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. Accuse you? Oh, look at your pitiful expression. Others might think I'm bullying you. The woman scoffed disdainfully at the young girl. Zhou Yan, unable to bear the scene any longer, was appalled by the woman's lack of decorum. He had already overpaid, yet she continued to escalate the situation. Angrily, Zhou Yan stepped forward and declared, Indeed, you are bullying her. What is so great about the proprietress if she resorts to such underhanded tactics? This plastic bag costs at most a few dimes. I have already overpaid you by countless multiples. What more do you want? Do not take advantage of others too much. Zhou Yan issued a stern warning. Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? You truly overestimate yourself, the woman retorted with disdain. Let me show you who I really am, Zhou Yan asserted boldly. After uttering those words, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Boss Zhou, what can I do for you? A man asked courteously. Manager Wang, is it? I am the landlord. Terminate the contract for the shop on the 12th floor, room 18. Immediately. Otherwise, I will charge 10 times the original rent, Zhou Yan said with palpable fury. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Please do not be angry, Boss Zhou, the man replied, still polite. As soon as Zhou Yan hung up, he noticed the woman's phone ringing. It was then that she realized something was amiss. Glancing at Zhou Yan, she hesitantly answered the call. Manager Wang, what is it? She asked, her voice dripping with flattery. What? The woman stammered. Zhou Yan observed her coldly, noting how her previously haughty demeanor had vanished in an instant. The young girl stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. The woman approached Zhou Yan, her demeanor shifting to one of false gentleness as she asked, So you are the landlord? My apologies. Why didn't you say so earlier? Here is the money for the plastic bag. Let us keep things amicable. Leave, Zhou Yan commanded. Chapter 49. Rewarding the host, Zhou Yan found the woman's capriciousness utterly distasteful. He despised such opportunism. He had no desire to conduct business with someone who crossed his boundaries. Leave this place immediately. Do not let me see you in this building again, or we will have serious consequences, Zhou Yan warned imperiously. The unfolding events left the young girl who had assisted Zhou Yan in a state of shock. She never imagined that the seemingly modest Zhou Yan was, in fact, the landlord of the building. Wow, you're amazing, the young girl exclaimed, gazing at Zhou Yan in awe. Zhou Yan smiled slightly and replied, You flatter me. I simply cannot abide seeing others taken advantage of. Do not worry about your job. I will handle it. Look around this building and see what you wish to pursue. Just let me know, and I will assist you. Thank you for your help today. The young girl felt a bit bashful and nodded, saying, Thank you, landlord. Zhou Yan turned to leave, as he had other matters to attend to and could not linger. After Zhou Yan departed, Manager Wang hurried over to address the issues with the shop. The woman, with a sycophantic demeanor, clutched Manager Wang and pleaded, "Manager Wang, could you perhaps speak a kind word for me? I was blind to offend the landlord. Please help me stay." Manager Wang, looking exasperated, replied, "Will kind words help? I can tell you that you are free to leave. However, I wonder how you will manage the rent. The current rent is 10 times the original." "Are you certain you want to stay?" Manager Wang asked, his eyes wide with incredulity. 10 times? My heavens. The woman collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed. "But this is a luxury brand. Other locations do not seem suitable for me. Where can I go?" She babbled, her words becoming incoherent. Manager Wang shrugged, saying, "I do not know what to tell you. Perhaps you should consider this a lesson learned for being so unyielding. It seems you have brought this upon yourself. I cannot protect you. Otherwise, I would be in danger of losing my position as well. You should take care of yourself. These are the landlord's conditions. And you may rent or not as you wish." Manager Wang was unwilling to linger on the matter. The woman, realizing there was no room for negotiation, began to sob uncontrollably. A middle-aged man next door, hearing the commotion, peeked out to investigate. Upon seeing this, the woman snapped, "What are you looking at? Is there anything to see?" The man rolled his eyes, silently thinking, still so arrogant, "Let us see how much longer you can remain here." At that moment, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not angered Zhou Yan by requesting a plastic bag. Otherwise, he would now be the one in tears. The man patted his chest in relief, muttering, "That was close." He quickly retreated into his shop, not daring to come out again. The woman sat there in despair, appearing utterly hopeless. Zhou Yan hurriedly made his way to the designated location. Upon arriving, he found himself at a luxury apartment. Following the detailed address, he finally located the order's recipient. Zhou Yan gently knocked on the door, and a melodious voice called out from within, "Who is it?" "Hello, your delivery is here. Could you please sign for it?" "Coming." The door swung open to reveal a stunning woman before Zhou Yan, causing him to glance twice. She had long, chestnut hair and wore a pink camisole dress, her long legs fully exposed. Her beautiful figure and fair skin were striking, leaving Zhou Yan feeling a bit bashful. The woman regarded him and asked, "Where are my things?" Zhou Yan quickly handed them over, saying, "Everything is right here. By the way, could you do me a small favor?" The woman responded politely. "What is it?" Zhou Yan asked in surprise. "Come inside. We can discuss it in there," she said. Turning to enter, Zhou Yan followed her inside, and as he stepped through the door, he was immediately enveloped by the scent of perfume, instinctively covering his nose and mouth. The woman led Zhou Yan into the room and pointed to the overhead light, saying, "Could you help me check that light? It suddenly went out, and I feel a bit scared, not knowing who else to turn to. I saw you and thought you could take a look. I would greatly appreciate it." Zhou Yan cast a resigned glance at the woman, saying nothing aloud but silently thinking that women could be quite bothersome. However, considering her polite demeanor, he decided to assist her. He set down what he was holding and climbed up to inspect the circuit. Soon, he successfully repaired the light. The woman, her face brimming with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you so much. Without you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. I dread the dark. It's unbearable. I apologize for taking up your time." Zhou Yan smiled gently, assuring her, "It's no trouble at all, just a simple task. I shall take my leave now." The woman nodded appreciatively, her face alight with joy as she watched Zhou Yan exit the room. As he stepped outside, he breathed a sigh of relief, pleased to have completed this unusual task. Descending the stairs, Zhou Yan strolled leisurely down the street, basking in the warm embrace of the sun, his spirits lifted. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing this special order. You are rewarded with a globally limited edition golden sports car. The vehicle is parked in your villa garage, and the keys have been placed at your designated location. Please collect them promptly. Zhou Yan was instantly filled with exhilaration, exclaiming aloud, "That's fantastic. A golden sports car is so impressive." He continued to talk to himself, chuckling, which led passers-by to wonder if he was slightly unhinged. Yet he remained unfazed, reveling in his joy as he wandered carefree down the street, oblivious to the curious glances directed his way. Chapter 50. The golden sports car. Zhou Yan walked exuberantly down the street, occasionally reaching to touch the keys of the golden sports car he had just received. A surge of pride swelled within him, for this car was truly one of a kind. Its golden exterior was entirely handcrafted, and the materials used were aviation grade. With the main body constructed from gold, the engine boasted 10 cylinders, generating an impressive power output of several thousand horsepower. The vehicle's top speed reached an astonishing 200 kilometers per hour, and its appearance exuded an aura of sheer dominance, almost magical in its allure. Rumor had it that this extraordinary vehicle was crafted by a wealthy foreign businessman. Even more astonishing was its high collectible value, which was Zhou Yan's favorite aspect. Upon entering the garage and seeing the dazzling golden sports car parked there, Zhou Yan felt an irresistible urge to touch it. The sight before him was blindingly bright. "Wow, this is absolutely stunning," He marveled, unable to resist the allure of the vehicle. As he approached the golden sports car, he yearned to feel its unique texture. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and swiftly seated himself inside, unable to resist caressing the car. This is truly remarkable. It lives up to its reputation as a world-class product. Though its price is staggering, the overall design justifies the cost, he mused, admiring the fully equipped interior that promised unparalleled comfort. Eager to take it for a spin, he envisioned the astonished expressions of onlookers as he cruised in his golden sports car. Zhou Yan felt a sense of admiration for himself, never imagining he would become the owner of such a magnificent vehicle. Just as he sat there, basking in his own satisfaction, his phone buzzed with a text message. He glanced at his phone to find a message from his lively and adorable little cousin. "Cousin, what are you doing?" she inquired. "I'm just thinking of taking a drive. I'm feeling a bit bored," Zhou Yan replied. "Oh, I have something to tell you," she responded. "What is it?" he asked. "It's about a gathering that has been confirmed." "Where's the location?" he inquired. "At Sunshine Plaza in 3 days. What do you think?" she replied. "Sounds good. Have you finished work?" Zhou Yan asked. "Wait for me. I'll come pick you up for a drive," he suggested. "Sure," she replied. Zhou Yan then sped off in his golden sports car, the engine humming with excitement, and his spirits soared. In no time, he arrived at the building where his cousin worked. From a distance, he spotted a petite and charming figure glancing around, instantly recognizing her as his cousin. He felt a surge of pride as he noticed the envious admiration in her eyes. The onlookers gaped at the golden sports car, and amidst their chatter, Zhou Yan noticed a young man in an Audi rolling down his window. "Hey, little lady, do you have some time? How about a date? What do you think of my car? I just got it, and I could use a girlfriend. Would you be interested?" The young man leered at Zhou Yan's cousin. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yan smirked, thinking to himself that the audacity of this guy was laughable. "Just wait. I'll show you something you will never forget," he vowed silently. Without hesitation, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, and with a roar, the golden sports car shot forward like a bullet. Before anyone could react, the stunning vehicle had pulled up right in front of the building. "Hey, little sister, come over here," Zhou Yan called out, waving to his cousin. She turned, her face lighting up with excitement as she dashed toward him. "You thought driving an Audi was impressive? Just look at my cousin," he exclaimed. The young man's expression turned incredulous as he beheld the golden sports car before him, fearfully concerned about even brushing against it. Since he had considered buying an Audi, he had scrutinized every luxury vehicle on the market, but he never expected to see a one-of-a-kind golden sports car right here. "Wow, this is beyond incredible. How did such a car end up here? This is unbelievable," he gasped. Zhou Yan, grinning, said, "All right, let us get in. Cousin, you are amazing. This car is so impressive. Where are we headed?" she asked eagerly. "I'll take you for a ride. Just tell me where you want to go, my lady." "Today." "You're in charge," he replied. "Really? That is wonderful." Zhou Yan nodded, pressing the gas pedal, and the car surged forward. His cousin, sitting beside him, let out an excited squeal. Chapter 51. The Leisure Club. As Zhou Yan observed his cousin's exuberance, a smile spread across his face. Perhaps it was only when he was with his innocent and carefree cousin that he felt genuine happiness. For not only had his spirits lifted considerably, but he also began questioning many memories from their childhood. In those days, they wore carefree expressions from dawn till dusk, though life was considerably more austere. Yet each day brimmed with simple joys, utterly unburdened by life's potential sorrows. Zhou Yan couldn't help but sigh at how swiftly time had flown by. My cousin asked in astonishment, "What happened?" With a mischievous grin, Zhou Yan remarked, "The little girl who used to cry with a runny nose has now blossomed into such an elegant and graceful young lady. Truly, how dramatically time transforms people." His cousin pouted and retorted, "Cousin, you're so annoying. You must never bring up those embarrassing things again. How utterly mortifying. If others were to hear of this, wouldn't they mock me for being slovenly? I absolutely refuse to tolerate such humiliation." Chuckling softly, Zhou Yan couldn't help but be amused by her cousin's antics. With gentle pats, she tried to silence Zhou Yan, unwilling to let those bygone tales resurface. All right, Zhou Yan conceded quickly, "I won't speak of it anymore. But from now on, you must heed my words, understand?" Her cousin stared back in disbelief before finally relenting with a sigh. Fine. I'll follow your lead from now on, happy?" Zhou Yan nodded in satisfaction at last. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the car had already arrived at the entrance of the leisure club. The place appeared remarkably spacious, and Zhou Yan vaguely recalled in his memory that this very club was also a reward bestowed upon him by the system. He had never set foot here before. Were it not for this class reunion, Zhou Yan truly wouldn't have found the time to visit. Slowly bringing the car to a halt, he lifted his gaze to take in the breathtaking scenery of the leisure club before him. His cousin could no longer contain her excitement. "Cousin, you can't be serious," she exclaimed. "What's the matter?" he replied. Zhou Yan inquired with confusion. Look, how can this be considered merely a leisure club? It's practically a magnificent castle. Moreover, it seemed to exude an air of mystery. How utterly enchanting. Cousin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Zhou Yan smiled faintly, replying with serene composure, Is that so? Whatever you say, so be it. This is how it unfolded. Zhou Yan and his cousin stepped out of the vehicle while conversing leisurely. The attendant at the entrance, startled by the sudden appearance of such an exquisite sports car, hastily rushed over. Sir, right this way. Ensure my car is well looked after. It must not be scratched or touched under any circumstances. Understood? Zhou Yan tossed the car keys to the attendant. Yes, sir. With that, he and his cousin stepped inside, only to be utterly awestruck upon entering. The leisure club was breathtakingly exquisite, not in a gaudy, ostentatious manner, but with an understated elegance that spoke of immense value. The entire ground was paved with smooth, rounded pebbles, each step beneath their feet evoking an extraordinary sensation. Lush, meticulously curated flora adorned the surroundings. Each plant and blossom rare and precious, tended to by dedicated caretakers. A delicate floral fragrance wafted through the air, instantly uplifting their spirits with its refreshing allure. Zhou Yan's cousin, overcome with delight, dashed ahead gleefully, calling back to him in exhilaration. Hurry up, cousin. Isn't this place absolutely magnificent? I am utterly enchanted. Zhou Yan, while admiring the scenery around him, gazed at the carefree beauty beside him, his heart painting an entirely different landscape. The staff members who spotted Zhou Yan and his cousin treated them with utmost reverence, meticulously attending to every detail, as if fearful of damaging even a single brick or tile. After strolling approximately 200 meters, they encountered a grand fountain. Captivated by its breathtaking splendor, Zhou Yan and his cousin couldn't resist drawing closer. As they approached, a refreshing fragrance and cool mist gently embraced them. Zhou Yan slowly closed his eyes and murmured, What a soothing sensation. His cousin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place is nothing short of a paradise on earth. Absolutely marvelous. With a faint smile, Zhou Yan teased, Is it truly that extraordinary? The cousin nodded eagerly, her expression brimming with certainty. Zhou Yan leaned in and whispered conspiratorially into her ear, How about it? Would you like to stay longer to fulfill this wish of yours? Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, his cousin was visibly stunned, her large round eyes blinking rapidly as she gazed at him in astonishment. Swallowing hard, she asked in a hushed tone, Cousin, you're not teasing me, are you? Don't tell me this luxury resort belongs to you. That would be too fantastical to believe. Zhou Yan wore a helpless expression as he inquired, Well, do you like it? Ah. My cousin shrieked as she ran into Zhou Yan's embrace, laughing joyously and exclaiming, Cousin, am I dreaming? What fantastical visions have graced my slumber? Do not disturb me. Let me gather my thoughts first. Ah, a dreamlike castle with a handsome and wealthy prince by my side. How utterly enchanting. Zhou Yan's cousin stood there murmuring to herself while Zhou Yan crossed his arms, observing the entranced beauty. Seeing his cousin lost in reverie, Zhou Yan quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and urged, Come along now, let's see what lies ahead. As the two of them walked around the exquisite fountain and proceeded forward, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Sir, miss, I am the steward of this club. My surname is Ma. You may address me as Steward Ma, a young man said courteously. The cousin looked at him in astonishment and remarked, Cousin, you're the owner of this leisure club, yet you haven't even met your own steward? That means you've never been here before. She continued with a tone of disbelief. How can you be like this? Spending such a fortune yet showing no regard for it. You truly are extravagant. Sir, may I inquire if you're Mr. Zhou? Are you truly the master of this residence? Zhou Yan glanced at his younger cousin standing beside him and declared, Indeed, I am the master of this establishment. My name is Zhou Yan. The steward, Ma, promptly responded with deference, Master, please come inside. We were unaware of your esteemed arrival and failed to prepare a proper welcome. We humbly beg your forgiveness. It's quite all right. Zhou Yan replied. Chapter 52. Priceless calligraphy and paintings. Amidst the flattery of the attendants, Zhou Yan led his cousin inside, his spirits soaring. His young cousin followed obediently at his side, her eyes darting curiously around, absorbing every detail of the unfamiliar surroundings. She seemed unwilling to miss even the slightest corner, as if every inch of the place held some novel wonder. Zhou Yan did not disturb her, allowing her to indulge in the visual feast. Perhaps this was the very paradise her youthful heart had longed for. As they walked, Steward Ma provided Zhou Yan with a thorough introduction to the estate, helping him gradually familiarize himself with its layout. Zhou Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Though he was indeed the master of this place, he had never set foot in it before. Through the steward's explanations, Zhou Yan gained a general understanding of the estate's arrangement, ensuring he wouldn't appear entirely out of place later. Otherwise, others might struggle to believe this grand property truly belonged to him. Upon entering, the furnishings and decorations left Zhou Yan momentarily stunned. Every piece was of the highest quality, exuding opulence and extravagance. Yet, he maintained an outward composure, betraying no hint of his astonishment. For his cousin, accompanying Zhou Yan here was an eye-opening experience. Since birth, she had never encountered such a magnificent place. This was truly her first time. Together, they began admiring the exquisite displays, antiques, and calligraphy works of immense value. Overcome with fascination, his cousin reached out tentatively, only to hesitate, fearing she might damage them. Steward Ma gestured toward the artworks and explained, "These are exceptionally rare pieces, crafted by renowned calligraphers. Our collection is vast. Even a single scroll may be worth hundreds of thousands, while some of these antiques command prices in the millions. Thus, we seldom display such treasures openly. Instead, we carefully store our most valuable possessions, entrusted to dedicated guardians. We fear for their safety, concerned that they may be damaged or stolen by those with ill intentions, as their worth is substantial and warrants vigilant protection." As Zhou Yan and his cousin listened to the steward's introductions, Zhou Yan felt a twinge of annoyance. He wished to leisurely explore the premises with his cousin without interruptions, yet the steward continued to chatter incessantly, testing Zhou Yan's patience. Turning to the steward, he remarked, "All right. You may withdraw for now. Should I require your assistance, I shall summon you. Let us wander about undisturbed." "Yes, master," the steward replied, and Zhou Yan dismissed him, requesting that all others present also take their leave to ensure an unimpeded experience for them. Zhou Yan's thoughtful consideration for his cousin was evident. He was indeed quite doting. Having never witnessed such attentiveness from him before, his cousin felt a sense of relief as the crowd dissipated. Pouting slightly, she said, "Cousin, were you a bit harsh just now? He was only trying to help you." Zhou Yan smiled gently. "I noticed you seemed a tad uneasy, so I had him leave. Is that so wrong?" His cousin beamed at him, feeling an indescribable warmth in her heart. "Let us hasten to the library the steward mentioned. I am curious to see what treasures it holds," Zhou Yan urged, and his cousin joyfully followed him as they strolled towards their destination, where several imposing figures stood guard. It was evident they were there to protect the antiques and artworks, having received instructions from the steward. As Zhou Yan and his cousin approached, the guards greeted them with utmost respect and swiftly opened the door. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. "Wow, cousin, this place is incredibly opulent," she exclaimed in awe. Zhou Yan scanned the surroundings, his eyes wide with wonder, for it was his first encounter with such grandeur. He marveled at the array of exquisite collectibles, many of which he could not even name, having never seen anything like them before. Zhou Yan was equally astonished upon hearing his cousin's exclamation, for the items within were of unparalleled quality and immense value, justifying the need for their vigilant guardianship. Each piece was undoubtedly worth a fortune, and as they explored, Zhou Yan and his cousin were captivated, feeling almost overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence. Zhou Yan particularly admired the priceless calligraphy and paintings, spending more time studying them, while his cousin quietly accompanied him, offering no extraneous comments. They lingered in the collection for quite some time when, unbeknownst to them, a flurry of messages erupted in their cousin-esque group chat. Curiosity and excitement filled the air as they discussed the upcoming gathering at the leisure club. "Classmates, is everyone prepared? I hear our meeting place is quite luxurious. We should all check it out." Wang Qian initiated. "Of course. I've invested a small fortune for this reunion, spending several thousands." Yang Guo replied. "What has that compared to me? I've already exceeded my budget and even started to overspend." Feng Qingqing exclaimed. "Really? Are you all going to such extremes for a simple gathering?" Wang Xiaoming questioned incredulously. "By the way, will Shotingting join us? I heard she is finally dating someone. Curious to see who he is," Yang Guo added. "I bet he is a dashing and wealthy young man." She mused, filled with anticipation. "Oh, I heard he is just a delivery guy. Quite unexpected. Isn't it?" Wang Qian remarked. "This is explosive news." Yang Guo responded as the group eagerly discussed Shotingting's mysterious boyfriend alongside their reunion plans, their excitement palpable. Several women even ventured into Zhou Yan's group to seek luxury items to enhance their appearances for the gathering, eager to present themselves in the best light. Perhaps this was a manifestation of their inherent vanity, as they were willing to make significant expenditures, even to the point of overspending, leaving Zhou Yan somewhat astonished by their audacity. Chapter 53. The gown Shotingting, observing the discussions in the group chat, felt a twinge of discomfort but did not reveal her feelings to Zhou Yan. Instead, she retreated into her room, emerging not at all. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing her, Zhou Yan's curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to knock and enter her room to discover what she was up to. The scene that greeted him was startling. He gasped, "Goodness, what on earth is going on here?" Shotingting, looking flustered and anxious, pleaded, "Cousin, please help me choose a gown. I've tried on nearly everything, yet none satisfy me. Your taste is quite good, I need your assistance. Zhou Yan frowned slightly. Is this all for me to sift through? Zhou Tingting pouted. What? Are you unwilling to help? Zhou Yan quickly clarified. Not at all. I merely meant you needn't go to such lengths. My beautiful cousin is naturally stunning. And anything you wear will look splendid. Besides, with your elegance, any gown will only enhance your grace. Flattered by his compliment, Zhou Tingting felt a surge of joy, but shyly responded, all right, enough flattery. Just help me choose. Zhou Yan glanced at the multitude of gowns, each more varied than the last, and felt a headache coming on at the thought of selecting the perfect one. He considered that it would be exhausting to have her try on every single dress. Let us not try them all, he suggested. What do you mean? Don't you realize I'll be standing beside you at the reunion? If you look too plain, everyone will think I don't deserve you. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Zhou Tingting replied, somewhat displeased. Not at all. Zhou Yan reassured her, ruffling her hair. Steward Ma, please come in. Zhou Yan commanded. Master, how may I assist you? The steward inquired. Could you check for renowned designers? We need assistance urgently, Zhou Yan requested. Oh, what do you mean? Zhou Yan asked, astonished. We have a world-renowned designer within our leisure club. Let me find her for you, the steward replied. Zhou Yan's face lit up. Really? Please hurry. Zhou Tingting looked at him, skeptical. A world-class designer? Are you sure? Yes, that must be her. I think I've heard of her before. Rest assured, just wait patiently. Zhou Yan assured her. Zhou Tingting gazed at him with admiration, her face reflecting gratitude. Zhou Yan smiled. I shall ensure you are the center of attention at this reunion. Do not fret over trivial matters. I will take care of everything. On the other side, the classmates began their preparations, donning their most cherished and extravagant gowns, twirling before the mirror. As they admired their exquisite makeup and graceful figures, radiant smiles illuminated their faces, each believing themselves to be the most stunning among them. They were entranced by their own beauty, almost captivated by their reflections. For this lavish reunion, they had truly invested a significant amount, pouring in their savings from a year or even several years, all in the hopes of impressing their peers. Perhaps even attracting a future affluent partner, an expense that felt quite daunting. Zhou Yan assisted Zhou Tingting in tidying up, organizing the gowns, which made the space appear less chaotic. Sitting beside Zhou Yan, Zhou Tingting gazed longingly at him and inquired, Cousin, what expressions do you think our classmates will wear upon arriving here? Will they be utterly awestruck? Just thinking about their reactions excites me. In my view, they will undoubtedly be enchanted by this place. Shall we wager on it? Such whimsical ideas often elicit a bittersweet chuckle. Regardless of their expressions, that is their concern. Why should you be curious about it? Zhou Tingting, brimming with excitement, looked at Zhou Yan, unsure of what to say. She pulled him aside and asked, Do you think the world-renowned designer will assist us? What if they refuse? After all, they are here on vacation, not for work. Zhou Yan, with a hint of resignation, replied, Rest assured, Manager Ma should have a solution. As for their vacation, it seems it's also for work, perhaps involving antiques and calligraphy? Zhou Tingting, astonished, responded, Is that so? Zhou Yan shrugged, It should be. But I'll need to inquire with Manager Ma for more details. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tingting felt a wave of astonishment as Manager Ma hurriedly sought out the world-class designer. Meanwhile, she leisurely stood by the window, a glass of champagne in hand. Exuding an aura of sophistication, she gazed out at the enchanting scenery while pondering her next course of action. In that moment, Manager Ma found it difficult to gauge the situation, yet she was deeply contemplating how to negotiate with the designer. Convincing them to agree to design gowns for Zhou Yan and his companions was indeed a formidable challenge. A slight misstep in her approach could lead to rejection, or worse, a swift dismissal. Chapter 54. A startling surprise as Manager Ma engaged in negotiations with the designer. Zhou Yan noticed a bottle of red wine on the table. He approached, poured himself a glass, and sat down with Zhou Tingting, engaging in conversation while sipping. Zhou Tingting, enjoying the flavor, also indulged in several glasses. Observing her behavior, Zhou Yan grew concerned that she might soon be inebriated. He gently warned her, Take it easy. You might feel dizzy later, and you want to blame me. Not a chance. I can handle my liquor, Zhou Tingting confidently asserted. Really? This is no ordinary wine. You should pay attention, Zhou Yan cautioned. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Tingting gasped, quickly setting down her glass and exclaiming, Cousin, were you doing this on purpose? Why didn't you mention it sooner? How much have I consumed? This is frightening. Just so you know, I have no money to pay you back. It's all your fault for not saying anything earlier. What are you talking about? Zhou Yan asked, astonished. I think I just drank something worth tens of thousands. This is terrifying, Zhou Tingting confessed, blushing. Zhou Yan chuckled, reassuring her, No worries. There's plenty more. Just drink freely. I'm just concerned you might get tipsy. This wine packs quite a punch. Oh, I understand, Zhou Tingting replied, a hint of resignation in her voice, occasionally glancing outside, anxiously awaiting good news from Manager Ma. She feared that if the designer refused, they would have to devise alternative plans, which could lead to complications. Time swiftly passed, and the reunion was set to commence. The beautiful classmates hurried over to the leisure club, eager to enjoy the breathtaking views and perhaps catch a glimpse of some handsome young men or wealthy heirs. However, upon their arrival, they appeared somewhat flustered, though the reason was unclear. In contrast, Zhou and Zhou Yan's company leisurely explored every captivating corner of the venue, exuding an air of elegance and grace that drew others' gazes. Zhou Yan attentively accompanied her, while the group of beauties, upon witnessing the scene before them, couldn't help but express their astonishment. They gathered, animatedly discussing various topics, even delving into mundane conversations. In their excitement, they raised their voices, which displeased Manager Ma. With a serious demeanor, she approached the entrance, addressing the flamboyantly dressed young women. "Excuse me, could you please keep your voices down? This is not a place for loud chatter. Please be mindful of your surroundings." "Goodness, this is quite extravagant. Even the manager here is impressive. Look at that custom-tailored suit," Feng Qingqing remarked. Yang Guier nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I never expected this. Have we perhaps come across as a bit too modest?" Their emotions were hard to contain, for they had arrived at a place unlike any they had ever seen before. In that moment, everyone felt a mix of surprise and disbelief. Zhou Yan and Zhou Dingting were enjoying the scenery when Manager Ma approached them. "Master, the time is nearing. Some guests have already arrived," she reminded Zhou Yan. "All right. I understand. You may go about your duties. I will be there shortly," Zhou Yan replied, waving her off. "Yes, master. Besides, this leisure club will always be here." "Do you fear it might vanish?" she teased. "Don't wear that expression. Otherwise, your lovely face won't be as appealing. Today, you are to shine brightly and outshine everyone." Zhou Dingting felt a surge of joy at Zhou Yan's confidence in her. With him by her side, she felt an unwavering sense of security, free from worry or fear. Zhou Yan always ensured everything was perfectly arranged. All she needed to do was enjoy herself. Just as excitement filled the air, a Bentley pulled up outside, and a somewhat dashing young man emerged, exuding an air of pride and anticipation. The staff at the leisure club, upon seeing the Bentley, remained rather indifferent, standing still, for they had encountered many luxury vehicles before. A Bentley was merely commonplace and hardly warranted enthusiastic service. A few of them whispered amongst themselves, commenting on the audacity of someone arriving in such a car, acting as if they were superior. "The golden sports car belonging to our master remains here, yet it is not flaunted ostentatiously. Such arrogance is truly unfounded." During their discussion, a dashing young man approached them. "Sir, welcome to the leisure club. Please come in. By the way, here are my car keys. Could you kindly park my car?" "Certainly, sir," replied the attendant, taking the keys from the young man. After he departed, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on the attendant's face. Some of the staff, feeling somewhat reluctant to serve him, began to plot how to teach this young man a lesson. This handsome young man is Wang Guoli, a classmate of Zhou Dingting, who had once fervently pursued her. Upon learning of a class reunion at this venue, he eagerly attended. The group of women present had primarily come for Wang Guoli. Chapter 55. An unexpected matter. After a discussion among the attendants, they resolved to teach this Wang Guoli a proper lesson, hoping to humble his arrogance. One attendant discreetly took Wang Guoli's Bentley keys and drove the car away. As the vehicle receded into the distance, the others began to feel elated. Wang Guoli entered the leisure club, feeling somewhat smug, as his female classmates eagerly awaited his appearance. When he finally emerged before them, their eyes widened in awe. Yang Guier exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, not bad at all. Our sea turtle has finally arrived." Wang Qian chimed in, "Yes, we've all been waiting for you. It's quite a rare sight." Feng Qingqing rushed over, fearing Wang Guoli might overlook her, and said, "Wang Guoli, you're looking increasingly handsome. It seems these years of study have made you even more captivating." They surrounded Wang Guoli, showering him with flattery and compliments, all hoping to capture his attention, thus achieving their purpose for attending the gathering. Wang Guoli, while engaging with them, discreetly surveyed the room. Noticing his demeanor, Yang Guier gently inquired, "Wang Guoli, are you looking for someone? Who else could it be? It must be Zhou Dingting, right?" Wang Qian interjected, thinking herself clever. Wang Guoli shyly smiled and replied, "No. I'm just checking to see how many classmates have arrived and who is here." He endeavored to conceal his true feelings from everyone, particularly from the inquisitive group of gossiping classmates, with whom he had already experienced enough scrutiny in the past. Feng Qingqing scoffed, "Wang Guoli, you mustn't still be pining for Zhou Dingting. I hear she has already taken, and her boyfriend is a delivery boy. It seems our normally indifferent Miss Dingting has an eye for talent." Wang Guoli was slightly taken aback by their gossip, uncertain if it was true. Could it be that Zhou Dingting was indeed dating a delivery boy? He felt a flicker of anticipation, perhaps a remnant of his pride stirring within him. At that moment, Zhou Dingting was preparing to make her entrance. Although she felt a hint of nervousness, Zhou Yan noticed her anxious expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm just a bit nervous," Zhou Tingting replied softly. "What's there to be nervous about? They're just classmates," Zhou Yan reassured her. "I don't know. It's just an uneasy feeling," Zhou Tingting confessed. "Don't worry, I'll be right by your side. Just let things unfold naturally, relax, and everything will be fine." Zhou Yan comforted her. Zhou Tingting nodded, gathering her courage to look at Zhou Yan. Under the meticulous preparation of the wedding designer, Zhou Tingting donned a shimmering silver gown that sparkled brilliantly. Her graceful silhouette was breathtaking, and her delicate makeup rendered her both playful and sophisticated. Upon seeing Zhou Tingting, Zhou Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "You look absolutely stunning today." Zhou Tingting shyly replied, "Only you know how to make me feel good." At that moment, the designer emerged, smiling at Zhou Yan. "Mr. Zhou, your cousin's figure is truly remarkable. She will undoubtedly be the center of attention today. So, keep a close eye on her. Otherwise, I suspect she'll receive many advances." Hearing the designer's words, Zhou Tingting firmly grasped Zhou Yan's arm and said, "That's impossible. I'm already taken. I want to pay attention to anyone else." Zhou Yan and the designer exchanged knowing smiles at Zhou Tingting's response. Meanwhile, Wang Guoli, basking in the admiration of his classmates, boasted about his assets. It appeared as though he was engaging in conversation, yet it was merely a contest of one-upmanship. None were genuinely there to reconnect. Each had their own ulterior motives. Zhou Tingting tugged at Zhou Yan's arm, saying, "Let us go. It's about time we don't keep them waiting." Zhou Yan nodded and turned to the world-renowned designer, saying, "We shall head over now. Today is truly about you." "No need to be polite, Mr. Zhou. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will be at your service," the designer replied, leaving even her assistant astonished by her uncharacteristic eagerness. Having followed the designer for years, this was the first time she had witnessed such enthusiasm, a truly remarkable occurrence. Zhou Yan politely responded, "All right then, I will head over first. We will be in touch." After bidding farewell, Zhou Yan intended to accompany Zhou Tingting to meet her classmates. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Zhou Tingting quickly inquired, "Who is it?" Zhou Yan glanced at the screen and replied, "It's my secretary. There might be something urgent." "I'll take this call." "What's going on?" Zhou Yan asked casually. "Boss, I have an urgent document here that requires your immediate signature. I've come over. So please be ready for our meeting soon," his assistant said anxiously. "All right, I'll wait for you," Zhou Yan replied before hanging up. Now, he could not accompany Zhou Tingting just yet. He looked at her and said, "I have a sudden matter to attend to. Would you like to go ahead? Or would you prefer to wait for me here?" Zhou Tingting pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go ahead. It would be awkward to keep everyone waiting." "Very well, you go on ahead. I'll be there shortly. Please be careful." Zhou Yan affectionately ruffled Zhou Tingting's hair. With a bright smile, Zhou Tingting turned and walked toward the designated room. The atmosphere was lively with chatter when suddenly, the door swung open, and a young woman clad in a silver gown appeared before everyone. Chapter 56. The arrival of the campus belle. At the moment Zhou Tingting stepped into view, it felt as though time itself stood still. Everyone gazed at her in astonishment, rendered speechless by her presence. Observing their exaggerated expressions, Zhou Tingting, looking somewhat bemused, asked, "What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me?" Wang Guoli gazed at Zhou Tingting in disbelief, unable to comprehend how she had blossomed into such an enchanting beauty over the years. In an instant, his attention was captivated, and he found himself unable to look away. Feng Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, "Zhou Tingting, is that really you?" Zhou Tingting nodded and replied, "What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Have I changed that much?" "You all are exaggerating." Yang Guier, with a look of surprise, asked, "Zhou Tingting, have you been aging in reverse these past few years? You're even more beautiful than before. Truly, you are the school belle." Wang Qian hurried to Zhou Tingting's side, admiring her appearance with a sense of awe. In that moment, Zhou Tingting resembled a noble swan, making them hesitant to approach her. Upon witnessing this transformation, Wang Guoli stood up, eager to be near her. With a joyful expression, he beckoned, "Zhou Tingting, please come and sit with us. Everyone is waiting for you." As he reached out to pull her closer, Zhou Tingting promptly declined, saying, "No need. I'll sit here. We're all classmates. Sitting there makes no difference. Let us just chat and reminisce, so everyone. Please take a seat and don't be so polite." This response darkened Wang Guoli's countenance. After all these years, Zhou Tingting still kept him at a distance, unwilling to grant him any opportunity. He had hoped to impress her with his success, as he was the most accomplished among their peers and indeed, her best option. Yet, her indifference left him feeling quite disgruntled. Meanwhile, Feng Qingqing harbored feelings of envy and jealousy, realizing that Zhou Tingting's attire surpassed her own. Despite her efforts to present herself beautifully for the reunion, she had expended considerable energy and even depleted her savings, uncertain if she could afford her next meal. To her dismay, Zhou Dingding's arrival rendered her efforts insignificant, delivering a blow to her self-esteem that she had not anticipated. Holding a glass of red wine, Feng Qingqing approached Zhou Dingding, feigning elegance. "Dingding, how have you been these past few years?" she asked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhou Dingding looked up and replied, "Quite well, actually. Why do you ask?" Feng Qingqing pretended to be curious. "By the way, I heard you have a new boyfriend. Why didn't he come with you? We're all eager to see your choice. With your looks and taste, he must be quite a catch, handsome and wealthy, perhaps." Her words ignited a flurry of speculation among the group. Zhou Dingding, feeling slightly embarrassed, explained, "He intended to join me, but something came up last minute. So I didn't wait for him. I just came on my own. Don't worry, he'll be here soon enough to satisfy your curiosity. I can't describe him well. Seeing is believing, right? So please, be patient." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingqing couldn't help but smirk slyly, inwardly mocking Zhou Dingding. "Deceive them as you wish. Let us see how you explain that your boyfriend is merely a delivery guy." The curiosity of the others mirrored Feng Qingqing's thoughts. Even Wang Guoli was eager to uncover this enigma. Zhou Dingding was well aware of their thoughts. She understood her classmates better than they realized. This gathering, while ostensibly a reunion, was more akin to a competition of status. Amused by their eager gazes, she found their boredom laughable. She wondered how they would react upon discovering Zhou Yan's true identity, feeling a tinge of anticipation. While her classmates lavished compliments on Wang Guoli, Zhou Dingding maintained a serene smile, remaining aloof from him, quietly absorbing the conversations as though they were inconsequential to her. Zhou Yan, waiting for his assistant, felt a twinge of concern for Zhou Dingding amidst the raucous atmosphere. As the others belittled Zhou Dingding, they continued to shower Wang Guoli with praise. Zhou Dingding, unable to endure the condescension any longer, interjected with a scornful laugh. "Must we be so superficial, classmates? Just because someone has returned from abroad, you fawn over him? What is so special about him? He is certainly not superior to the delivery guy outside. Aren't you the one who claimed you couldn't come here because you couldn't afford it?" Feng Qingqing, reveling in her mischief, chimed in. Suddenly, Zhou Dingding's wine glass shattered on the floor as she declared, "I'll warn you once more, Zhou Yan is my boyfriend, and regardless of his status, you will not speak ill of him here, as you lack that privilege. Do you understand? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." I trust you all heard me clearly. Instantly, the lively atmosphere shifted to one of tension, catching everyone off guard. They had been so brazenly mocking Zhou Dingding that they hadn't anticipated her outburst, leaving them momentarily at a loss. "This is a reunion. Let us not ruin the mood or dwell on trivial matters," Wang Guoli remarked, feeling displeased and blaming Feng Qingqing for provoking Zhou Dingding's ire. Zhou Dingding, hearing Wang Guoli's words, scoffed but chose to ignore them, silently reflecting on the farce of this gathering, which felt more like a display of flattery than a reunion. The classmates, feeling the awkwardness, were unsure of how to proceed. Then, a male classmate, Long Xiaohua, stepped forward, saying, "Right, Guoli, you've been living abroad. Could you share with us the wonders of the outside world? Perhaps we might have a chance to visit someday." Long Xiaohua sought to alleviate the tension while simultaneously extolling Wang Guoli's status. "The earnings are slightly higher than here, otherwise, it's rather mundane," Wang Guoli replied, prompting Zhou Dingding to roll her eyes in disdain. Suddenly, Long Xiaohua seemed to have an idea and pointed to a landscape painting hanging on the wall. "Guoli, with your extensive knowledge, tell me if that painting is valuable," he said with admiration. "Let me study it closely," Wang Guoli replied, walking over to examine the artwork. Zhou Dingding found the scene amusing and was curious to see how much Wang Guoli could discern from it. All eyes were on Wang Guoli and Long Xiaohua. After scrutinizing the painting for a moment, Wang Guoli pretended to be profound, announcing, "This painting is by the renowned artist Zhao Mengfu, one of the top 10 painters. It's the famous dwelling in the Fujian Mountains, a classic Chinese painting that exemplifies the new generation of artistic style, primarily in ink and wash. It took a full 4 years to complete this painting, truly a masterpiece." However, as everyone listened with rapt attention, Wang Guoli suddenly ceased his explanation, leaving the audience somewhat perplexed. Long Xiaohua, with a puzzled expression, inquired what was amiss. Wang Guoli, with an air of mystery, declared that this rendition of the dwelling in the Fujian Mountains was a forgery. His sudden assertion left everyone speechless. Zhou Dingding nearly leapt from her seat, quickly raising her glass to conceal a smirk, ensuring that no one uncovered her amusement. "Surely, this cannot be true. We are in such an upscale establishment. How could it be a fake?" Young Guo exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Wang Guoli, eager to clarify, responded, "Isn't it quite normal? In such high-end venues, it is said that only select pieces are displayed, and who would hang an original? If it were stolen, the loss would be considerable. You truly lack worldly experience if you are unaware of this basic knowledge." Long Xiaohua promptly defended Wang Guoli. attempting to alleviate any awkwardness and ease the tension in the room. The classmates smiled politely, refraining from exposing the ruse. While Zhou Tingting observed the proceedings with a sense of detached amusement, regretting her decision to attend this gathering, as it had certainly reshaped her peers' perceptions. Under Long Xiaohua's support, Wang Guoli began to wax lyrical, his words flowing freely. The classmates listened intently, but the service staff could hardly endure the discourse any longer. Approaching with a stern demeanor, a server admonished, "Sir, please refrain from making unfounded statements here. Such remarks could tarnish our establishment's reputation. Should you continue this behavior, we reserve the right to take action. I urge you to conduct yourselves appropriately." The server's words struck the room with shock, leaving everyone astounded, save for Zhou Tingting, who sat quietly. Wang Guoli, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having been so vocal just moments before. Suddenly uncertain of how to proceed, he found the eyes of his classmates fixed upon him. "All right, let us all sit down. I was merely speaking casually, so please do not take it to heart. Just listen," he stammered. Turning to the server, he added, "After all, we are guests here. Shouldn't you provide us with proper service?" The server, hearing Wang Guoli's sudden remarks, displayed a disdainful expression, clearly unimpressed. Had it not been for Zhou Tingting's presence, they would not have afforded such service. Zhou Tingting was well aware of this, but chose to remain silent. Her classmates, each convinced of their own merit, reveled in their self-importance. While Zhou Tingting observed their animated discussions, she felt no desire to engage in idle chatter. Instead, her thoughts drifted to Zhou Yan, her mind elsewhere. Noticing Zhou Tingting's distracted demeanor, Wang Qian discreetly pulled her aside, asking, "What's the matter? You seem a bit downcast and absent-minded." Zhou Tingting replied, "It's nothing significant. Let us just listen to their conversation." She felt the hours of this reunion dragging on, wishing she had chosen to explore the surroundings with Zhou Yan instead of enduring this tedious gathering. This event had been proposed by Wang Guoli, and while her classmates found it admirable, it was of no consequence to Zhou Tingting. Wang Guoli's comments prompted the server to turn away disdainfully, choosing to ignore him. Wang Guoli, misreading the situation, assumed his words had intimidated the staff. With an air of self-satisfaction, he proclaimed, "Exactly. You are here to serve us, the patrons. Do not attempt to intimidate us. It is crucial to understand your role for everyone to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, we are here to spend money. If your attitude is lacking, we can lodge a complaint." Zhou Tingting found his words increasingly irksome, looking up at the oblivious Wang Guoli. She recognized that had she not been present, these servers would not have been subjected to such rudeness. Angered, she stood up, addressing the group. "You all continue your conversation. I need some fresh air. It feels a bit stifling in here." With that, she turned to leave, no longer wishing to remain in their company. The thought of what further unpleasantness might unfold was daunting. Noticing Zhou Tingting's departure, Feng Qingqing felt a surge of discontent. Dressed in a sumptuous gown that accentuated her figure, she had expected to be the center of attention today. However, Zhou Tingting's arrival had shifted the spotlight, leaving her feeling overshadowed. As she observed Zhou Tingting's poised exit, Feng Qingqing devised a plan to assert herself and diminish Zhou Tingting's allure. Unaware of Feng Qingqing's intentions, Zhou Tingting attempted to navigate past her. Suddenly, Feng Qingqing extended her foot, obstructing Zhou Tingting's path. "Ah!" Zhou Tingting lost her balance and stumbled forward, letting out a startled cry. The room fell silent, eyes wide with surprise at the unfolding scene. A loud crash followed, and as everyone processed the moment, they saw Zhou Tingting on the floor, panic etched upon her face. The dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, which Wang Guoli had just commented on, had plummeted from the wall, shattering upon impact. The collective breath of the attendees caught in their throats as they stared at Zhou Tingting. The server rushed to her side, concern evident. "Miss, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Zhou Tingting reassured him, "I am fine, thank you. It's just a pity about the painting." The server replied courteously, "No worries. As long as you are unharmed, we will let Mr. Zhou handle the situation." The classmates were bewildered, initially expecting the server to chastise Zhou Tingting for the costly accident. For the painting was indeed an expensive piece, far beyond their means to compensate. Even a lifetime of frugality would suffice to repay such a debt. Feng Qingqing, reveling in her newfound satisfaction, eyed Zhou Tingting with glee, eager to witness how she would navigate the predicament, perhaps feeling guilty for her actions. Feng Qingqing leered at Zhou Tingting, asserting, "Well, Zhou Tingting, I'm curious to see how you'll handle this. You mustn't involve the rest of us. That painting is not just any artwork. We all saw you knock it down. If compensation is required, we certainly won't shoulder that burden. Prepare yourself." Anger bubbled within Zhou Tingting at Feng Qingqing's audacity. She gradually approached Feng Qingqing, her brow furrowed as she spoke. "Miss Feng, it seems you just tripped me, didn't you? What do you say?" Instantly, Feng Qingqing, already feeling guilty, looked nervously at Zhou Tingting. She took a step back, hastily denying, "It wasn't me." Don't accuse me unjustly, please. Long Xiaohua quickly chimed in. Yes, we are all classmates. Let us not implicate everyone in this. This is no joking matter. Yang Gui'er echoed, right? This has nothing to do with us. Wang Guoli stood at a distance, observing the scene with a hint of derision on his face. As the group shifted the blame back and forth, a crisp sound shattered the tension. All eyes turned to the source and found a porcelain plate that had fallen to the ground. Feng Qingqing stared in panic at the unfolding chaos, repeatedly reassuring herself. It's fine, it's fine. The server didn't say anything when the painting fell. It's just a plate, nothing to be overly anxious about. I mustn't embarrass myself in front of everyone. She feigned composure, though internally she trembled. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the door to the private room creaked open. Zhou Yan entered, clad in a blue suit, and noticed the scattered group. Sensing something was amiss, this struck him as odd. He widened his eyes and asked, "What is going on? Isn't this a class reunion? Why does everyone look so frightened?" Before Zhou Tingting could respond, Feng Qingqing rushed over. "You are Zhou Yan, right?" she asked, appearing to contemplate. Zhou Yan glanced at Zhou Tingting, and Feng Qingqing suddenly realized, "Ah, you are Zhou Tingting's boyfriend. I saw you once when you were delivering food, and I didn't want to interrupt." She deliberately raised her voice. Zhou Yan acknowledged, "Yes, I am her boyfriend. What is the matter?" Feng Qingqing hastily interjected, "It's quite unfortunate. Your girlfriend has caused a mishap. You should clean up this mess quickly so we aren't implicated." Zhou Yan, upon hearing the words of Zhou Tingting's classmates, turned to her and noticed the shattered dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains lying before her, looking quite tragic. He felt bewildered, not understanding what had transpired, and approached Zhou Tingting with concern, checking if she was hurt. Zhou Tingting, sensing his worry, grasped his hand and said, "I'm fine. I was just tripped by a classmate and accidentally damaged the painting. I'm okay." "Who tripped you?" Zhou Yan asked, his displeasure evident. Zhou Tingting pointed at Feng Qingqing standing before them. Zhou Yan glanced at her, and his mood soured. Upon seeing his expression, Feng Qingqing felt a pang of fear but maintained a nonchalant facade, saying, "Don't make baseless accusations. Who saw me trip you? Isn't that right, everyone? Now that there is trouble, you want to pin it on us? Don't even think about it. Let your delivery boy take the blame." The classmates, hearing Feng Qingqing's words, eagerly distanced themselves from her, clearly afraid of being entangled in this matter. It was quite ridiculous. Zhou Tingting, angered by Feng Qingqing's attitude, pointed at her, saying, "You really are going too far. Leave yourself an escape route. Otherwise, you might regret it later. Please, mind your words." Zhou Yan, noticing Zhou Tingting's flushed face, felt discomfort as he narrowed his eyes at Feng Qingqing, wanting to see what this audacious woman would do next. With her sharp tongue, Feng Qingqing continued to shift all the blame onto Zhou Tingting, portraying herself as faultless. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Zhou Yan gently approached Zhou Tingting and said, "My dear, don't argue with her. It's pointless." "What do you mean? Are you looking down on people? You, a mere delivery boy. What is so impressive about that? Your noble girlfriend will be burdened with debts for life, and yet you foolishly treat her like a treasure," Feng Qingqing retorted angrily. Zhou Yan chuckled coldly. "What does it matter? I like her." Feng Qingqing, with a wicked grin, remarked, "It's fine. Don't pretend to be embarrassed. You should quickly find a way to gather money, or you might end up in jail. That would be truly humiliating." Seeing this woman prance about, Zhou Yan felt it was necessary to teach her a lesson. She had dared to bully his woman and had essentially come looking for trouble. Others, upon hearing Zhou Yan's question, quickly backed away, unwilling to approach. Feng Qingqing scoffed. "Yes, it was me. So what? It's merely a plate. You realize your girlfriend damaged a precious dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, right? You might as well weep in secret," Zhou Yan retorted. He shook his head, adding, "I doubt you'll be leaving this place unscathed." "What do you mean? Don't try to intimidate me. I won't fall for that," Feng Qingqing replied, irritated. Zhou Yan found the situation quite exasperating and had no desire to converse with such an ignorant woman. He couldn't be bothered to utter a word. The server, who had been standing by, quickly grasped Zhou Yan's intent. Nodding, he approached everyone and pointed at the shattered porcelain plate on the ground, saying, "This is no ordinary plate. It dates back to the Southern Song dynasty and has been preserved until now, and there is only one like it. The craftsmanship is exquisite, depicting a scene of prosperity from that era." Stop. We don't need to hear all this. We don't understand. Just tell us how much this plate is worth," Long Xiaohua interjected impatiently. The server smirked. "Oh, it's quite valuable. Listen closely. 300,000. "What? Are you robbing us?" Feng Qingqing exclaimed, utterly distraught. "Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can verify it or look it up online." The server replied with a smile. Upon hearing that exorbitant figure, everyone felt a wave of tension and instinctively recoiled, fearing they might inadvertently break something else. There was no longer any mood for eating, chatting, or celebrating. Feng Qingqing's legs weakened, and she sat down, trembling. This is extortion. I'm going to report this. Think carefully before you proceed. Zhou Yan smiled. No worries. If you're unhappy, feel free to call the police immediately. It would be fair for everyone. Otherwise, others might think I'm truly bullying you. We should handle this formally. Everyone here can see clearly. Feng Qingqing, struggling to stand, said, What are you so happy about? How will you compensate for the painting? Let us hear it. Although the painting fell, it remained intact. Only the frame was damaged. Which isn't a big deal, and isn't worth much. Waiter, could you please tell me how much I owe for the compensation? Zhou Yan inquired provocatively. The waiter approached, examined the situation, and respectfully responded, Sir, it would only be 1,000 yuan. Thank you. I understand, Zhou Yan replied with a smile. At this point, Feng Qingqing was utterly distraught, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, Isn't this too unfair? Why must I pay 300,000 while he only has to pay 1,000? The waiter, somewhat impatient, responded, Miss, please find a way to resolve this promptly. Feng Qingqing felt as though all her strength had drained away, barely able to stand. Chapter 60, Expulsion. 300,000 was an immense burden for her, and she couldn't fathom how many years of work it would take to repay such a loss. Regret began to gnaw at her heart. Why had she dared to assert herself, leading to this calamity? Zhou Tingting, observing Feng Qingqing's pale face, found a touch of humor in the situation, especially as Zhou Yan stood up for her. Zhou Tingting felt a wave of happiness. It was the first time a man had shown her such care, and the sensation was truly unique. Zhou Yan approached the waiter, ready to pay for the frame, when an unexpected scene unfolded. Wang Guoli suddenly stepped in front of Zhou Yan, declaring, Allow me to handle this. I will pay for the frame. Zhou Yan frowned at the audacity of this presumptuous man, feeling quite displeased. Zhou Tingting, too, found no desire to engage, having encountered too many such men who shamelessly flocked to women with a hint of power. Previously, when Zhou Tingting had shattered the precious Fuchin Mountain residence, Wang Guoli had kept his distance, clearly afraid of any association. Now, upon hearing that the compensation was merely 1,000 yuan, he shamelessly tried to insert himself into the situation, leaving Zhou Tingting utterly speechless. She remained silent, eager to see how Wang Guoli would attempt to resolve this farce. Feng Qingqing, noticing Wang Guoli's actions, felt a surge of discomfort and mockingly remarked, Wang Guoli, your eagerness to ingratiate yourself here seems rather misplaced. Why? Wang Guoli retorted dismissively. Zhou Tingting has a boyfriend standing right beside her. What do you think you're doing? Wang Guoli turned to Zhou Tingting with a gaze filled with faux affection, stating, I would gladly pay for her. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Or perhaps you envy Zhou Tingting. That's not my fault. You simply can't compete. The words infuriated Feng Qingqing, leaving her at a loss for a response. Wang Guoli, deluded by his own charm, approached the waiter, saying, Here's my card. Go ahead and charge it. The waiter glanced at Zhou Yan and smirked. Sir, I believe you might be misunderstanding something. Wang Guoli, confused, asked, What do you mean? Misunderstanding what? The waiter smiled faintly. If you're paying for Miss Zhou Tingting, the amount is not what you think. Wang Guoli, puzzled, inquired, How much is it? Then, the waiter held up 2 fingers. And Wang Guoli snickered, Oh, it's just 2,000, is it? I'll take care of that. The waiter burst into laughter, then spoke loudly, Sir, please listen carefully. It's 200,000, not 2,000. What? Wang Guoli's expression changed dramatically. Angrily, he exclaimed, What kind of establishment is this? It's just a frame. Why should the payment depend on who is paying? This is absurd. We should call the police to sort this out. I've lived abroad. Has the system changed here? You can't just inflate prices because I'm a returnee. My money is hard-earned. Stop bullying me. The waiter, witnessing Wang Guoli's reaction, smiled and said, Sir, please remain calm. The police will be here shortly. Someone has already called them on your behalf. They will help mediate. The room fell silent, each person exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. This gathering of classmates had devolved into an unprecedented debacle, leaving everyone in suspense about the outcome. Zhou Yan, arms crossed and indifferent, observed the spectacle, amused by Wang Guoli's transformation from arrogance to silence. Zhou Tingting quietly approached Zhou Yan, whispering, Cousin, isn't this thrilling? What do you think the outcome will be? I find myself increasingly intrigued. Shoo. Zhou Yan gestured for her to be silent, hinting that more drama was yet to unfold. This was merely the beginning. Zhou Tingting understood Zhou Yan's intent, pursing her lips as she stood by, anticipating the next captivating moment. Wang Guoli, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, turned to the waiter and said, I genuinely don't understand. Are you running a charity? How can you compare a delivery person to someone like me, a returnee? Are you all out of your minds? Just then, a woman's voice cut through the tension. Everyone turned to see a capable woman standing at the entrance, her slender figure and fair skin accentuated by a tailored black suit. exuding an air of authority as her striking eyes fixed on Wang Guoli. Upon seeing her, Wang Guoli's demeanor shifted instantly. This woman was none other than Miss Wang, Zhou Yan's well-known assistant. Miss Wang glanced at Zhou Yan and offered a slight smile, prompting Wang Guoli to hastily approach her, asking, "Miss Wang, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for me to be here?" Miss Wang replied sternly. No, that's not what I meant," Wang Guoli stammered, attempting to ingratiate himself. Zhou Yingting felt a wave of discomfort at Wang Guoli's obsequiousness, finding it utterly distasteful. Miss Wang regarded him sharply, stating, "So, you are the intern returnee from a few days ago?" Wang Guoli eagerly nodded. "Yes, that's me. I assure you, Miss Wang, I will excel in my tasks. You may leave now. Your internship is terminated effective immediately. Do not appear before me again," Miss Wang declared, each word cutting through the tension. Wang Guoli, taken aback, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind buzzing in disbelief. Chapter 61. Skipping the bill. Wang Guoli stood in shock, his hard-won opportunity slipping away just like that. A sense of bitterness welled within him, and he yearned to defend himself. But Miss Wang wouldn't even spare him a glance. Feeling equally powerless and furious, Wang Guoli, much like Feng Qingqing, was at a loss. The surrounding classmates were equally stunned, witnessing the rapid turn of events, none daring to speak up, fearing the fallout might land on them. Wang Guoli, trembling, approached Miss Wang, his expression regretful as he pleaded, "Miss Wang, please give me another chance. I truly have the capability to do this job well." Assistant Wang let out a cold laugh and remarked, "A person devoid of manners and decency, who is completely unaware of their own insignificance, is someone our company cannot afford to employ. You would be better off seeking opportunities elsewhere." Wang Guoli was utterly speechless. He was at a loss as to how he had rendered himself so abject today. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had perhaps looked down upon Zhou Yan simply because he was a delivery worker. Immediately, Wang Guoli, feeling embarrassed, said, "Assistant Wang, please do not be angry. I will apologize to him right away." With that, he approached Zhou Yan and sincerely said, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive my rashness." Zhou Yan did not even glance at Wang Guoli, remaining seated in silence. Assistant Wang observed Wang Guoli and advised, "An apology must be sincere. It cannot be half-hearted. Do you understand?" Turning back to Zhou Yan, Wang Guoli nearly knelt before him, pleading, "Sir, I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize for having disrespected your profession." Seeing this scene, Zhou Yingting could not help but stifle a laugh. Zhou Yan, unimpressed by Wang Guoli's demeanor, curtly said, "Spare me your words. Just vanish from my sight. I have no desire to see someone like you." "Very well, I will leave immediately," Wang Guoli responded, bowing respectfully. Curiosity filled Wang Guoli and his classmates as they wondered about the unfolding situation. Wang Guoli turned to Assistant Wang and asked, "Why are you listening to a delivery boy? From this moment forth, open your worthless eyes and behold," Assistant Wang retorted. "The delivery boy you so disdainfully referred to is, in fact, my enigmatic boss. Are you not curious? Take a good look and see whom you have offended today." "What? He is your boss?" This cannot be true. Wang Guoli refused to believe it. Questioning whether he had lost his mind today. Stammering, he exclaimed, "So the mysterious boss is you?" Assistant Wang, grinning mischievously, added, "Indeed. There is one more thing I have yet to disclose to you. Pay close attention. The owner of this venue where you are gathering today is standing right before you." "How does that news strike you?" Assistant Wang could not suppress a laugh. Wang Guoli's legs felt weak, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Following the revelation, all the students began to regard Zhou Yan and Zhou Yingting with newfound admiration, their gazes filled with awe. At that moment, Zhou Yan appeared remarkably handsome and charismatic, embodying the very essence of their dreams. They yearned to surround him, hoping for just a fleeting glance in their direction. Yang Guo whispered, "Could it be that Zhou Tingting's boyfriend is truly a successful magnate? How enviable." Wang Qian, with a starry-eyed expression, exclaimed, "He is so dashing, truly my dream prince." Long Xiaohua sighed, feeling resigned. What a twist of fate. I never imagined Wang Guoli would end up in such a pitiful state. The group dared not speak loudly, quietly discussing the astonishing turn of events. As Assistant Zhou Yan arrived, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. No one anticipated the tension that would envelop the room. Noticing the shift, a waiter approached the visibly pale Wang Guoli and asked, "Sir, are you not going to settle your bill? Please hand over your card." Irritated, Wang Guoli snapped, "What bill?" After uttering those words, he seized the opportunity and dashed out, unnoticed by the others. Long Xiaohua, realizing Wang Guoli intended to escape, shouted, "Don't let him run away. The party expenses have yet to be covered. Hurry." Upon hearing Long Xiaohua's words, all the students jolted into action, rushing outside in pursuit of Wang Guoli. In no time, they caught up with him, collectively restraining him from leaving, disregarding his pleas for them to step aside. Angrily, Wang Guoli shouted, "Let me go. Do not obstruct me. Long Xiaohua retorted, if you wish to leave, pay for today's meal first. Otherwise, you shall not depart. This is no trivial sum. And it was your suggestion to gather here. Now you wish to flee? That is utterly disgraceful. At this critical moment, camaraderie among classmates seemed to vanish. If they were to invoke friendship now, they would be forced to pay tens of thousands out of their own pockets. This sum was beyond their comprehension, equivalent to an entire year's salary. Wang Guoli felt a surge of anger as he witnessed his classmates turn cold in an instant, yet he felt utterly powerless. Zhou Yan and the others observed this farcical scene and shook their heads, bemused at how shallow these people were, so eager to flatter moments ago, and now transformed into such disdainful figures. Zhou Tingting felt embarrassed to be associated with such classmates and quickly turned away. This chaotic spectacle left everyone astounded. Wang Guoli's attempt to escape was thwarted. Assistant Wang approached Zhou Yan respectfully, saying, Boss, I apologize for the inconvenience caused today. Zhou Yan waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. I have grown accustomed to such matters. You may attend to your responsibilities. Just as Wang Guoli and his classmates were in disarray, police officers hurriedly arrived on the scene. Before Zhou Yan and the others could approach, Feng Qingqing rushed up, her face filled with grievance. Officers, you have arrived just in time. We were nearly swindled by this unscrupulous establishment. If not for your timely arrival, we would have been in dire straits. Do you know? I accidentally broke a porcelain plate, and they demanded 30,000 in compensation. 30,000? How could a plate possibly be worth so much? Feng Qingqing, with a sense of self-satisfaction, hoped the police would take their side and punish the establishment. As she spoke, Zhou Yan and the others exited, and Manager Ma, hearing the commotion, approached to ascertain the situation. In his mind, it was imperative that Zhou Yan's presence not overshadow the establishment's reputation, or else they would be in serious trouble. Manager Ma observed Feng Qingqing's pitiful demeanor and felt a surge of irritation as she spoke falsehoods. He quickly approached the officers, saying, Officers, welcome to our establishment for an inspection. Everything here is of the highest quality. The plate she broke is a genuine antique, and it is indeed worth that amount. Here's the appraisal certificate. Please take a look. Manager Ma laid out all the documents and certificates before the officers. After reviewing them, an officer helplessly turned to Feng Qingqing and said, Miss, we truly cannot assist you. The plate you broke does have a value of 30,000. This establishment is legitimate, and you should proceed according to regulations. Feng Qingqing, with pleading eyes, implored the officers, Please, you must speak fairly. I cannot possibly pay 30,000. This is utterly outrageous. I am but an ordinary citizen. Where would I acquire such a sum? Moreover, I have no desire to do so. Feng Qingqing adamantly refused to compensate the 30,000, exhibiting an air of defiance. Zhou Yan, observing her brazen demeanor, could barely contain his irritation. He had not anticipated that this woman could be so shameless, even attempting to feign innocence before the police. Slowly, Zhou Yan approached the assembly with an expression of discontent, stating, The police concur. This young lady indeed cannot afford to compensate the 30,000. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Zhou Yan's intent. Even Zhou Tingting felt a twinge of surprise, suspecting that Zhou Yan had developed a modicum of sympathy for Feng Qingqing. With wide eyes, Zhou Tingting scrutinized Zhou Yan, eager to discern his next move. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's statement, Feng Qingqing's spirits lifted. She believed that Zhou Yan must have noticed her beauty and was unwilling to impose such a hefty sum upon her. She quickly cast flirtatious glances in his direction, which incited Zhou Tingting's ire. Pouting in displeasure while gazing at Zhou Yan, he sauntered over to Zhou Tingting, affectionately stating, Indeed, my girlfriend just informed me that she tripped and inadvertently caused the renowned Fuchin Mountain residence painting to fall. Officer, how do you suggest we resolve this matter? Upon hearing his words, Feng Qingqing's heart raced with apprehension as she cast a frightened glance at the officer. Indeed, no one tripped her. She fell on her own and seeks to blame us. She unwittingly confessed, attempting to justify herself. Is that so? Your assertions do not determine the outcome, Zhou Yan remarked, his tone unexpectedly profound. Manager Ma turned to the officer, stating, Officer, everything here consists of valuable and high-end items. Hence our management is exceedingly stringent. We need only review the surveillance footage to clarify matters. Each room is equipped with 360-degree cameras, leaving no blind spots. There is no need for us to engage in fruitless debates here, especially considering the immense value of the Fuchin Mountain residence, which is worth tens of millions. Who would just about such a matter? The crowd, stunned by Manager Ma's words, fell into a state of shock, contemplating the repercussions for Feng Qingqing. It seemed she was truly in dire straits. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Feng Qingqing hurriedly approached Zhou Tingting, adopting a pitiful demeanor as she pleaded, Tingting, Could you possibly forgive me? I have wronged you through my ignorance. As classmates, would you kindly intercede with your boyfriend on my behalf? Zhou Tingting refused to even glance at Feng Qingqing, while Zhou Yan scoffed. Apologies must be genuine. Do not attempt to deceive us. In an instant, Feng Qingqing fell to her knees before Zhou Tingting, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "My dear lady, please spare me this time. I vow never to look down upon others again. You are magnanimous enough to overlook my past transgressions, aren't you? I swear that in the future, I will heed your every command." Her sobs were laden with sorrow, yet Zhou Tingting discerned the insincerity in her demeanor. The other students began to whisper among themselves, questioning why they were compelled to witness such a spectacle. Zhou Tingting, incensed, turned to them and admonished, "Do not overstep your bounds. My boyfriend's wealth is his own. Do not feign moral superiority to manipulate me. If you have the courage, confront her directly." Upon hearing her words, the crowd refrained from casting even a glance at Feng Qingqing, fearful of implicating themselves. Chapter 63. Spare me. Feng Qingqing, feeling utterly despondent, realized that no one was willing to speak a kind word in her defense. Zhou Tingting's challenge rendered the assembly silent, even the would-be defenders hesitant to speak out, let alone aid Feng Qingqing. Zhou Yan found amusement in the sudden hush, watching as Feng Qingqing continued to plead for Zhou Tingting's assistance, hoping to mitigate her financial burden. She was willing to do anything to lessen her penalty. Zhou Tingting, growing impatient, replied, "Enough with the pretense. I have no authority here. You should seek help from those in charge. After all, this is their territory, and the money is theirs. Pleading with me is futile." Feng Qingqing stood frozen, unsure of her next steps. "I would endure any hardship for you, even if it means serving you," she stammered, her unspoken thoughts evident in her forlorn expression. Observing her antics, the classmates began to murmur among themselves. "It's absurd. Even now she seeks to entice the wealthy. I truly admire her audacity," Yang Guo remarked disdainfully. "Isn't it rather shameless? Her boyfriend is right here. Does she not realize she is only adding fuel to the fire?" Wang Qian genuinely worried for Feng Qingqing, while the others exhibited expressions of contempt, unable to tolerate her performance. Zhou Yan, thoroughly disgusted by her behavior, turned away, unwilling to spare a glance at Feng Qingqing. "Very well, if you refuse to compensate, you must adhere to my terms. If you meet my demands, we can negotiate," Zhou Yan said slowly. Feng Qingqing, seizing upon his words like a lifeline, approached him with desperation etched upon her face. "Boss Zhou, please command me. I shall comply with whatever you require." "Your sincerity is noted," Zhou Yan replied with a sardonic smile. "Here's the deal. If you lack the funds, you may prostrate yourself to absolve the debt. However, do not treat this lightly, otherwise my assistance will be unattainable." Zhou Yan's demeanor was casual, but Feng Qingqing was taken aback. He seemed entirely unimpressed by her attempts at seduction. No matter her efforts to convey allure, Zhou Yan remained impervious, even to the contrary effect. This realization left her feeling resentful, while she dared not voice her discontent. Zhou Tingting and the others stood in shock, taken aback by Zhou Yan's ruthless proposal. Zhou Tingting recognized that Zhou Yan had indeed reached his breaking point, mercilessly tormenting a woman who had shown herself to be so shameless. Had Feng Qingqing not displayed such a brazen attitude, perhaps Zhou Yan would have been more lenient. Zhou Yan, engrossed in his phone, called out, "1, 2, 3. The students felt a wave of anxiety for Feng Qingqing, uncertain of her next move. If she had any dignity, she would refuse to kneel and beg for mercy. Just then, as everyone speculated on her response, Feng Qingqing unexpectedly knelt before Zhou Yan, tears brimming in her eyes as she repeatedly bowed her head. To his surprise, Zhou Yan smiled and remarked, "I meant, my dear lady, not to bow to me." Gritting her teeth, she wiped her tears and approached Zhou Tingting, kneeling before her and continuing to plead while weeping. In no time, her forehead began to swell from the repeated bows. Yet Zhou Yan showed no inclination to allow her to cease. The people present dared not utter a single word, and the police officer could hardly bear to witness it any longer. He approached Zhou Yan, gazing at him as he said, "Boss Zhou, do you think we could resolve this matter amicably? It is only reasonable for everyone to coexist peacefully. This girl has already acknowledged her mistake. Isn't that sufficient?" Zhou Yan let out a cold laugh and replied, "Officer, I would like to spare her as well. I too wish to resolve this matter amicably. However, do you truly believe she can compensate such a substantial amount?" The officer found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Feng Qingqing gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "No one needs to concern themselves with me. I am willing to bow and apologize. And it has nothing to do with you all. Get out of my way. I do not require your pity." Feng Qingqing could no longer contain her dissatisfaction and fury. Resembling a furious lion in her rage, utterly ungrateful for the intervention, the officer was rendered speechless, unsure of how to mediate the situation. Everyone looked on in disbelief as Feng Qingqing bowed repeatedly to Zhou Tingting. The classmates had not anticipated that this gathering would devolve into an event of humiliation, and they found it increasingly difficult to bear. They simply wished to leave as soon as possible. Long Xiaohua tugged at a nearby classmate, urging, "Let us leave. This is not a place to linger." The classmates sought out Mr. Ma, hoping to appeal to his emotions in the hopes of securing a discount on their expenses. Mr. Ma, understanding their intentions, smiled and said, "Most of our guests here are not financially constrained, and you haven't consumed much. I truly cannot assist you." Without a moment's hesitation, he rejected their requests, leaving them devoid of hope. Meanwhile, Wang Wuli was hastily driving his Bentley, eager to escape the scene, muttering curses about his misfortune. "Not only did I lose face, but I also lost my job. What a luck I have encountered today. However, mark my words. One day I will make you regret this. How dare you bully me like this? What is so great about having money?" Bah. Just as Wang Wuli was caught up in his tirade, his car suddenly came to a halt. Reluctantly, he stepped out to investigate, only to be consumed by rage upon discovering he had run out of fuel. Chapter 64. Selecting a gift. Wang Wuli stared at his out-of-gas vehicle. Stranded in an isolated area, feeling utterly helpless, he sat in the car, exhausted, and pulled out his phone to call for assistance. Uncertain of when he would be able to leave, this gathering had left him regretting his decisions profoundly. A phrase that aptly described his situation was, "You reap what you sow." Had he not orchestrated the event, he would not be facing such dire consequences. Wang Wuli felt a deep sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan leisurely spent the afternoon with Zhou Tingting, observing the regret etched on the faces of their classmates. Shaking his head in resignation, Zhou Yan remarked, "This is truly pointless. Let us leave. I'll take you out to unwind and forget this unpleasantness." Zhou Tingting smiled brightly and replied, "Sure. Where are we headed?" Zhou Yan feigned mystery, saying, "I don't know yet. Let us walk and explore some interesting places. I believe that adds an element of challenge." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Tingting readily agreed. "All right, let us set off," she exclaimed joyfully, sprinting down the road. Zhou Yan cast an envious glance at them. Watching Zhou Tingting, who sat beside him with a beaming smile, engaged in lively conversation and laughter, completely oblivious to the earlier events. Zhou Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing this scene. The two of them dashed through the streets, seeking places that piqued their interest. Zhou Tingting animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from her school days, and Zhou Yan listened intently. Although there was slight traffic, it did not dampen their spirits. They arrived at a picturesque lakeside, stepping out of the car to stroll along the shore. Zhou Tingting, in that moment, appeared as delicate and graceful as a bird nestled against him. Zhou Yan's face radiated affection, and the two seemed to embody a blissful tableau. Zhou Tingting, blushing, turned to Zhou Yan and said, "I truly appreciate your help today. Had it not been for you, perhaps I would have been the one to suffer. Don't mention it. They are merely envious of your beauty, feeling overshadowed by your allure. Such is the nature of a woman's jealousy," Zhou Yan asserted confidently. "How do you know? It appears nothing escapes your keen perception. It's rather impressive. I'm a bit intimidated." Zhou Tingting feigned a pout. "What is there to fear?" Zhou Yan inquired, puzzled. "Of course, I fear that you might see through my thoughts. If we were truly together, wouldn't there be no privacy left?" Zhou Tingting said, deliberately sounding forlorn. "What are you thinking?" Zhou Yan gently ruffled her hair, noticing the delightful fragrance that lingered, causing him to pause for a moment longer. As they enjoyed the gentle breeze caressing their faces, they felt a profound sense of clarity. The mesmerizing scenery evoked a multitude of emotions within them. Zhou Tingting spread her arms wide, slowly closing her eyes, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. I haven't taken a stroll in ages. This feeling is truly delightful." Zhou Yan, observing her enjoyment, thought the location was indeed a perfect place to unwind. Suddenly, as they relished their sweet moment, Zhou Yan received a notification from the system regarding an order. He quickly opened it to find that this order pertained to selecting a gift. Without hesitation, he accepted it and called his butler to have his delivery vehicle sent over. Zhou Yan meticulously reviewed the order requirements. This gift was quite unique and held significant expectations. It needed to be distinctive, innovative, and possess sentimental value, as it was for an elderly couple's wedding anniversary. Zhou Yan pondered what kind of gift would satisfy the customers. He and Zhou Tingting made their way towards the city center, intent on selecting the perfect present. Zhou Yan felt a twinge of concern as they arrived at the gift selection location. After careful consideration, he finally spotted an item that pleased him. He took the chosen gift and hurried to the designated location to deliver it. Upon arrival, Zhou Yan noted that the neighborhood was quite pleasant. Following the address, he located the customer. When he presented the gift, the elderly woman eagerly opened it, only to express her disappointment upon finding a delicately crafted crystal ball inside. "What is this? Are you trying to deceive me?" she remarked, her disappointment evident. Seeing her dissatisfaction, Zhou Yan quickly explained, "Auntie, please don't be disheartened. This crystal ball is no ordinary piece. Look inside. It contains a pair of seemingly affectionate lovers. It symbolizes a beautiful sentiment for you both. I hope you continue to hold hands and walk through life together, never parting, just like the figures within this crystal ball. It serves as a testament and blessing to your unwavering love. Do you still consider it mundane? Zhou Yan patiently elucidated the matter. And upon witnessing the joyful smile manifest on the elderly woman's face, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The customer graciously accepted the blessing gift Zhou Yan presented, appearing significantly happier. Observing this meaningful token, Zhou Yan was filled with a myriad of reflections. It is truly a rare feat for two individuals to maintain a steadfast bond, especially in this world rife with temptations. Such unwavering love is seldom seen, invoking feelings of envy and yearning. After delivering the gift, Zhou Yan hurriedly descended the stairs. Congratulations to the host for completing this special order. The system rewards you with 500,000 in cash, which has already been credited. Zhou Yan smiled contentedly, expressing his delight at receiving the reward. Throughout the journey, he exuded a sense of liberation, as this significant order greatly elevated his spirits. Riding his delivery bicycle, he navigated the bustling streets, savoring the unique atmosphere. Chapter 65, a substitute for blind date. Meanwhile, those faux socialites were incessantly placing orders and engaging in fervent discussions within their group. Zhou Yan meticulously perused all the information of the day, his mood remaining remarkably buoyant. Just as he was about to turn off his phone to take a shower, the system notification chimed. Indifferently, he checked the new task assigned by the system. Upon reviewing the order, he realized it was a random task. He must reach the designated location to discover the customer's request. Intrigued, he accepted the task, eager to uncover the nature of the customer's needs. Without taking time to bathe, he swiftly rode out on his small delivery vehicle. This time, the designated location was a park, where he found a man anxiously awaiting his arrival. Unsure if this was his customer, Zhou Yan approached him cautiously. "Excuse me, sir? Was it you who placed the order?" he inquired with a smile. Yes. You finally arrived. I was at my wit's end," the man exclaimed urgently. Zhou Yan examined him closely, noting that the man was quite handsome, dressed sharply in a suit, yet appeared extremely restless. Zhou Yan, puzzled, asked, "Is there something you require?" "Sir?" The man hesitated, then confessed, "My family insists I go on a blind date, but I have other commitments. Besides, how could I possibly attend a blind date? Could you assist me in this endeavor? I would be immensely grateful." Zhou Yan was taken aback and exclaimed, "A blind date? That seems rather inappropriate." "Nonsense. Hurry. We're running out of time," the man urged persistently. Observing the man's palpable anxiety, Zhou Yan contemplated the order he had already accepted. It was not a significant undertaking, and he believed he could manage the situation with the women involved. "Very well, I shall go," Zhou Yan replied. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it," the man said before hastily departing. Zhou Yan glanced at the address and sped off on his electric bike. Upon reaching the location, he felt a twinge of discomfort. The CAF was located just by his own building, and he feared being recognized. However, it seemed too late for regrets. With no other option, he steeled himself and proceeded. Upon his arrival, the building's manager quickly approached him with a smile, asking, "What brings you here unexpectedly? Do you have any instructions?" Zhou Yan shook his head, saying, "Nothing important. Someone has arranged a meeting with me. You may continue with your work." "Very well, just call if you need anything," the manager replied courteously. Nodding, Zhou Yan made his way to the CAF on the 18th floor. Once inside, he noted the sparse crowd. Holding the bouquet of roses the man had thrust into his hands, he leisurely entered and chose a seat by the window to observe the surroundings. With a cup of coffee accompanying him, he settled in to await his target's arrival. After a while, a woman hurriedly entered, scanning the room. Zhou Yan discreetly scrutinized her. She wore a white dress complemented by red shoes, oversized sunglasses shielding her face, and her flowing brown hair accentuated her tall, curvaceous figure. She was indeed striking, and had Zhou Yan not encountered many women of such allure, he might have been captivated by her polished appearance. Upon spotting the roses beside him, the woman quickly approached. Assessing Zhou Yan, "Sir, I apologize for my tardiness. Traffic was quite congested," she said, taking a seat without hesitation. Zhou Yan smiled. "No worries. I just arrived as well. Please, have a seat." As she settled in and removed her sunglasses, Zhou Yan noticed the heavy makeup she wore, particularly the thick lipstick, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The woman regarded him and suggested, "Let us be direct. I prefer to avoid unnecessary pleasantries." Zhou Yan replied with a subtle smile, "Certainly. What would you like to know?" The woman feigned nonchalance. "Well, do you own a house and a car?" Zhou Yan observed her intently, responding with a light smile. "Indeed, I possess both." She straightened her posture, continuing, "And what about savings? That is essential for a stable life. I hope you don't mind my directness. Zhou Yan chuckled softly. Of course. I understand your concerns. To put it succinctly, I own multiple properties and vehicles. As for my savings, though not extravagant, it is sufficient for a comfortable life. Are there any other expectations? He inquired, curious about her further demands, pondering whether she had considered if her own attributes met his standards. Zhou Yan mused silently. Recognizing her self-absorption, her requests mirrored those of the numerous faux socialites he had encountered. It was no wonder the men were reluctant to pursue blind dates. He truly empathized with their plight. Zhou Yan and the woman exchanged dialogue, testing the waters of her expectations, which left him feeling quite enlightened. She seemed intrigued by him, continuously probing for information, while Zhou Yan adeptly navigated her inquiries, allowing her to unwittingly reveal her true nature. Chapter 66. The blind date meeting. Zhou Yan remained composed as the woman assessed his qualifications. Suddenly, her demeanor transformed. She gazed at him with admiration, saying, Mr. Chun. Is it? Zhou Yan nodded, acknowledging her. The woman stood and moved beside him, taking a seat without awaiting his consent. This action irked Zhou Yan slightly, yet he refrained from displaying overt discontent. The young woman shifted closer to Zhou Yan and said, Mr. Chen, I believe your conditions align with my requirements, and our circumstances are quite comparable, suggesting a suitable match. How about we take the time to understand each other better and explore the possibility of forming a connection that could provide us both with a sense of security? Zhou Yan subtly leaned back, offering a faint smile as he replied, Miss, I think it's wise for you to reconsider this matter. I tend to lack a sense of security. My ideal partner must provide me with complete trust and assurance, and I prefer her to refrain from excessive social engagements, as such behavior makes me feel neglected. Moreover, I am not fond of my girlfriend having too many friends, especially male ones, as it raises my suspicions regarding her intentions. I wonder if you can meet these expectations. If so, we might contemplate this further. However, none of Zhou Yan's stipulations resonated with the young woman. Why the silence, miss? Have my demands been too excessive? Zhou Yan inquired deliberately. Oh, no. It's just that I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must take my leave now. Perhaps we'll reconnect if fate allows, she said hurriedly before exiting the CAF. Observing her hasty retreat, Zhou Yan couldn't help but smirk. After a brief interval, the second prospective match arrived. While Zhou Yan was engrossed in his phone, a melodious voice broke the silence. Sir, may I sit here? Upon glancing up, Zhou Yan exchanged a discreet signal with the newcomer, who proceeded to take a seat. This woman wore glasses and appeared rather demure, not exceptionally beautiful, yet not unattractive. Rather an ordinary figure. Her professional attire clung to her form, and she spoke in an articulate manner. Zhou Yan maintained a cheerful demeanor, curious about her requirements. The woman bit her lip, displaying a hint of shyness, not overly reserved, yet managing to temper her demeanor somewhat. Zhou Yan felt somewhat more at ease than before, perhaps due to her cultured appearance. I've taken the time to come here, so let us make the most of it and get to know each other quickly, as I have work to attend to, she stated. Zhou Yan nodded in agreement. Shall I introduce myself? She continued. Of course, please do, he encouraged, with a serious expression. She declared, My name is Wang Yu, a master's student currently employed at a research institute. May I inquire about your background, Mr. Chen? Zhou Yan set his cup down and replied, I am Chen Jun, having only completed high school and not yet graduated. Currently, I am unemployed. Is that so? She responded. Astonished, Zhou Yan nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, I speak only the truth. How unfortunate. It seems we may not be well suited for one another. Continuing this conversation appears unnecessary. So I will return to work now, Wang Yu said, hastily rising to leave. Zhou Yan could not stifle a laugh. Her swift departure suggested she was eager to avoid any further entanglement. After Wang Yu exited the CAF, her displeasure evident, she muttered to herself. What kind of person seeks a match under such circumstances? What a waste of my time. She hurried away, clearly a woman who prioritized her career above all else. Zhou Yan sat comfortably, having dismissed 2 potential matches. He felt a flicker of anticipation for the next, curious about what kind of eccentricity this one might bring. As he savored his favorite coffee, he observed the bustling scene outside. Approximately half an hour later, a woman entered slowly, anxiously scanning the room. From a distance, Zhou Yan noted her slightly plump figure and modest height. Her appearance left much to be desired, with a round face and small eyes. Upon spotting Zhou Yan, she boldly approached. Before he could greet her, she exclaimed, Handsome, may I sit here? Zhou Yan offered an awkward smile and replied, Please, make yourself comfortable. Thank you. Please order me a coffee, no sugar, she commanded directly. Zhou Yan thought to himself, Goodness, such a lack of decorum seems rather rude. It appeared that this series of potential matches was becoming increasingly challenging. He was relieved that his host had not joined him. It felt like a trial. The woman scrutinized Zhou Yan's handsome features, momentarily lost in thought. Clearing his throat, Zhou Yan coughed gently to alleviate the awkward tension. Mr. Chun, right? I'm Fong Rong. It's truly a pleasure to meet you, she said eagerly. Zhou Yan replied with a bashful smile. Is that so? You're too kind. You are quite the remarkable woman. Truly a force to be reckoned with. May I ask what your profession is? He inquired, hoping to gauge this assertive young lady before him. Oh, please. Don't flatter me. It makes me feel quite shy. I am a fitness coach at a prestigious gym, she replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan felt incredulous. The current standards for fitness coaches seemed rather low. He wondered how she managed her clients given her physique. Chapter 67. Would you be willing to heal me? At this moment, Lu Ping felt a pang of heartache upon witnessing Zhou Yan's striking visage. Who could remain unaffected by such a handsome face? She, like countless young women, found herself captivated and enchanted by attractive men. It's all right, handsome. Did you have something to say to me? Feel free, I can handle it. I'm eager to hear your thoughts, she encouraged. Zhou Yan's acting skills shone as he portrayed a pitiful demeanor, eliciting sympathy. Sigh. I really didn't want to burden you with this, but your warmth and kindness compel me to be honest. Since we've now met, I feel I should be candid. I'm facing health issues and require surgery, and more tragically, I am suffering from a severe illness in its advanced stages. As he spoke, Lu Ping began to feel disoriented. What was he trying to convey with this convoluted tale? After meandering through this lengthy explanation, what was his true message? She gathered that he was gravely ill and seemingly impoverished. Zhou Yan opened his mouth to speak but had the chance before Lu Ping stood up, fixing him with a resolute gaze. Never mind. I think I understand your point. I don't believe we are suited for one another. Let us leave it at that. Goodbye. As her words hung in the air, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed towards the exit, perceiving Zhou Yan as akin to a devil. The waiter, having observed the entire exchange, approached with a hint of skepticism. Sir, I overheard your conversation with that lady. May I ask what grave illness you were facing? Zhou Yan smiled and replied, Oh, I merely suffer from a severe case of laziness. There is no need for concern. As he finished speaking, the waiter regarded him with newfound admiration. Zhou Yan continued to await his fourth blind date. Before long, a slender woman resembling a monkey approached him. Upon noticing a rose on the table, a satisfied smile spread across her face. Hello, I am Yan Shui. I believe you understand the purpose of our meeting today, right? In that case, I shall speak plainly. How many properties do you own? And what is the balance on your bank card? What is the value of your car? If we were to be together, could you manage to earn a living, raise children, and handle household chores? Yan Shui bombarded Zhou Yan with a barrage of inquiries, clearly leaving him somewhat displeased. Internally, he rolled his eyes at her audacity. I apologize. I am quite nervous, so I may stutter a bit, Zhou Yan stammered. Resembling a stutterer, Yan Shui furrowed her brow disapprovingly. You cannot possibly speak like this all the time. Are you a stutterer? Zhou Yan forced a smile. No, I am not a stutterer. It's just that your appearance makes me exceedingly anxious. Yan Shui exploded in rage, slamming her palm on the table, producing a deafening sound. Who do you think you are to say such things to me? A nearby waiter, hearing the commotion, rushed to Zhou Yan's side and cautioned the woman. You'd better watch your words. This is not a place for your outbursts. If you upset this gentleman, do not blame us for being impolite. Zhou Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the waiter's defense. He was never concerned about losing in terms of presence. Yan Shui, indeed, fled in defeat. Overwhelmed by their collective might, Zhou Yan nodded in satisfaction. It was yet another perfect conclusion, and he was quite content. However, in the following hours, he encountered a dozen more potential matches. Each time, his extensive acting skills allowed him to dodge yet another bullet. This was child's play for him. Eventually, only one woman remained. She donned a drab, outdated suit and bore an appearance that was rather serious and rigid. However, upon seeing the red rose on the table, her stern demeanor softened slightly. She glanced at Zhou Yan, and he met her standards in both looks and physique. Then, the girl smiled and pulled out a notebook, placing it on the table before opening a folder within. Zhou Yan felt a bit bewildered. He was unsure of what this woman intended to do. In other words, he sensed that he too was undergoing a form of scrutiny, which made him slightly anxious. Hello, my name is Zhao Tong. It's a pleasure to meet you. She nodded at him. It's already noon, and I am quite hungry. If you don't mind, why don't we eat while we chat? Zhou Yan glanced at the time. It had indeed flown by, and it was mealtime. Fortunately, the CAF offered some food during lunch. He stole a glance at Zhao Tong, his brows knitting slightly, before raising his hand. Soon, a waiter hurried over. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Out of respect and courtesy, Zhou Yan allowed Zhao Tong to make her selections first. I would like a winter melon soup, and please bring me some fruit as well. Her choices were rather bland, prompting Zhou Yan to shake his head in disbelief. Those dishes hardly seemed filling. After Zhao Tong ordered, She pushed the menu towards Zhou Yan, flipping through a few pages. He found nothing particularly appealing, and under the waiter's suggestion, he half-heartedly chose a few dishes. The waiter departed cheerfully with the menu. At that moment, Zhao Tong clicked on a folder on her computer, revealing a ledger-like page. Zhou Yan, observing this, felt his head spinning. What on earth was this woman up to? He couldn't quite comprehend it. Zhao Tong scribbled something on paper while reciting numbers aloud. Zhou Yan suddenly realized this woman was keeping a record of expenses. She had meticulously listed the dishes she ordered, and the accounts were clear. Zhou Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Miss, do you have some sort of occupational obsession? Chapter 68. Dining. What exactly are you doing? I am genuinely perplexed by your actions. Why are you suddenly conducting this? Zhou Yan looked at her in confusion, subconsciously pursing his lips, but it seemed Zhao Tong had no intention of addressing him. Just as Zhou Yan was about to rise, Zhao Tong stopped him. Wait here for a moment. I'll check on when the waiter will bring our food. This was the first time Zhou Yan witnessed Zhao Tong's decisiveness, and he found himself increasingly restless. He attempted to stand again, wanting to follow her, but the waiter, sensing the situation, offered Zhao Tong a sincere apology midway. Clearly, the waiter's demeanor was quite amiable, which seemed to satisfy Zhao Tong. As their eyes met, everything around them faded into insignificance. Although this was Zhou Yan's territory, the two were not particularly cooperative. However, the situation was not entirely dire. The dish's variety, presentation, flavor, and color were all satisfactory and not overly disappointing. It was worth noting that Zhao Tong had visited this place before, and she remembered some of its specialties. However, what unfolded next left Zhao Tong herself bewildered, and Zhou Yan could see that something was amiss with her. Just as Zhou Yan was about to inquire, Zhao Tong spoke, but not to him. She waved for the waiter to come over. Excuse me, waiter, may I ask where your original chef has gone? I feel like the taste of the food has changed. Has the recipe been altered? Zhao Tong's inquiry left the young waiter momentarily stunned. The waiter instinctively shook his head and began to patiently explain the situation to Zhao Tong. Miss, it's not as you think. Our dishes are tasted daily by designated testers, and the ingredients and preparation are top-notch. How could they be different? The chef has always been the same. He has never been replaced. The waiter stood respectfully by, observing Zhao Tong. This made Zhao Tong feel a bit embarrassed. She instinctively glanced at the other patrons, searching for a way out. However, Zhao Tong inadvertently noticed a table with what appeared to be stale salmon slices, looking rather unappetizing. Comparing it to her own dishes, she was rendered speechless. The waiter, sensing her discomfort, slowly retreated, relieved that the other customers were not affected by the incident. After the waiter had been gone for a while, Zhao Tong finally regained her composure and leaned closer to Zhou Yan, whispering, I wasn't trying to nitpick earlier. I genuinely felt something was off with the taste, but the service here is excellent. We truly made the right choice. Zhou Yan, hearing this, felt somewhat speechless, but his hunger drove him to disregard her comments. Just as he was about to dig in, Zhao Tong inexplicably interrupted him again. Wait a moment. Don't be in such a hurry, all right? Zhou Yan was left exasperated, unsure of what to say. The subsequent actions of Zhou Yan left him utterly astounded. Zhao Tong was actually counting the number of salmon slices, truly audacious. After completing her count, she recorded the results, drawing curious glances from those around them. Yet they regarded Zhao Tong with a peculiar eye. Just when Zhou Yan thought he could relish the delectable meal, Zhao Tong began her antics once more. Regardless of what dish Zhou Yan chose, how many bites he took, or what expressions he displayed, Zhao Tong mirrored him precisely, demonstrating an uncanny talent for imitation. However, Zhou Yan had no authority to intervene. He could only remain silent and endure her antics. During their meal, the two maintained a silent truce, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. After more than half an hour, they had nearly finished eating, and Zhou Yan was counting down the moments until he could settle the bill and escape the bothersome Zhao Tong. Yet, Zhao Tong initiated another round of inquiries. Are you planning to settle the bill yourself? This question caught Zhou Yan off guard. He looked at her quizzically, thinking, of course, I intend to pay. You have hardly finished your meal. To his surprise, Zhao Tong, with her quirky disposition, promptly retrieved her phone and opened the calculator. Indeed, she was calculating expenses. And Zhou Yan quickly grasped her intention. He hastily urged her to stop, saying, no need for that. Allow me to treat you. Put it away. This left Zhou Yan feeling slightly embarrassed. However, Zhao Tong was unyielding, continuing to calculate while murmuring, no, I refuse to owe you anything. I have principles. The amount is what it is, and I won't shortchange you. This spectacle not only startled Zhou Yan, but also drew the attention of other diners, who began to murmur amongst themselves. It's just a meal. Why the fuss over pennies? They wondered. Yet, they had no particular objections to Zhou Yan indulging in a bit of social climbing. The waiter, unable to ignore the situation any longer, approached the table and began tallying the bill. Gentlemen, I estimate your total to be 600 yuan. Will that be cash? The waiter then reasonably presented the bill to Zhou Yan for review, without even glancing at it. He handed over his bank card, deliberately avoiding any interaction with Zhao Tong, eager to finalize the transaction. To his astonishment, Zhao Tong was quite persistent, following closely behind, leaving the waiter at a loss for how to manage her. Ultimately, the waiter had no choice but to split the bill, charging Zhou Yan 300 and accepting 300 from Zhao Tong to conclude the payment. After receiving 2 discount vouchers, Zhou Yan took them, expressed his gratitude with polite words, and, once the waiter had departed, promptly intended to toss them into the trash. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tong snatched them up as if they were treasures. She continued to criticize Zhou Yan for being wasteful, while the onlookers' gazes weighed heavily upon him. Observing this, the waiter hastily intervened, attempting to mediate. Sir, miss, our coupon promotion is only for a few days. If you truly cannot find the time, it's no problem. This left Zhao Tong somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that her hard-earned efforts had been squandered by Zhou Yan, and she resented having to maintain a pleasant demeanor toward him. At that moment, a patron stood up to confront Zhou Yan, his demeanor imposing, suggesting he was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 69. A small interruption. Zhou Yan's mood soured instantly upon seeing someone take it upon themselves to criticize him. The young man before him exuded an air of arrogance. Zhou Yan scrutinized his attire, noting its high-end quality, and frowned. This individual appeared to hold a notable status, yet his conduct was decidedly lacking in decorum. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Yan, the man berated him for being ungrateful. They offered you a coupon to spare you expenses, yet you flaunt your impoverished appearance while pretending to be grand. Do you think refusing to use those vouchers elevates your status? Don't deceive yourself. This is sheer extravagance. The man continued to lecture Zhou Yan, who stood there with his arms crossed, listening intently. He was intrigued by the young man's identity. Once the tirade ended, Zhou Yan stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? What I do is none of your business. This is my domain. I will conduct myself as I see fit. Kindly refrain from imposing your moral judgments upon me. I am fully aware of what constitutes wastefulness, and I do not require your lectures." The waiter, witnessing the young man's finger pointing at Zhou Yan, felt the tension in the air, and everyone held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Zhou Yan declare that this was his territory, the young man smirked, retorting, "Brother, can we keep it low-key? This is a high-class establishment. Just look at yourself, it's laughable." Zhou Yan, unfazed by the man's remarks, dismissed them entirely. "So what? I maintain this is my domain. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire among the staff about who the true proprietor is." He gestured to the waiter. The waiter, catching on, quickly nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This gentleman is our proprietor." The young man's incredulity was palpable as he scrutinized Zhou Yan with newfound respect. His previously arrogant demeanor softened considerably. Zhou Yan turned to the waiter and remarked, "When did we start accommodating such low-quality patrons?" The waiter understood Zhou Yan's implication and hurriedly approached the young man, stating, "Sir, I apologize, but we cannot serve you any longer. Please vacate the premises immediately." The young man's expression darkened, his anger boiling over as he glared at the waiter. "I came here to spend money, not to beg. On what grounds do you expel me? I will lodge a complaint against you. Do not underestimate me. I will not let this slide." Zhou Yan, with narrowed eyes, observed the commotion, noting the young man's continued bluster. He called out loudly, "Have security escort him out and blacklist him from returning here." Zhao Tong, witnessing Zhou Yan's authoritative presence, immediately became more compliant, shedding her earlier reproachful demeanor. Silently trailing behind Zhou Yan, he approached the front desk to settle the bill. This meal had effectively been complimentary for him, as he ultimately took care of the charges. Turning to the woman who had been following him, he asked, "Miss Zhao, is there something else you require?" "Oh, no, just..." Zhao Tong hesitated, wishing Zhou Yan would take her around the establishment, perhaps leading to further expenditures on her behalf. Zhou Yan, perceiving her intentions, smirked and replied, "Miss Zhao, I shan't accompany you. The exit is over there. You may leave on your own. I have matters to attend to." Zhao Tong found herself at a loss for words. However, Zhou Yan had issued his farewell. She had no choice but to depart under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Clenching her teeth, she retorted, "Very well, Mr. Zhou. Please wait a moment." Zhou Yan had already stepped aside to take a phone call, leaving Zhao Tong awkwardly alone. The waitstaff regarded her as if she were a spectacle, akin to a jester. Feeling the weight of their stares, Zhao Tong turned, summoning her courage to declare, "What are you all staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" With that, she exaggeratedly swayed her hips and departed, while Zhou Yan shot her a disapproving glare, shaking his head in exasperation. He never anticipated this woman would be so pragmatic. After finishing the phone call, Zhou Yan turned around, only to find that the woman had vanished without a trace. He let out a cold laugh, remarking on her surprising speed. Ding dong. Zhou Yan anticipated the system's timely notification, indicating that he had successfully completed the blind date task. Congratulations to the host for flawlessly accomplishing this blind date mission. The reward is 5 million in cash. Zhou Yan's spirits soared at this news, and he exited with an air of pride. The waitstaff cast envious glances his way. Not only was Zhou Yan handsome, but his wealth also made him a true Prince Charming in their eyes. They wondered when they might encounter such a golden son-in-law, allowing them to live a life of luxury. Ding! The system prompted Zhou Yan with an order task. He quickly opened it to find a routine order, yet it was conveniently along his route. Without hesitation, Zhou Yan accepted it, tasked with retrieving a parcel from the station and delivering it to a specified location. This was a simple task for him. The thought of completing this order and seeing a substantial sum credited to his account filled him with joy. Zhou Yan hopped onto his delivery bike and swiftly navigated the streets, heading towards the station. Cheerfully humming a tune, he soon arrived at the designated location, just a few kilometers away. As he approached, he noticed a crowd gathering. Upon arriving at the station, Zhou Yan hurried to inquire about the parcel according to the order details. Upon seeing the package, he furrowed his brow in confusion. What could it be? It was wrapped tightly and felt rather heavy. He placed the parcel on his delivery bike, donned his helmet, and sped towards the Zhaofeng Villa district. Over an hour had passed since the order was placed, and he needed to reach the Villa district as quickly as possible. He rushed at top speed, scarcely noticing his surroundings. When he finally arrived at the entrance of the Villa district, 2 security guards immediately blocked his way. You cannot enter. This is a high-end villa area. As a delivery person, you are not permitted here. If the residents see you, we will face complaints, and we might suffer the consequences. One guard asserted loudly. Zhou Yan looked up at the guards and replied, I am a resident here. I need to enter immediately. Please step aside. Don't speak nonsense. If you claim to be a resident, tell me which villa you live in, one guard challenged, eyeing Zhou Yan skeptically. Zhou Yan pointed to the villa at the front and said, Unit 501. The guards exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Come on, don't joke with us. That area is the most expensive and luxurious in the district. How could you possibly live there? Moreover, as far as we know, Unit 501 has always been vacant. It hasn't been sold. The 2 guards continued to block Zhou Yan, unmoved by his words. Despite his efforts to reason with them, they remained steadfast in their duty. Zhou Yan, noticing the dwindling time on his order, grew impatient and insisted, Listen carefully, I am indeed the owner of Unit 501. I am delivering a package to the owner of Unit 303, and I must hand it over without further delay. The guards were momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to believe him. A delivery person claiming to live in Unit 501, now attempting to access Unit 303, seemed implausible. They suspected that Zhou Yan was merely concocting an excuse to infiltrate the Villa district, even doubting his intentions. Frustration bubbled within Zhou Yan. If he continued to waste time arguing with the guards, he would inevitably miss the order deadline, and he dreaded the potential repercussions from the owner. Just as despair settled in, the sound of a horn pierced the air. Beep beep. Both the guards and Zhou Yan turned to see a red Ferrari parked nearby, honking to signal that their path was obstructed. Upon seeing the luxurious vehicle, the guards' demeanor shifted instantly, and they approached it with an air of deference. Zhou Yan felt a twinge of irritation. He had been pleading with them for so long, yet they rushed to attend to the car. The young man in the Ferrari, Mr. Li, slowly rolled down his window, revealing dark sunglasses and a sharply tailored suit. He appeared youthful and striking, with delicate features that made Zhou Yan frown. The guards, turning back to Zhou Yan, quickly exclaimed, You were heading to Unit 303, right? This gentleman is the owner of Unit 303. Zhou Yan scrutinized the young man before him, choosing to remain silent. Mr. Li glanced at Zhou Yan and inquired, What is the order? Zhou Yan replied slowly, It is a package that I have brought to the specified location. Mr. Li barely acknowledged him, exuding an air of superiority that Zhou Yan found indifferent. The guards hurriedly retrieved the package from Zhou Yan and placed it in Mr. Li's car. With a swift acceleration, Mr. Li sped into the Villa district, leaving Zhou Yan and the guards standing in stunned silence. Your package has been collected. We absolutely cannot allow you inside, the guards informed Zhou Yan, who felt a surge of frustration. Determined to prove his identity, Zhou Yan pulled out a property deed from his bag and presented it solemnly to the guards. Look closely at what I hold, he said with a serious expression. The guards' faces shifted dramatically upon recognizing the document. It was indeed the property deed for the Villa district. Their primary duty was to identify the deed, as the management here was exceptionally stringent. The unique nature of the deed made it impossible to forge. So Zhou Yan's possession of it confirmed his status as a resident. After examining the name on the document, the guard stammered, Mr. Zhou, it truly is you. We apologize for our oversight in preventing your entry. Please forgive our lack of discernment. We hope you will not hold it against us. From that moment on, they assured him that any requests he had would be met with utmost service, striving to ensure his satisfaction. Zhou Yan, witnessing the guard's abrupt shift in attitude, felt a modicum of balance restored within him. Accepting his deed back, he chose to disregard the guard's newfound respect and strode confidently into the villa district. Chapter 71. The ball. It was Zhou Yan's first visit to this villa district. Since it had become his property, he had never found the time to come. Had it not been for this order delivery, he might have almost forgotten that he owned a villa here. As he walked, he rummaged through his backpack and finally located a set of keys, yet he remained uncertain which one was the correct one. Zhou Yan arrived at the entrance of room 501, attempting various keys before he finally managed to unlock the door after considerable effort. The interior was lavishly decorated, resembling a golden palace, radiant and exuding warmth. Zhou Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad at all. It appears quite comfortable." With that, he plopped onto the sofa. Feeling weary from the past couple of days, the sunlight streamed onto the sofa where he lay, casting a warm and cozy glow. Zhou Yan gradually closed his eyes, his primary task now being to rest thoroughly. Though he could handle the vain women he encountered, it often left him mentally exhausted, and even the thought of it made his head ache. Before long, he had drifted into a deep slumber. In this sunlit afternoon, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, and a faint smile of happiness graced his sleeping face. His life was currently quite delightful, no matter where he went. He enjoyed preferred accommodations and had a grand mode of transportation. Each of his bank cards held ample funds, yet Zhou Yan remained in constant motion. Just as he was lost in a peaceful sleep, a sudden ringing of his phone disturbed his reverie. Lazily, he stretched and struggled to sit up, feeling considerably more refreshed. Upon seeing the caller's name, a smile broke across his face. Jiang Sheng, his childhood companion, was on the line. Despite being a girl, their bond was remarkably strong. While others shunned him in their youth, Jiang Sheng had steadfastly remained by his side, like an elder sister, guiding him through difficult times. As they grew older, their lives became busier, leading to a gradual decline in their communication. Jiang Sheng, now a successful actress, had a flourishing career, resulting in their rare reunions. Thus, Zhou Yan was pleasantly surprised to receive her call today. On the phone, Jiang Sheng cheerfully informed him, "I've been filming out of town and haven't had time to reach out. Now that my project has wrapped up, I finally have the opportunity to gather everyone together." "How have you been?" Zhou Yan replied happily, "I'm doing well, just the same old routine, monotonous life." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng asked, "By the way, I'm hosting a ball in 3 days and would love to invite you. I hope you can make it so we can all enjoy some time together. Please send me the details, and I'll come to find you." Intrigued, Zhou Yan looked forward to the ball, curious about the event Jiang Sheng would host. He quickly prepared himself, knowing he couldn't appear too shabby at such an occasion, as it might attract unwelcome gossip and trouble for Jiang Sheng. He soon acquired a sophisticated suit, paired with limited edition shoes and his grand gold watch, presenting himself with a commanding presence. Satisfied with his appearance, he felt a sense of relief, eagerly awaiting the day when he could arrive in his golden sports car, hoping to add to Jiang Sheng's prestige. Time flew by, and in what seemed like an instant, 3 days had passed. Upon receiving Jiang Sheng's message with the time and location, he dressed impeccably, bringing along a gift he had prepared for her. He drove his golden sports car to the designated location, arriving shortly thereafter. As he approached the towering building, he observed an array of extravagant vehicles parked beneath, hinting that the attendees were likely of high status. Zhou Yan parked his golden sports car prominently, alighting from the vehicle with the gift in hand as he made his way to the top floor. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he found Jiang Sheng waiting for him at the entrance. Her face lit up with joy at his arrival. They embraced gently, and she exclaimed, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I thought you might be delayed." Zhou Yan reassured her, "Not at all. It was just rush hour, so I encountered a bit of traffic. Has everyone arrived? Am I the last one here? I feel a little embarrassed." "Not at all," Jiang Sheng replied, taking his hand and guiding him inside. "Let us hurry in." Zhou Yan, with a hint of mischief, paused before entering. "Wait a moment." Jiang Sheng, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Curiously, she opened the gift he had given her, revealing a stunning, intricately crafted necklace. Recognizing its uniqueness and the fact that it was custom-made, she felt deeply touched. With gratitude in her eyes, she exclaimed, "This is absolutely beautiful. I love it. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Zhou Yan smiled softly, saying, "No need for thanks. Let us head inside before they grow impatient." Chapter 72. The conclusion of the ball. Accompanied by Jiang Sheng, they entered the ballroom, which was exquisitely decorated and bustling with energy. Melodious music wafted through the air, creating a soothing atmosphere. Zhou Yan quickly immersed himself in the ambience, Surveying the room filled with women adorned in luxurious gowns, their faces expertly made up, exuding elegance and grace. The men present wore tailored suits, each radiating an air of distinction. Jiang Sheng introduced Zhou Yan to her friends, and as they exchanged pleasantries, curiosity about their relationship filled the air. Jiang Sheng patiently elaborated on their bond while Zhou Yan merely smiled, having grown accustomed to such interactions since childhood. He trusted Jiang Sheng implicitly, viewing her as a protective sister who would always safeguard him from harm. In her presence, he felt unrestrained and at ease. As friends teased them, Zhou Yan, concerned about impacting Jiang Sheng's reputation, quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. We share a sibling-like relationship. I do have a girlfriend, though she hasn't met any of you yet. If the opportunity arises, I would be happy to introduce her, if you don't mind." The group exchanged compliments and expressions of gratitude, some catching up after a long time apart. Jiang Sheng had organized this ball to allow her friends a chance to unwind and freely express themselves, which sparked the inspiration for the event. After mingling with her friends, Zhou Yan, holding a glass of exquisite red wine, gradually made his way to the window. Gazing out at the dazzling world beyond, he was flooded with reflections. Remembering the hardships he had endured, he marveled at how he had come to possess such a remarkable life, propelled by the system he had embraced. Despite the myriad unexpected events that had unfolded along his journey, the ultimate outcome had been favorable. Though he had faced challenges and fatigue, the rewards he had reaped left Zhou Yan profoundly satisfied. He has never been greedy. Everything unfolds naturally, and he has never felt the need to compare himself with others, living comfortably in his own little world. It is precisely his reluctance to engage in competition, along with his humble demeanor, that has caused Zhou Yan considerable hardship. However, he would not arm himself with arrogance, allowing others to perceive him as aloof. When Jiang Sheng saw Zhou Yan standing quietly, she could tell he was lost in thought. She approached him with a warm smile and asked what had captured his attention so intently. "Everyone is over there. Why not join them?" Zhou Yan turned to her and replied, "Seeing everyone so joyful, I felt compelled to gaze upon the vibrant world outside." This moment reminded him of his childhood, a time fraught with challenges. Who could have predicted that their future would unfold in such a manner? Time has flown by. They have grown up, established their own careers, and will eventually start families of their own. Reflecting on these events fills him with a profound sense of nostalgia. You have always approached life with such steadiness. Since you have this notion, why not marry soon and enjoy a serene, comfortable life? In due time, you could have children, creating a harmonious family. Perhaps this is the essence of happiness. Jiang Sheng, having toiled for many years, has experienced much. She, too, yearns for a stable life, yet harbors her own ambitions. She wishes to explore the vast, magnificent world while she is still young, fearing regret if she does not seize the opportunity. After hearing Jiang Sheng's thoughts, Zhou Yan nodded in agreement, saying, "Everyone has their own perspectives and aspirations regarding life. There is no need to live according to others' expectations. One must pursue their own desires and intentions, for that is the path to true happiness in the absence of regret." Jiang Sheng smiled softly, of course. The ball was an overwhelming success, and everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. As the night deepened, the event neared its conclusion, and Zhou Yan and Jiang Sheng strolled outside. The evening air carried a gentle breeze, and as they walked, Jiang Sheng chatted with Zhou Yan. With excitement, Zhou Yan accepted a gift from Jiang Sheng, revealing a small, exquisite brocade box wrapped in luxurious satin, hinting at the exceptional gift within. Upon opening it, he discovered a crimson tie, unique in its fabric and craftsmanship, a true masterpiece. Seeing Zhou Yan's reaction, Jiang Sheng anxiously inquired, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Zhou Yan nodded eagerly, "Of course, I adore it. Your gifts are always so thoughtfully chosen. How could I not cherish them?" The two shared their innermost thoughts, discussing their dreams for the future, wishing for their paths to become ever more prosperous. Under the glowing full moon, they hoped to revisit the places of their past, which filled them with nostalgia. Regardless of the passage of time, their thoughts remained in perfect harmony, instinctively understanding each other's sentiments, united in their aspirations.